Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2876, Angelique Harcourt. Just as Angelique Harcourt guessed, many of the Sword Maiden contestants managed to get past the first days of the tournaments. The performance of most Sword Maidens were still within a reasonably competitive range. In personal combat, the women exhibited both solid dueling capabilities and teamwork when fighting as a group of 5. In mech combat, the Sword Maiden mech pilots possess less of an edge in skills, but their raw ferocity and abundant combat experience was usually enough for them to push out competitors who were unaccustomed to facing all-out attackers. Even though this approach backfired on some of the Sword Maidens, the strongest ones all made it through. A select few Sword Maidens obviously stood out from the rest. Aside from Venerable Dice, who wasn't allowed to compete, certain individuals such as Commander Sendra and Kedis exhibited much greater strength and confidence in the personal combat tournaments. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they rarely if ever let their opponents push them to the brink. Whenever a tricky swordsman managed to surprise or gain an advantage, the top Sword Maidens always managed to regain the rhythm in some way. While Angelique wasn't good enough to take part in the Great Omandery Festival, she possessed enough vision to tell that these suspicious women were holding back, and not by a little. Though she was curious to uncover their true strength, it was rude for her to probe. She knew she merely had to wait long enough before these handful of standout elites encountered their real opponents. As optimistic as she was about the chances of the best performing Sword Maidens, the seeded competitors from her state were all monsters in their own right. While the Great Omandery Festival was one of the few opportunities for foreigners to compete against Heavenswarders, it was extremely rare for the latter to reach the finals. Though there were times when the visitors from another state or star sector gave the seeded competitors a run for their money, these brilliant performances never lasted. A strong enough foreigner might be able to overcome one seeded contestant. If the chance of victory was only 5%, then there were times when the improbable still took place. The real challenge was doing it all over. The further a foreign contestant progressed in a tournament, the more times they had to win against swordsmen that possessed some of the finest swordsmanship in the star sector. Therefore, even if Angelique suspected that Commander Sendra may be able to squeeze out a win against the right opponent, there was no way that this would happen over and over. That said, if any of the Sword Maidens were able to make it this far, they already did better than almost every other foreign participant. Such a glorious accomplishment always came paired with a huge amount of publicity. "That's what we're aiming for," Kedis said as she munched on a meat drum. She didn't even bother to swallow her bite while she talked. "Don't get me wrong. I'd love it if I could reach the finals and fight against the best of what your state has to offer, but we came here to accomplish a single goal. Our Sword Maidens are heavily depleted, and we urgently need to replenish our ranks with skilled and dedicated swordswomen. Do you think you won't stand a chance against the top 100? I'm trying to do what is best for the Sword Maidens, not my own vanity. While our Sword Maidens would undoubtedly attract more hopefuls if any of us breaks into the top 100, we'll already meet our goal if we can enter the top 1,000. Winning the finals of any tournament was firmly out of right for both foreigners and unseeded contestants. Since the foremost Heavenswarders always occupied the top, many spectators became accustomed to using the top 100 and top 1,000 as measuring sticks for dark horses and rising stars. Anyone who made it this far was already good enough to earn respect from the Heavenswarders. Kedis happily gorged herself upon a savory pie as she tried to calculate how many matches she needed to win before she could get to this point. Ever since the Sword Maidens arrived at the Omandery System, the guide arranged by Ves took good care of them. Angelique Harcourt not only took care of their schedule, transportation and administration, but also hosted the women in her own villa while providing enough assistance to maintain their competitive edge. Every contestant had access to doctors, masseurs, consultants, practice partners, and other professionals. The sword maidens were so unused to working with these people that Angelique had to guide them in person. As it was, the sword maidens were so accustomed to dealing with their issues by themselves that at least half of the hired professionals remained idle. I still can't believe that an outfit like yours can stand out from the competition. Angelique shook her head at the total lack of table manners from the only mech designer among the sword maidens. You know what is even more ludicrous to me? The fact that you are one of the strongest sword maidens of your group despite being a mech designer. Kedis raised her eyebrow as she picked her teeth with her nail. What's so odd about that? Back where I grew up, if you couldn't fight, you would get beat up until you could finally get in your own punches. Isn't that the case here as well? No. Of course not. Look, I know my way with épée, but I lack the time to practice my skills further. The best I can do is to maintain them at a decent level so I know what to look out for when I design my fencer mechs. I don't come close enough to being able to overcome contestants in the main tournaments. If you aren't happy with your current level of skill, I can give you a few pointers if you like. It's not a matter of effort. Angelique slammed her palm against the table. While your mech design capabilities are not as good as mine, you are still at the front of the pack given your age. I've never met an apprentice like you who absorbed so much knowledge yet managed to free up enough time to polish your swordsmanship to duelist level. How do you do it? What is your secret? Kedis sighed. There is no easy way to answer this. I guess I'm just too good in both mech design and swordsmanship. There was no way she could tell the truth to Angelique. This line of questioning was already pushing the line as far as she was concerned. If not for the fact that she and her fellow sword maidens depended on the goodwill of their current host, she would have already given the journeyman a piece of her mind. Angelique belatedly realized the impropriety of her questioning. She leaned back in her chair and tried to regain her composure. She stared at the carefully manicured garden of the backyard of her villa before she opened her mouth again. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. You sword maidens clearly have a rich history. I can tell that much. I just feel a bit envious of you for being so good in multiple disciplines. You are the only swordsman mech designer I've met who succeeded in having it both ways. Kedis adopted a modest expression. I'm not that impressive. While I am proud of what I've managed to achieve, I am nothing compared to the likes of Venerable Dice when it comes to swordsmanship and my mentor when it comes to mech design. They have become so strong in their respective fields that my hopes of catching up to them are slim. Then why don't you follow their example? I'm not like them. I'm a sword maiden and a mech designer. Holding these two identities at once has already doomed me on this path. As difficult as it is to improve in multiple aspects, I've already received a lot of help. Besides, the design philosophy I'm developing is unmistakably tied to my personal swordsmanship. They complement each other so that strengthening one will also strengthen the other. This was not entirely unheard of. Lots of mech designers in the Heaven's Word Association pursued the same balance. Most of them were never able to put this mutual reinforcement theory to good use because they were just too mediocre in any single field. The mech market's priorities were clear. The customers would rather pilot from an excellent mech designer with no combat skill than someone who was good with the sword but not as good at mech design. Mechs had to meet many technical requirements. Second-class mechs were also distinctly more complex than their third-class counterparts, so it became even more important that the mech designers knew how to work with many different mech components. Gaining all of these proficiencies took time. Lots of time. Therefore, when mech designers specialized in swordsman mechs faced this dilemma, they decisively chose to abandon their fanciful dream of becoming a sword master in order to attain mastery in a much more intellectual pursuit. Angelique was no different. This was why she almost couldn't accept that a foreigner managed to achieve a successful balance. Her desire to replicate Ketty's success exceeded her desire to design a collaborative work with Ves. Ketty's could sense her counterpart's continued interest in her. She knew that she wouldn't be able to dampen Angelique's curiosity until she supplied a better answer. Look, all I can say is that our Larkinson clan is stronger and more impressive than you think. My mentor is one of the most amazing mech designers I've ever met. It's not a coincidence that his products are present in any third-rate state. The help he provided to me is unimaginable. In fact, it's so much that I am constantly worried about my ability to pay him back for what he's done. I see. Angelique furrowed her brows. Mr. Larkinson isn't a regular journeyman, that I know. Maybe I should take my upcoming collaboration with him seriously. I still don't know how to approach this opportunity. Do you have any tips? I've worked with him and under him a number of times, but I don't know how much leeway he'll give you. I think he's open to anything as long as your suggestions don't conflict with his design philosophy. Try and aim to design a more valuable mech that is more sustainable. He loves that. Just design something that lasts. Will he? Will he go all out to design our collaborative work? Or do I have to be prepared for him to hold back his best features? Ketty's crossed her arms. I can't tell you that. I think it depends on your relationship with him. I think he's pretty sincere, though. As long as you aren't rude, I think he will be more than willing to put in his full effort. Does that include adding one of his unique glows to our collaborative mechs? Angelique pressed. So far, Mr. Larkinson has already designed a number of impressive second-class mechs for specific clients and for internal use, but I can't help but notice that he has yet to bring a second-class product to market. If I insist on a commercial mech design, will he be fine with my choice? A deal is a deal. Ves can be rather difficult to pin down sometimes. However, as long as he makes a promise, he will uphold his end of the agreement. I think it will help if you make the project interesting to him, though. It will also help if the collaborative project is useful to the Larkinsons as well. Just come up with a mech concept that is compatible with our clan, and I bet that Ves will put in his full effort. After all, when it comes to mechs that his own clansmen will be relying on, he will never be stingy. Angelique frowned. That means I'll have to design a space-borne mech, right? That's not my home ground. I'm much more familiar with designing land-bound mechs. Then you better start preparing. Space-borne or not, you won't regret collaborating with my mentor. Chapter 2877, Diligent Mark Ziv. When the Sword Maidens woke up the next day, they prepared themselves for another round of competition. Today, the Greater Omandari Festival centered around mech battles. Since Ketty's and several other Sword Maidens who competed in the personal combat tournaments weren't mech pilots, this was a day of rest for them. All they could do to help out their organization was to cheer the Sword Maiden mech pilots who entered the field today. Before the Sword Maidens departed for the mech arenas, the most prominent among them gathered for a private meeting. They entered one of the rooms and activated some jammers and other countermeasures in order to prevent their host from listening in. It would have been better if Lucky was there to sweep the room, but their standard equipment was already enough to address most situations. While the Sword Maidens weren't planning to do anything drastic during their stay on this planet, they were still accustomed to maintaining their privacy. Some of their talks dealt with the strategies they chose to employ during their matches. It would not be good if these details were leaked to other competitors. How are you dealing with Miss Harcourt? Venerable Dice asked. She's still friendly enough. Ketty's dutifully responded. I can't say we're friends, but I don't think she's a threat. I've successfully led her to think about what kind of mech she can design in collaboration with Ves. As long as she is fixated on this idea, she won't have much reason to stab us in the back. Still. What is it, Ketty's? I don't think Angelique warrants this much caution. She clearly respects you and our battle prowess. The Heavenswarders are the most upright and honest people I've met. It's simply not in their nature to turn their back on a deal. Commander Sendra snorted. We've gone through so many ordeals with the Larkinson clan that we can't afford to lower our guard. Our patriarch is a trouble magnet. His current predicament makes us even more vulnerable. I just don't feel at ease here. The Heavenswarders may have dispatched a lot of security to this planet, but what happened back in the LRA already proves that only the mechs we control ourselves can be counted upon. The reminder that Ves and many Larkinsons were stuck in one of the most contested planets of the LRA did not sit well with the Sword Maidens. Though they still retained a strong attachment to their old identity, they also saw themselves as Larkinsons. They didn't care too much about the average clansman, but they still developed a number of strong personal bonds with individual Larkinsons. If nothing else, the fall of the Patriarch and the collapse of the clan would cause the Sword Maidens to lose all of their material support. The Sword Maidens had changed too much to be able to survive on their own. They needed a patron to take care of their ships, their finances, their logistical support, and so on. If they were asked to go back to relying on themselves, then they would likely find it difficult to maintain a second-class standard. Therefore, it was in their best interest if Ves and the rest of the Larkinsons made it out of the LRA alive and intact. You are worrying too much if you asked me, Kedis calmly said. Ves can take care of himself. Even if he falls short, he still has Lucky. There is no way that he will get cornered as long as he has his cat by his side. Venerable Dice remained firm. The fact of the matter is that we cannot provide any assistance to the Larkinsons stuck in Prosperous Hill over here. We are light years away from the planet where Ves is stranded. Rather than waste our time and worrying ourselves seriously, we should focus our efforts on making it as far into the tournaments as possible. We must not let adverse news affect our chances of fulfilling our main goal. Whether the Larkinson clan is able to survive at the end, we will still be in a better situation than before if we have a couple of thousand extra Sword Maiden trainees in our ranks. This was the correct choice to make in their situation. Sure, there had been talks of pulling out of the tournament and heading back to the LRA, but what could they do? The allied fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance were still prohibited from venturing into the inner system. Until the Lifers lifted this blockade, the Sword Maidens would just get stuck outside like the rest. If the blockade ever crumbled, then the expeditionary fleet already possessed sufficient strength to evacuate Ves and the other stranded people from the surface. General Vorl had already transmitted enough messages to make it clear that the situation had yet to deteriorate to the point where the Sword Maidens could make a difference. After the gathered Sword Maidens finished commiserating over their inability to affect the situation in Prosperous Hill, they turned back to their more immediate concerns. Commander Sendra activated a projection that displayed a fairly basic-looking swordsman mech. Our competing mech pilots will pilot the same land-bound swordsman mech model they piloted in the virtual preliminaries. The competing mech pilots had to compete on skill, not mechs. This was why the duelist and group swordsman mech tournaments all adopted the same mech model. Almost no competitor had anything good to say about the diligent Mark Ziv. The budget swordsman mech model was very basic and barebones compared to the premium mechs that the Sword Maidens had become accustomed to. The diligent mechs were designed to accommodate many different sword styles, so its specs were very balanced. The only noteworthy aspect about the diligent was its flexibility and range of motion. The amount of movements it could make were so large that it could even fight with its back facing the enemy. I'm sure you have all formed your own feel for this mech during the virtual preliminaries. Kedis spoke. Since the diligent line of mechs has always been used for competitions in the Heaven's Word Association, I've found a lot of articles, comments, analyses and opinions about the model, including its latest iteration. Two different aspects stand out when I compare the diligence to other swordsman mechs. Tell us, Kedis. She pointed at the cockpit area of the projected mech. Look at how thick these layers are. Look at how much chest armor is surrounding the cockpit. The Diligent scores high on mech pilot protection due to these features and more. These safeguards are meant to minimize the chance of fatalities, but they also cause the Diligent design to be a lot better at resisting attacks to the upper torso. So that is why my attempts to drive the tip of my blade through the chest of my opponents failed so many times. I thought I wasn't exerting enough control over my mech. Kedis smiled. While the chest armor of the Diligent is not unreasonably strong, it is still at least 20 to 40% harder to breach it, which is enough to prevent many attacks directed at the cockpit. Even if a powerful blow gets through, the thick layers of armor can bleed enough force to spare the cockpit. In short, attacks to the chest of the Diligent model was like fighting an uphill battle. While targeting its chest could still lead to victory, it was inefficient. Then how should we handle this mech? Kedis shifted her finger to the lower portion of the mech. The lower torso is not as protected. In order to retain the mobility of the mech, all of that extra armor that the designers added has to be subtracted from somewhere else. This means that the lower body is significantly more vulnerable. I think the Heavenswarders are fine with this because attacks below the chest usually don't threaten the cockpit. Everyone nodded. Some of them had already figured this out by looking at the armor scheme. While it was still possible to damage a cockpit by launching an attack from below, the angles required to do so were very awkward. There is another aspect you need to be careful about. Kedis switched the projection so that it depicted a diagram that showed the localized mass of the Diligent model. Certain sections were heavier than others. Due to the uneven armor distribution, the Diligent is a top-heavy mech. Its center of mass is considerably higher than that of other mechs. This means that you need to pay more attention to your movements and make sure not to tip your mechs over. It's clear that the designers of this mech deliberately retained this vulnerability. Venerable Dice supplied her own analysis. Many mechs these days possess a fairly low center of gravity in order to maximize their stability and minimize the chance of accidents. That has made it easy for mech pilots to keep their mechs upright even if they perform extreme maneuvers. What the Diligent does is expose the mech pilots who barely pay attention to the balance and footing of their mechs. Commander Sendra nodded in agreement. It also cuts down on the number of idiots who developed extreme mech sword styles that are dependent on eccentric swordsman mech models. Anyone who tries something flamboyant will either trip their mechs or leave them open to doing so. If you see any mech that has overreached and is struggling to maintain its balance, just give them a solid physical whack and they'll fall. Once any mech fell, the battle was pretty much over. A mech that still remained on its feet had 100 different ways to finish off a machine that was lying on the ground. Kedis began to point out some other notable points before wrapping up her small presentation. All in all, the Diligent model succeeds in ensuring that every participating mech pilot must rely on their piloting skills to win. The mech is deceptively simple, but the difficulty of maximizing its potential is quite large. The only other remark I can make is that our sword style is not a great fit for this model. This was inevitable. Mech pilots who trained in sword styles that emphasized balance would always enjoy an advantage. It would have been better if the Heavenswarders offered many different variants of the same base model. The Sword Maidens would be able to pilot mechs that were optimized to wield large weapons. Unfortunately, the tournament format didn't allow for that for the Great Omandri Festival. Everyone had to make use of the exact same mech model, thereby making it easy for laypeople to make comparisons. How are our recruitment efforts so far? Venerable Dice switched to a different topic. We haven't attracted too many skilled swordswomen yet, Commander Sendra replied. Due to your presence, we managed to attract the interest of a decent amount of mech pilots, but that is far from enough. We need to show off our battle prowess on the bigger stages in order to achieve the effect we want. The Sword Maidens could definitely attract a lot of skilled and suitable personnel if Venerable Dice fought a duel. However, this would never happen. Expert pilots were soldiers, not gladiators. As heroes, it was beneath them to fight for sport. There were also practical reasons why expert pilots stayed away from competitions. Piloting expert mechs was too expensive. Any damage they incurred could easily cost a fortune to repair. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best to keep the precious expert mechs in the hangar. While it was cheaper for expert pilots to make use of regular mechs instead, their fighting capabilities were too constrained in them. There was hardly any point in putting the two together. An even more important reason why expert pilots were left out of the dueling ring was that there was always a chance of fatalities. Expert pilots fought harder than anyone else. No matter how much restraint they exercised, there was always a risk of death, and this was completely unacceptable. Due to these reasons and more, Venerable Dice had been unable to do very much. Aside from acting as a mascot for the Sword Maidens, she also socialized with other powerful expert pilots, but that was all. Without a chance to prove her worth in battle, she failed to accrue any fame. My sword grows blunt with disuse. Chapter 2878 Tiny Swords. 5 black-coated diligent Mark Zivs thundered forward and clashed against 5 identical mechs, only this time coated in dark yellow. The arena grounds shook as the combined tonnage of 10 second-class swordsman mechs maneuvered around each other in order to find the right angle to strike. Every mech pilot that had managed to make it through the grueling virtual preliminaries possessed skill that was already above average. Those who seriously aimed to compete in the main phases of the tournaments made thorough preparations in order to compete. Not only did they invest a lot of practice time in piloting mechs that were similar to the diligent Mark Ziv, they also specifically formulated a set of tactics that made the most out of what everyone considered to be a fairly limited mech model. The key to making it to the finals mech combat tournaments was to draw out the full potential of the diligent mechs. Every contender aspiring to reach the top 1,000 or top 100 possessed an undeniable advantage against mech pilots like the Sword Maidens. TCH. Commander Sendra gritted her teeth as a dual-wielding mech utilized its maneuverability to the utmost. Her black-coated diligent mech was unable to block every poisonous strike that approached from different angles. The armor of her mech sparked as some of the bee sting-like stabs managed to get past her guard. Although Sendra attempted to punish her opponent's daring moves by making wide, powerful sweeps with the greatsword of her mech, the damn diligent mech took too long to perform the move, giving the opposing mech enough time to dash backwards and avoid the blow. Although every Sword Maiden mech pilot had already practiced with the diligent models beforehand, it was still difficult to shake off their old habits. Not even the Bright Warrior is this sluggish. The Sword Maidens had gotten spoiled with living mechs. While Ves had yet to design a dedicated swordsman mech, flexible models such as the Bright Warrior Mark I and II were still better than anything they piloted before. As premium mech models of their respective mech classes, the old and new Bright Warriors performed far above regular mechs. Ves was quite generous to his own mech pilots in that regard. Therefore, even if the latest Bright Warrior only incorporated minor accommodations to the Sword Maiden fight style, its responsiveness, force exertion, and maneuverability were significantly ahead of the diligent she was piloting at the moment. Not only that, but the mechs supplied by the Heavenswarders were absolutely dull and devoid of any life. While the benefits of piloting a living mech were rather subtle and difficult to explain, the Sword Maidens keenly missed the intimacy they had with their previous machines. The Bright Warriors fought with their mech pilots. The diligent fought against their users. At least, this was how Commander Sendra experienced it. She constantly struggled to make her mech move the way she wanted. Time and time again, the diligence proved to be too weak, too slow, and too reluctant to express her fighting style. The rest of the Sword Maidens were in a similar predicament. Clang! 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 Their opponents keenly noticed this. It was highly unusual for competitors to opt for great swords to begin with. Though the sword maidens did their best to compensate for the limitations of their diligence, they could not disguise every single sign of discomfort. "Up the pressure!" the enemy leader shouted. "Don't let these women breathe! Try and gang up on them if possible. With their unwieldy blades, they can't possibly defend their rears." The dark yellow mechs changed their approach. Now that they had gained their opponent's measure, there was no point in turning this group match into 5 separate one-on-one duels. The whole point of allowing multiple mechs to compete against each other was to give full play to their teamwork. Even as the mechs that wielded single or dual light blades began to converge and circle around, the sword maiden mech chose to converge in the center of the arena ground. They formed a loose circle with every machine facing outwards. The dark yellow mechs grew a bit more reluctant to go in after witnessing this change. No matter what angle they approached from, at least 3 sword maiden mechs would always be able to strike at the front. While the opponents did not fear the sword maidens, that was only because it was fairly easy to evade or deflect the attacks by jumping back. This was a lot harder to do if the competitors were forced to approach the menacing sword maiden mechs. The extended reach of the latter's great swords meant that the dark yellow mechs would all have to block the incoming attacks first before launching their own attacks. Even so, the commander of the opposing mechs did not lose confidence. "The shortcomings of their formation are obvious. Their mechs are too packed for them to swing their great swords at abandon. As long as we get past their reach and press our mechs up close, we can focus our attacks on just 2 of their mechs while using them as our shields at the same time. The remaining great sword-wielding mechs won't dare to make any drastic moves." Shorter weapons may lack reach, but they fared much better at very close ranges. They were quite favored in team matches because it allowed friendly mechs to fight close together without worrying too much about hindering each other's attacks or even hitting their own side. After a brief pause, the dark yellow diligence simultaneously surged forward. They did not sprint forward at their greatest possible speed. The competitors aimed to overwhelm the sword maiden mechs with a multitude of rapid strikes rather than gamble on performing a risky charge that could easily backfire. By holding back their speed, the dark yellow mechs still retained plenty of maneuverability. They needed it as each of them had to form a response against the great swords that were bound to strike them first. The sword maidens knew exactly what their opponents were doing. They knew how bad it would be if the enemy mechs all pressed close against their own. Yet despite this, they still kept their machines close together in order to prevent any of their units from getting isolated. The sword maidens did not communicate with each other. The veteran mech pilots were all close sisters who fought alongside each other for many years. Their abundant experience along with the huge amount they lived with each other had caused them to form a high degree of tacit cooperation. Off to the side, Keddies and the rest of the sword maidens each held their breaths. "These mech pilots are way better than I thought. Will the opponents that come afterwards be even stronger?" "I don't think so. We just got unlucky and squared off against one of the stronger teams right away. We can't afford to fold too easily. If our best team can't get past this phase, then we won't impress anyone. The mechs are at fault. I don't know what the Heavens Word Association is thinking by forcing everyone to pilot just one standard configuration of a mech. They should have given the competitors the option to pilot more suitable variants." Not even Keddies knew whether the sword maiden mech pilots would be able to overcome their current opponents. Every tournament of the Great Omandari Festival adopted a single elimination format. Due to the sheer number of competitors as well as the great cost of allowing them to duel against each other with real mechs, no one received a second chance. As long as anyone, even a promising seed, suffered a defeat, they were out of that specific tournament. Not even seeded competitors who were expected to reach the top 100 were guaranteed to go far. If some unknown dark horse bumped into one of them and achieved an upset, then the journey of the loser ended regardless of that person's identity. This was what made tournaments fun. Every match counted and unexpected surprises happened every year. Even if the top seeds from the Heaven's Word Association inevitably reached the finals, the events preceding these predictable matchups already generated enough excitement to keep people talking for weeks. They're getting close! The entire audience clung to the edge of their seats as they witnessed the two sides getting closer. Once the dark yellow mechs were about to get into range, they each clung their shorter blades closer in anticipation of blocking the heavy strikes that were bound to come. Each of the mechs wielding lighter weapons had to focus their full efforts on blocking this time, as they didn't have as much room to dodge this time. Here it comes! Resist with all your might! Yet, even as the jogging mechs entered the range of the Sword Maiden mechs, the latter declined to swing their great swords. What? Why aren't they attacking? Don't they realize they're giving away their greatest advantage? Careful! They're up to something! The Sword Maidens declined to perform the most optimal course of action. If the mechs at the front all swung their great swords against the approaching opposition, then they had a decent chance of inflicting crippling damage. Due to the need to approach from the front, the dark yellow mechs were unable to dodge this time. Not only that, but the mechs were actively pushing themselves into the blades of the Sword Maiden mechs. The damage the dark yellow mechs would incur if their guards were broken was much greater than if they just stood still. Yet by refusing to do so, the Sword Maiden mechs instead kept their massive weapons close to their frames. The three Sword Maidens mechs facing the charging opponents all braced themselves against the ground while holding their swords in a blocking grip as well. With one arm grasping the hilt, while the other pressing up against the flat of the blade, the three Sword Maiden mechs formed a solid wall which the unprepared dark yellow mechs crashed against. Crunch! Due to the latter's restrained speed, the collisions that ensued weren't powerful enough to knock down any machine. Instead, an awkward moment ensued as the collided mechs were both pressed up against each other while suffering from the aftereffects of the debilitating impacts. The Sword Maidens acted faster than their opponents. While the mech pilots of the dark yellow mechs were just starting to respond by trying to stab their shorter swords, two great swords lunged forward and threaded the gaps between the friendly mechs at the front. Two dark yellow mechs incurred severe damage. Even though some of the other opposing mechs managed to take advantage of the close range to unleash some stabs, the damage they inflicted was limited due to lack of space. There wasn't any opportunity for the diligents to wind up their attacks. While the dark yellow mechs were all preoccupied with launching stabs, their targets did something that was beyond their expectation. The three Sword Maiden mechs directly facing the opposition all let go of their great swords. Even as the heavy weapons clattered onto the ground, the weaponless machines began to wrestle against their opposition. Although the opposing mech pilots had taken this possibility into account, the Sword Maiden mechs were so close that it was easy for them to grapple their opponents. Surprisingly enough, the Sword Maiden mechs only focused on hugging the opposing mech while neutralizing the weapon arm. While they held their opponents in place, the two Sword Maiden mechs that were still standing behind them took the opportunity to launch precise stabs that tore right into the frames of the immobilized mechs. Yes! Even if the devastating attacks failed to knock out the affected mechs right away, they suffered so much internal damage that they hardly posed a threat anymore. The hugging Sword Maiden mechs quickly pushed away their crippled dancing partners. Throughout all of this time, the two dark yellow mechs that hadn't been caught in a hug had launched numerous attacks from the flanks. Even though two Sword Maiden mechs exhibited serious damage, the flankers failed to finish off their opponents. Commander Sendra's mech picked up the great sword it dropped. She grinned as the numbers had turned in the favor of the Sword Maidens. Those tiny swords of yours are too feeble. Let me show you what a real sword can do. For Lydia! For Lydia! Chapter 2879, Commander Sendra's Style. After achieving their first victory in the main phase of the group swordsman mech competition, the Sword Maidens gained a crucial boost in confidence. During subsequent group matches, their mech pilots placed less emphasis on relying on their skill and instead leveraged their teamwork. Since each of the veteran Sword Maiden mech pilots trained so often together and fought so many pitched battles together, their mutual understanding and trust had reached a degree that their opponents had yet to match. The fights rarely ended quickly. Their opponents always managed to inflict heavy damage onto the Sword Maiden mechs. In terms of pure skill, the Heavenswarders exhibited considerably greater refinement. It didn't help that the Sword Maidens stubbornly stuck to wielding great swords despite their lack of fit with the diligent model. Yet despite these adverse factors, the ferocity and incredible cooperation of the Sword Maiden mech pilots eventually allowed them to find their groove. We did it! We managed to get past the first few days. While one of the Sword Maiden groups got crushed after getting matched against a team of seeded competitors, the other ones managed to make it through. The top team led by Commander Sendra performed the most brilliantly. While every Sword Maiden was a skilled swordsman mech pilot in her own right, Sendra had already moved beyond their level after receiving much more instruction from Venerable Dice. When I took over from Commander Lydia, I managed to earn everyone's respect due to my strength as an expert candidate back then, the expert pilot explained to Kedis during a match. Commander Sendra doesn't enjoy this privilege. The distance between her and the rest of our veterans is much closer, so her position is still unstable. Even with my support, I can't keep propping her up. This is why I gave her special treatment. It helps that she is already good enough, though I am not entirely in favor of her combat approach. She's a lot more tricky than you, Kedis agreed. Compared to her performance in her initial matches, Commander Sendra isn't going for the attack anymore. Instead, she's waiting for the enemy to come to her. Once her opponent shows any opening, she pounces like a venomous snake. The three commanders of the Sword Maidens could each be summed up with a single word. Commander Lydia was the mother. She founded the outfit that once carried her name. With her suspected hexer background, she erected an entire organization from scratch. Not only did Lydia give the women of the frontier a chance to rise above their lowly station, she also put them through grueling training programs that produced genuine elites. This was an amazing accomplishment. These days, each and every Sword Maiden revered the late Commander Lydia as their mother and greatest benefactor. Though she had already been dead for a couple of years, her influence upon the organization she founded remained ironclad. When Dice took over, she had to keep a damaged and deflated organization together. While her leadership was not comparable to that of her predecessor, her personal strength along with the high cohesion of her fellow sisters allowed her to succeed. As the hunter, she was keenly aware of her strengths and weaknesses as well as that of the rest of the Sword Maidens. The changing environment left no space for the Sword Maidens to exist independently. While Dice was good at fighting, mindless combat was no longer sufficient to allow the Sword Maidens to survive. One of the best decisions she ever made was to bring the Sword Maidens into the Larkinson clan via Calabast. Although the women lost a lot of autonomy, they still retained almost everything they cared about while being able to pass off the rest to their new parent organization. While the Sword Maidens had lost several more sisters in the service of the Larkinson clan, they had fully proven their battle prowess with Dice as their standout warrior. Now that Sendra took over as the third-generation leader of the Sword Maidens, many sisters had yet to figure out their future direction. Commander Sendra took over not too long ago, and had yet to make too many major decisions. There weren't many opportunities yet to make her mark on the organization she grew up in and loved with all her heart. However, her behavior and actions prior to her promotion already gave the Sword Maidens a few clues on where she would take them. Her performance in the mech arena was another indicator. "Come on, you old man!" The black-coated diligent extended its great sword at the opposing mech. "Are you going to attack yet, or will you just stay put until the match ends? If you want to fight so badly, then come after me!" The male mech pilot shouted back. Why should I? According to the dueling rules, the lightest mech has to take the initiative to fight. Look at how much this great sword weighs down my mech. I'll never be able to catch up to your mech, and you know it. You've got 10 minutes left to make a move. She was right. Even though both of them piloted the same diligent mechs, their weapon loadouts were different. The slender dueling sword wielded by the opposing mech weighed substantially less than a great sword. This meant that every Sword Maiden mech that appeared on the arena were always treated as the equivalent of a heavy mech. They were slower but incredibly deadly if they succeeded in leveraging their prodigious offensive power. After a bit of dancing around, the challenger gave up on provoking Commander Sendra to launch an attack. In fact, most Sword Maidens eschewed the advantage they gained due to their heavier weapon loadout, and just charged at their opponents straight away. This had always been the Sword Maiden creed. Attack was better than defense. There was no point in delaying an inevitable confrontation. Surrendering the initiative to the opponent was always a sign of weakness. While Sendra often acted proactively in the past, she had become more restrained as of late. Part of it was because she couldn't afford to make so many reckless decisions as a leader. Another part of it was because of an evolution in her mindset. "She's become more fond of laying traps," Kedis commented. Venerable Dice did not look very pleased. "Sendra has always been more independent than our other sisters. Her willingness to think outside the box is what makes her suitable to command. Our other sisters are too rigid. Rather than think for themselves, they will just base their choices on past patterns regardless of whether they suit current conditions. That won't avail us in the long term. We need someone who can adapt with the times." "Well, she's doing more than that at the moment." Commander Sendra kept her mech as still as possible as the opposing machine drew closer. A typical Sword Maiden mech pilot would have moved forward long ago, but the black-coated mech stood as solid as a night mech. The enemy mech pilot felt ill at ease with the situation. Commander Sendra and her mech did not do anything, but exerted considerable psychological pressure. The Sword Maiden commander and her mech seemed to be ready to launch a dozen different responses. Any opponent that got close would have to make some difficult choices on how to attack. If the male mech pilot chose wrong, then he would definitely leave his mech open for a counterattack. This was why he chose to take this mech as seriously as possible and take his time to close the distance. 2 whole minutes passed until he came close to the opposing mech's attack range. "The clock is ticking, old man," Sendra taunted. "Why are you even taking part in this tournament when you're so senile? Did you lose direction when you attempted to reach a retirement home or something?" "I am not old. I'm 40 years old. I'm in the prime of my career." The man finally lost patience with the woman's incessant talking. Trap or not, he knew he wouldn't get anywhere if he kept trying to wait for opportunities. This was the time for taking action. Still, he did not lose his mind. He was too experienced for that. He commanded his diligent mech to stride forward at a steady pace. However, just as his mech was about to enter the range of the black-coated diligent, the latter performed a powerful horizontal sweep. Whoosh! The great sword cut the air with such force that the opposing mech did not dare to block or get struck by the heavy attack. The timing of the sweep was exquisite. Even accounting for the diligent's slow reaction time and other delays, Commander Sendra's mech quickly managed to regain its stance just before the opposing mech was ready to pounce forward. TCH. The man knew he missed an opportunity to punish the woman's risky move. As his mech strode forward a second time, Sendra's mech performed an identical move. However, this time the male mech pilot was ready. His mech quickly stepped backwards just before he planned to push his mech forward straight away. This time, the attacking mech had already raised its sword to impale its target. Yet what happened next was completely outside the male competitor's expectation. Sendra's mech had let go its great sword. What? Kedis leaned forward as her jaw practically dropped to the floor. She can't do that! Venerable Dice palmed her face. She's showboating. Weapons were sacred to swordsmen mech pilots. Dropping or tossing their weapons was not only disrespectful towards the weapons they dedicated their lives to wielding, but also left the disarmed mechs with much less options. During the first proper group match, Commander Sendra already encouraged her fellow sword maidens to drop their weapons and rely on grappling to turn a situation around. This time, she pulled off a similar stunt. As the hefty greatsword spun and cut into the unprepared diligent mech, it left a large gash. While the tossed blade failed to penetrate the armor layer, the force it exerted was considerable enough to halt the opposing mech, at least for a small moment. This was enough for Commander Sendra's mech to recover and dart forward. Even though the opposing mech recovered quickly enough to perform a warding blow, the weaponless mech easily performed a sidestep. Without the greatsword weighing it down, Sendra's mech possessed superior maneuverability at the moment. Ha! Just as the opposing mech was about to perform a follow-up move, the sword maiden mech lunged forward and managed to grasp the enemy machine's sword arm just as it was about to swing its weapon again. Even though Sendra's mech got hit by the blade, the lack of force behind it meant that it only damaged the armor. This was enough for Commander Sendra. After a brief bout of jostling that caused both mechs to press against each other, Commander Sendra succeeded in wrenching away the slender sword wielded by the opposing mech. Her mech shoved the opposing mech away while gripping its newly obtained weapon. She stole the old man's weapon! What a daring move! Who the hell is she? Sword maidens? I never heard of them. Give me all the intel. The entire crowd went wild at the successful attempt to rob an opposing mech of its weapon. While tossing a weapon was highly improper, losing it to the enemy was much worse. Right now, the male mech pilot couldn't afford to wallow in his shame. Even if he managed to turn the tables and win, the crowd would always remember this humiliation. I need a weapon. Where is the weapon she tossed? Clank. Before the opposing mech could even think of picking up Sendra's discarded greatsword, a foot already stepped onto it. The sword maiden mech was effectively in control of both of their weapons. Are you thinking about stealing my weapon? Come get it, old man! While Commander Sendra enjoyed an absolute advantage right now, she declined to go on the offensive. Instead, she humiliated her opponent even further by keeping her mech in place while taunting her opponent's lack of weapons. The worst part about all of this was that the rules were still in her favor. If the male mech pilot was not willing to launch an attack, then Commander Sendra would win the match by default. You horrendous witch! Chapter 2880, Rising Momentum. That Commander Sendra of yours acted a bit too excessively this time. Angelique Harcourt spoke as she met with Kedis back at her villa at the end of the day. The more traditional sword masters frown upon showboating. Her conduct towards her opponent this afternoon is disrespectful. With their skills, she could have defeated her foe in an upright manner. There was no need for your superior to demean someone weaker. The poor man's career is pretty much over given how widely his humiliating defeat has spread. Kedis sheepishly shrugged. For what it's worth, I agree with you, but Commander Sendra has a mind of her own. None of us except Venerable Dice can rein her in, and even then it won't do much. She chose to win the match in the most attention-grabbing way possible, and she definitely succeeded in that. The amount of attention we've received is at least 2 orders of magnitude greater than before. Commander Sendra's stunts were very controversial to the more conservative and traditional sword masters. There were plenty of snobby Heavenswarders who thought that Sendra acted dishonorably by failing to treat her opponent with respect. Good sportsmanship entailed fostering a circumstance where every participant benefited by taking part. A loss should only signify an end to someone's journey in the tournament. It should not be a punishment where the loser was humiliated in front of a crowd of billions if not trillions of spectators. A lot of matches took place each day. The Greater Omandari Festival was a truly massive event that offered something to every Heavenswarder. Initially, the number of people who paid attention to this specific match only numbered in the tens of thousands. Most of the broadcasts focused on the exploits of the seeded contestants, and particularly interesting dark horses. Yet the manner in which Sendra's mech defeated its opponent was so newsworthy that all of the domestic and foreign news portals that covered the event broadcasted the highlights of the match in front of a huge audience. The publicity generated by this match exceeded the efforts of every other sword maiden by at least 100 times. As it turned out, there were plenty of people who loved the theatrics. It took a lot of skill and cunning to steal an opposing swordsman mech's weapon. Sendra definitely proved that she was by no means weak. As long as at least some of these people looked Commander Sendra up, they would eventually know about the sword maidens. Once they found out that the sword maidens were accepting recruits, a small proportion of eligible swordswomen might be interested enough to apply. While the number of applicants was still low in absolute terms, the trend was much more optimistic than before. The sword maidens came a lot closer to accomplishing its goal of recruiting at least 1,000 battle-ready swordsman mech pilots than before. Kedis admired Sendra's decision. The sword maiden commander prioritized the greater needs of the sword maidens over her personal honor. Angelique was right that Sendra could have won the match in a more normal fashion. Yet matches like these where 2 honorable swordsmen mechs hacked their swords at each other until one side succumbed happened all the time. The highlights of Sendra's match would have never reached such a massive audience if it depicted a fight that was indistinguishable from the thousands that had already occurred that day. Angelique Harcourt crossed her arms as she leaned against a pillar. She observed Kedis with a critical eye as the latter tossed some stones into a fish pond. "I really don't know what to make of your group of women," the journeyman sighed. "On one hand, I sense a true warrior spirit in each of you. On the other hand, your conduct and your choices make it clear that you sword maidens are not as honorable as the rest of the Larkinson clan. We're different. Honor is great and all, but surviving and succeeding are more important. We have fought against plenty of honorable soldiers who ultimately died at our hands." "Does that mean you don't care about your honor at all?" Angelique looked puzzled. "We care about our reputation." "Is that not the same?" Kedis shook her head as she tossed in her next stone. Different from the last ones, her latest rock didn't skip across the surface. Instead, it cut straight into the water and almost cut one of the placidly swimming fishes. "Honor is a luxury that we don't deserve. Sure, it's useful and all, but to sword maidens like us, it isn't necessary. You have never been in our position, so you don't know what it is like to do what is necessary to stay alive." "I don't understand. What does this have to do with reputation?" "We are cruel to our enemies but kind to our friends." Kedis smiled. "There is no need to show any mercy to our opponents. That just makes things worse for us. Maybe it sounds selfish to you, but we really can't be bothered with all of the pretentious behavior that is associated with honorable conduct. When we want to achieve something, we'll accomplish it in the most effective way possible." And that has led Commander Sendra to turn herself into one of the more notorious competitors. We don't care for our reputation in the Heaven's Word Association. We'll be leaving once this tournament is over, hopefully with lots of like-minded recruits in tow. We aren't looking to recruit any goody two-shoes anyway. We like practical women who aren't afraid of getting their hands dirty when the situation calls for it. There's enough room for those types of soldiers in the rest of the Larkinson clan. The more time she spent with the Sword Maidens, the more Angelique learned about this peculiar group of women. As a mech designer who grew up in the Heaven's Word Association for her entire life, Angelique became immersed in a very upright culture that prized honor and mutual respect. Some aspects about their culture ran counter to the prevailing notions in the rest of Majestic Teal, but the Heavenswarders didn't care about that. The founders of their state were old-school warriors who wanted to start a purer warrior society than the glory-obsessed Garland Empire. As much as she was interested in exploring an alternate mindset, Angelique was too attached to her state to adopt the Sword Maiden way. Intriguing though they might be, the Sword Maidens were only guests. Just as Kedis had said, she and her fellow sisters would leave once their participation in the tournaments ended. The next day, the personal combat tournaments began their next round of matches. This time, the top team of Sword Maidens were preparing to fight a group match against a formidable opponent. The stakes were higher now that Commander Sendra attracted so much attention to herself and the Sword Maidens. It became more important than ever to plan their approach and agree on their conduct. Each of you have studied the documents on our next opponents, I hope. Commander Sendra spoke as she stood in front of Kedis and 3 other veteran Sword Maidens. The so-called fortune belters consist of locals who are not pushovers by any means. While they are not a match against the teams of seeded competitors, they are still good in their own right. I've studied all of their prior matches, another Sword Maiden said. They're stronger than the riffraff we faced before. They are all skilled in individual combat, but their teamwork isn't as good as ours. Sendra shook her head. That's what they want you to think. Are they trying to say they are faking it? That's difficult to believe. The Fortune Belters have already fought a hard match. The Fortune Belters are too fishy for me to believe that they have shown their full strength already. I highly suspect that they are holding back. To what extent, I don't know, but I can just feel that they have let go of a lot of opportunities in order to draw less attention at the beginning. A few Sword Maidens frowned. Now that Commander Sendra pointed this out, the others were also able to recall a few dubious elements. What do we do with this information? If it is in any way true, then we need to remain alert. That's true, but we should never let our opponents disrupt our rhythm, Kedis. We fight as usual. There is no need to restrain ourselves. If our opponents are really hiding a lot of strength, then we might want to pull out our unending great swords. Kedis' suggestion. I tried to bring this up with Venerable Dice, but she refused yet again. Commander Sendra sighed. Showing off the effectiveness of our unending great swords is a great way to draw more attention, but Venerable Dice feels we are more likely to attract trouble in this way. With the rest of the Larkinson clan in trouble, we should do our best to keep our heads down. It was for this reason that the Sword Maiden team entered the arena with conventional equipment. Aside from wearing their slim, padded protective suit, they also wielded regular briar alloy greatswords. The Fortune Belters appeared as well. 5 brown-suited men held their long swords with either one hand or 2 hands. Different from the mech combat tournaments, the bodies of every swordsman and swordswoman differed. It was not desirable for each of them to switch to different bodies that were completely standardized and identical to each other. While it was technically possible to do so, either in a virtual or real setting, the shortcomings were too much. While the Heavenswarders celebrate pure skill, the personal combat tournaments also centered around good training and good equipment. Commander Sendra, Keddies and the other 3 sisters at their side had ingested a copious amount of candy the previous month. Their physical attributes were leagues better than the average. While there were a number of top seeds who possessed superhuman strength or other attributes, the augmentation they went through came paired with lots of side effects. The same was not the case for the candy-addicted Sword Maidens. While many of them had already altered their genes in the past, the boosts provided by the candies were exceptionally gentle and harmless. This allowed the Sword Maidens to exert good control over their bodies. While they hadn't fought enough matches yet to regain the control they had before, the sheer benefits they obtained from the candies were more than enough to compensate for any lingering adaptation issues. "Sword Maidens!" the lead fortune belter shouted from the opposite side of the arena. "What is it, fortune belter?" Sendra asked in response. "Yesterday, you disgraced one of the swordsman mech pilots of our state. While I cannot pilot any mechs, I will do my best to restore the honor of our state by pressing you to your knees. We shall not rest until each and every one of you shows remorse for your actions." Oh boy. He did not just say that. Keddies could already smell trouble. "Sisters," Commander Sendra whispered as she began to tighten the grip on her great sword. "Let's ditch the wait-and-see approach. These Heavenswarders think they are strong enough to force us to kneel. Let us cap their knees and teach them that they don't stand a chance against our full might." "Are you sure?" "Don't worry. Just fight to your heart's content." When the match began, the 5 Sword Maidens charged straight towards the fortune belters. While the latter did the same, once the 2 sides met, the crowd witnessed a completely unexpected sight. As the swords of the 2 sides clashed, the men were forced to take numerous steps back. They failed to resist the force acting on their bodies. "Wait a minute! These women!" "It's too late!" Commander Sendra yelled as her great sword hacked against the smaller weapon of her direct opponent. "You want us to kneel, right? Let me show you how I feel about that." The entire area around her hissed as she utilized her entire augmented strength to bash her great sword against the leader of the fortune belters. Even though the latter managed to block every strike, the force of the collisions were so heavy that the man's footing became less and less stable. After Sendra performed an exceptionally powerful chop, the swordsman finally couldn't take it any longer. He collapsed to his knees. Chapter 2881, Singular Representative. Over several weeks, the Sword Maidens gradually began to stand out from the immense crowd of foreign competitors. Plenty of strong and powerful swordsmen and mech pilots from different states managed to attract an abundance of attention during the boisterous festival. The allure and benefits of performing well in the Great Omandari Festival were so great that a lot of foreign delegations trained just as hard as the seated participants from the Heaven's Word Association. Hundreds of notable competitors turned into stars overnight. Hundreds more faded into obscurity as soon as they faced defeat. As the Sword Maiden competitors progressed through the tournament, the weakest amongst them already began to drop off. In the face of a huge number of well-trained and well-prepared competitors, the shortcomings of the Sword Maidens became increasingly more obvious. Though the great sword-wielding women always attracted a lot of attention due to the characteristic weapons they wielded, there were still adversaries who exerted enough control when facing such intimidating weapons. The disparity became especially obvious during the mech combat matches. The Sword Maidens were still just getting started with the diligent Mark Ziv, while many other competitors had already mastered the ins and outs of this basic swordsman mech model. Aside from standout mech pilots such as Commander Sendra and the rest of her 5-woman team, every other Sword Maiden mech pilot ended their runs in the individual and group tournaments. "These damn mechs are restraining us too much. It's too hard to swing a large sword with these weak-armed diligents. We still have Sendra to carry us forth in the mech combat tournaments. Don't count on her to go much further. She barely overcame her last opponent in the individual mech combat tournament. Her last group match was even more tragic. Only her own diligent remained standing at the end of the match, and it had lost an arm and nearly its entire frontal armor in the process. While the tournaments were about to reach their middle stages, the Sword Maidens already lost hope of reaching it for the mech combat tournaments. If the Sword Maidens prepared for them a year in advance, then they might have been able to make it further. Even if they did not choose to wield shorter and more nimble swords, they could have still mastered the diligent Mark Zivs to a much greater degree. "We came too late," Venerable Dice said to the glum Sword Maidens after the end of another disappointing day. "A year ago, none of us thought we would be taking part in the greatest swordsmanship tournaments in Majestic Teal. We were still piloting third-class mechs back then while either hanging out in Synax 6 or struggling to defeat Nixian pirates. We have come far since then. This is our true victory. As for the Greater Omandery Festival, this is just a recruiting venue to us. Let the Heavenswarders obsess about reaching the finals. We have no need to earn supreme glory." The Sword Maidens slowly cheered up after hearing this. Over the past few weeks, everyone slowly became immersed in the competitive atmosphere of the Omandery system. The planet they were on, along with the rest of the state, had seemingly transformed into a huge celebration. No matter where people traveled, there was no way to escape all the news and gossip about the tournaments. Venerable Dice looked expectantly at Sendra, Kedis, and the rest of the elite personal combat team. "That said, we still need to work harder in order to attract promising recruits. So far, the quality of swordswomen who applied to join our sisterhood is still on the low end. If we want to attract a greater quantity of promising mech pilots and infantry soldiers, we need to stand out from the crowd of other notable foreign competitors. At this point, we can only place our hopes on reaching the middle stages of the personal combat tournaments." Kedis looked up at that. "Will you finally grant us permission to carry our unending great swords in the field?" Several other Sword Maidens showed eager looks. While they understood the need for discretion, they long yearned to prove to the Heavenswarders that they could compete on them on an equal basis. The women had much greater hopes for their performance in the personal combat tournaments. While the Sword Maidens primarily centered around piloting swordsman mechs, they never slacked off when it came to pushing every single sister into becoming a great swordswoman in their own right. The dropout rate of their grueling training program was horrendous for that reason, but this was the only way to ensure that every woman that remained was fully qualified to fight side by side with other sisters. This was also why it was so important to recruit a lot of swordswomen during the festival. If the Sword Maidens missed this opportunity, then there was no way to replenish their depleted numbers in a short amount of time. With the other mech forces of the Larkinson clan, such as the Flagrant Vandals and the Penitent Sisters, planning to bolster their ranks by adding at least 1,000 mech pilots each, the Sword Maidens feared they would become completely irrelevant if they continued to be restricted to fielding a single mech company. Venerable Dice exchanged glances with Commander Sendra. It was clear that they had already discussed their options beforehand. Sendra took a deep breath. "After weighing our options, I believe it is best to keep our unending armaments under wraps. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the Larkinson clan is not on solid footing at the moment. That might make it seem we are vulnerable. I don't want to tempt fate even if the Heavenswarders are doing a good job in maintaining order. We have already seen how that can go wrong in the Life Research Association. We have the backing of Ms. Harcourt," another Sword Maiden noted. "Won't she be able to cover for us even if we pull out weapons made with first-class materials? We are not the only competitors who have brought remarkable weapons to the arena grounds." She was right. One of the reasons the seeded competitors managed to overcome many opponents with ease was because they relied on the power of their weapons to achieve crushing victories. At their level of training and preparation, there was no need for the young Heavensward Sword Masters to wield ordinary weapons in order to attain more practice. They could easily obtain this training on their own terms. If they deliberately wielded ordinary weapons and happened to face off against a dark horse with unusual advantages, then these promising warriors might get knocked out of a tournament early, which would be a huge shame. Commander Sendra sighed. While there are certain groups of foreigner competitors who have shown swords that do not lose out to ours, their origins are much greater than ours. They come from powerful state-backed institutions or belong to a powerful noble house and such. Our Larkinson clan can't compare to those big players at the moment, so if we pull out several powerful great swords at once, we will only draw the wrong kind of attention. Miss Harcourt is a helpful host, but don't forget that she is just a journeyman. The degree of cover she can provide is only so much. Although her words sounded reasonable, the Sword Maidens were not resigned to this outcome. Why must they fight with one of their hands tied behind their backs while all of the others could bring all sorts of amazing weapons into the arena? She's not finished yet. Venerable Dice quieted the unruly Sword Maidens. Let her continue. Sendra smiled. Do you really think we would decide to keep our heads down completely? Then you are wrong. While I still think it is best to keep our best weapons under wraps, I think we can still afford to show off one unending great sword. As long as one of us is able to make it further in the personal combat tournament with the help of this fantastic weapon, we will definitely be able to attract a lot of attention without drawing too many repercussions. Keddies and the rest widened their eyes. This was quite a good solution to their problem. If they suddenly unveiled multiple unending great swords, then many people would think that the Sword Maidens must have more. However, if they only pushed out a single sister with an exceptional weapon, then the public would just think that the Sword Maidens had already done their best to obtain it. This was not that unusual actually, as multiple notable groups of competitors poured the bulk of their funding and resources onto their champions. Many groups believed it was much better to field one excellent champion rather than 5 warriors who were merely very good. The Sword Maidens quickly looked amongst themselves. Who would be their lucky champion? After a few moments, their gazes soon shifted back to Commander Sendra. Aside from Venerable Dice, no one was stronger than Commander Sendra. She was the natural choice to represent the Sword Maidens in this regard. The fact that she led their sisterhood made it even better. A strong leader always attracted a lot of interest in the organization they led. Commander Sendra smirked. I know what you are thinking. I don't think that any of you object if I become your champion, but I have a different idea. Keddies, what do you think about earning greater glory than the rest of us in the arena? What? Keddies looked astonished. You want to pick me? Are you sure? I can't beat you in a fair fight. I'm just a mech designer. It's exactly because you're a mech designer that I have decided you are our best choice. If you think about it, what kind of champion is more remarkable, a dedicated mech pilot and warrior like myself, or a rare swordswoman who also happens to be a very competent mech designer? That is... It was difficult to argue with Sendra's logic. Keddies had already attracted some fame due to her unusual combination of competences. Even though she didn't really feel she had become a true mech designer, that was only because she constantly compared herself to Ves. Having been stuck in her mentor's shadow for so long, she really didn't feel proud of all of the swordsman mechs she designed up until this point. Their quality was so much worse than the products of the LMC that she didn't even want any of her sword maidens to pilot her work. Don't look down on yourself, Venerable Dice softly said. You are still young, and becoming a journeyman is not too far away for you. That is already a remarkable accomplishment. From what I understand about mech designers, it takes a lot of work, effort, and talent to become an apprentice of your caliber. Many mech designers, including second-class ones, have to work full-time to reach your height, but you manage to do it while at the same time keeping up your swordsmanship. In any other state you might sound like a fool, but in the Heaven's Word Association, you are the envy of many local mech designers. That was true. Angelique Harcourt frequently expressed her admiration and incredulity at Keddies. Kedis looked a bit conflicted. I'm not sure, Commander. This is a major responsibility. While I am glad to receive this opportunity, I am afraid I won't be able to make it far enough than if you take my place. Sendra stepped forward and patted Kedis' shoulder in a reassuring gesture. It's okay. It doesn't matter what ranking you will reach. Just enjoy the experience and broaden your horizons. Dice and I have seen how much you revel in the personal combat duels. Each match not only makes you a better swordswoman, but also a more insightful mech designer, is that correct? That's right. Sometimes I gain new ideas. Other times I realize that some of my old ideas need adjusting. Then fight with your heart's content. We will all support you, Kedis. If you can make use of this opportunity to improve your ability as a mech designer, then we will all benefit a lot more when you finally design exquisite swordsman mechs for us. With all of the experience you have gained by competing against some of the rising young sword masters of this state, your work has the potential to transform how we fight in the future. This was an ambitious vision. Kedis did not dare to think that she would be able to improve so much during the festival, but her eyes already started to burn with desire. In order to avoid letting down the expectations of her fellow sword maidens, she was determined to make it into later stages of the personal combat tournament. As long as she was able to break into the top 1,000, she would definitely be the first apprentice mech designer to earn this honor. Chapter 2882, Scabbard City. While the sword maidens decided to allow Kedis to bring out the big guns, she did not choose to do so immediately. The impact of unveiling her primary weapon against a regular tournament participant would not be great. Showing it off in a match that she was confident in winning with a normal weapon would also clue in every subsequent opponent of her full strength. It was better to keep her personal great sword in reserve until she faced her first challenge. While there was a small risk that the opponents before then may have hidden their strength as well, Kedis had surprises in store. I know you want to come out and help me defeat my opponents, but it's too early for me to bring you out. Let's wait until we bump into the better Heavenswarders. You'll enjoy the fight a lot more. Swish. Swish. Although Sharpa had yet to express its power in any way, its presence alone was enough to give Kedis an edge in her matches. Sharpa was not just her intangible pet, but also her sword will, at least that was what she thought. No matter what kind of existence Sharpa turned out to be, the sentient sword will was an extension of herself. Ever since Ves had given it life, Sharpa constantly helped her with increasing her affinity with swords. It also played an invaluable role in developing her nascent design philosophy. Her intuitive understanding of sharpness had even grown as of late due to all of the stimulating duels she fought. Not only that, Kedis constantly gained new inspiration for potential mech designs whenever she encountered a different kind of swordsmanship. Throughout her stay in the Heavensward Association, she slowly felt that she had truly entered a haven for sword fanatics like her. Just the people of the state alone made her and her fellow sword maidens think that they belonged here. The Larkinson clan couldn't even begin to match the local highly developed swordsmanship culture. We should issue a request to the clan to allow us to settle in the HA. We belong here. There are so many interesting sparring partners here that I can learn something every day. The clan would never agree. The interests of the Larkinsons aren't based in these parts. The Red Ocean is their true stage, and ours as well. No matter how much the Heavensward Association accommodated sword lovers of all kinds, the sword maidens weren't used to living in such a utopian society. It was too perfect. The sword maidens grew up on the frontier and constantly had to survive in the midst of pirates. Even after joining the Larkinson clan, they never fully shed their feral nature. Only in adversity would they be able to obtain true strength. The motto and ideals of the Larkinson clan resonated with their mentality. This was one of the most important reasons why the sword maidens were content with their current arrangements. Even though the sword maidens all knew that they would be departing the Heaven's Word Association sooner or later, they still wanted to enjoy the new locale while they were here. It was very likely that they would never have the opportunity to visit such a unique state again. While Ketty spent most of her time participating in matches, exercising her body, or receiving valuable pointers from venerable dice, she could not keep her body active at all times. "You should go out and explore Omandery," Commander Sendra advised as Ketty's finished running some laps in the garden of Harcourt's villa. "Augmented or not, you are still human enough to need a break every now and then. Give your muscles some time to recover and do something fun." "I'm not here to go on a vacation." Ketty frowned as she hydrated herself with a special nutrient solution. "You put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I dare not slack off and disappoint your expectations. That's why you need to cleanse your mind. Once you face off against the stronger Heavenswarders, I don't want you to enter the arena while you are tired and fatigued. The opponents you will meet in the future are so good that you can't afford to make too many mistakes. This is because their scientific understanding of swordsmanship has reached such a high level that all of them are freaks in their own rights." Under Sendra's continued persuasion, Ketty eventually acquiesced and took the afternoon off in order to explore some of the local sites. Out of safety precautions, she decided to let a small squad of Infinity Guards escort her around. The mercenaries hadn't been doing much so far, but they could definitely make life easier in several ways. When Angelique Harcourt heard about the outing, she immediately invited herself. "You didn't have to come. I can manage on my own," Ketty said to the smartly dressed journeyman. Angelique wore a blue coat over a fashionable ensemble that made it clear that she was a woman of means. In comparison, Ketty opted to wear a simple brown outfit while wearing her favorite beret to cover her horns. The other woman approached and linked her arms with the reluctant sword maidens. "You don't know this planet as well as I do. I know a lot of good places that will interest you. The Greater Omandery Festival encompasses more than just the tournaments. While the exciting matches are certainly the centerpieces of this celebration period, there are many other interesting events that are not as intense. Come on. It will be fun." The two women, along with their escorts, boarded a vehicle and headed into the city. During the short ride, Ketty looked out of the window and beheld the large amount of low-rise white structures interspersed with lots of greenery. Scabbard City was the capital planet of Omandery III and one of the main venues of the festival. As the site where the tournaments were being held, millions of tourists and participants had arrived, causing the city to become more boisterous than any other moment. Despite the huge draw of visitors, Scabbard City still offered plenty of space for more despite the lack of high-rise structures. Only a handful of districts featured any structures that were taller than Mechs. "Omandery III is not an industrial planet," Harcourt explained. "It's meant to be a haven for sword masters and swordsman mech pilots. Scabbard City is especially geared towards accommodating their needs. Some of our finest mech academies and swordsmanship schools are headquartered here. If you need any consulting, you can approach one of the many companies that are specialized in helping you improve. Whether you want to solve a problem with your swordsmanship, need some advice on the direction of your design philosophy, and so on, there is definitely a service provider who can fulfill your needs." Ketty looked very intrigued at the options. "I didn't know you could do all of that. Are these services open to foreigners such as myself?" "Of course. I wouldn't have mentioned them otherwise. Unlike the LRA, we don't believe in keeping most of the good stuff to ourselves. We welcome visitors who are earnest in advancing the development of swordsmanship. We're not afraid of competition. In fact, it would be better if the rest of the Star Sector catches up in this area so that we will be able to experience more sword styles. That said, business is booming right now due to all of the tournament participants looking to obtain some extra help. You will need to wait at least a week before a slot opens up due to the previous clients dropping off. Next time, you should make a reservation in advance." The sword maiden mech designer lost interest once she heard that. There won't be a next time. Their vehicle soon arrived at its destination. Keddies, Angelique, and their bodyguards soon came out and ventured alongside the broad avenues that were lined with trees and different monuments. Due to the current celebration, the locals put up a lot of festive decorations. Lots of flags, banners, and projected visuals caused the city to turn into a huge draw for tourists. While most of the visitors came from other parts of the Heaven's Word Association, Keddies also spotted some hexers and Friday men. There were remarkably few lifers around, but these people rarely ventured outside of their state to begin with. Even if they decided to go on an exotic holiday, the civil war that had swept across the biotech-oriented state left very few lifers in the mood to enjoy their holidays. After 10 minutes of walking and taking in the scenery, Angelique led her guests to their first destination for this outing. "These swords!" Keddies gasped. "They're all old." "I knew you would love this place." Angelique grinned. "Welcome to the sword graveyard. Our state possesses many notable swords. Each of them has a story. While they are ordinarily stored in protective vaults, hardly anyone can appreciate the weapons there. This is why our state pulls out a selection of swords and plants them in parks like these. For the duration of the festival, any visitor can admire the swords up close. They might even be allowed to take them away if they satisfy special conditions. Don't bank on that, though. On average, only a dozen or so visitors are able to succeed." From the entrance of the park, Keddies estimated that she saw over 10,000 different swords. Many of them were man-sized, but there were still hundreds of large blades that absolutely towered over humans. Those swords were meant to be wielded by mechs. Every sword was planted tip first into the ground. Although it looked as if the Heavenswarders haphazardly planted them into the soil, Keddies could tell that each insertion was carefully prepared for. None of the swords incurred any damage and wouldn't tip over. Near-invisible energy screens prevented bystanders from casually pulling the man-sized swords out of the ground. If anyone wanted to take out the swords that were eligible to be taken away, they had to satisfy the unique conditions attached to them. Only a small proportion of swords offered these opportunities. Keddies approached the first weapon that was comparable to a great sword. It was a rather rustic-looking claymore that possessed a chipped edge and heavy signs of wear and tear. She tried to imagine what its owner was like and how the weapon was wielded in battle. While she could have easily learned all of this by reading the projected information sign, she preferred to rely on her own feelings and observations. "This is a nice sword," she eventually sighed. "Its quality isn't the best and the craftsmanship isn't very refined, but I can tell that the swordsmith put real love into his work. It's a pity that its owner and user didn't use this weapon very often. The blade hardly spilled any blood." Angelique smiled ruefully at the shabby claymore. "While we love swords, we don't have that many opportunities to wield them in battle. Our state is at peace, and what little friction takes place is not enough to give many people the opportunity to put their training to actual use. This is one of our state's persistent problems." The weapon was one of the least impressive displays in the sword graveyard. The only reason why it was here in the first place was because its owner was a notable personality back when he was alive. When Keddies concentrated her mind, she did not feel any resonance with the weapon. The claymore hadn't been designed with the best possible sharpness in mind. Instead, its creator placed a lot more emphasis on other qualities. She wandered else and passed by numerous smaller blades until another unusual sword caught her attention. "Is this an organic weapon?" "Yup," Angelique nodded. "It's probably from the LRA. We don't make these BIOS words ourselves." The BIOS word was an odd contraption to Keddies. Its hollow blade was made out of bone and was covered with strange gaps. The one-handed weapon also featured a squishy, fleshy hilt that made it seem as if it was made out of human flesh. Kedis momentarily experienced some unpleasant flashbacks about her fight against the Grey Watcher turned monster. Chapter 2883, Jelly. Although a part of her was very fascinated with the organic sword, she mainly felt repelled by it. Just imagining herself wielding it presented a discordant image to her. The weapon was simply too weird. What are the holes for? Kedis frowned in puzzlement. Are they meant to siphon the blood of whoever gets stabbed with this weapon? No. Apparently, the bio-sword is meant to discharge plasma from these cavities. The entire reason why the hilt is so fleshy and elaborate is because it houses the mechanism that generates and releases the plasma energy. A plasma weapon. Kedis gained a lot more respect for the weapon. I don't think this weapon saw much use. It's still in good condition and it's also fairly recent to boot. The ages of the weapons planted in the sword graveyard varied. Some of them were less than a decade old, but there were also numerous blades that had gained fame a century ago. While the older swords were not necessarily the better ones, Kedis felt more drawn to them for some reason. It might have been due to the influence of Ves. Under his tutelage and guidance, she gained a greater appreciation for durable products that grew stronger and more personal over time. It was a pity that none of the weapons she encountered were alive, especially in the same way as her personal great sword. After years of getting spoiled by living mechs and living products, Kedis found it difficult to muster too much enthusiasm for lifeless and unresponsive objects. Angelique clearly noticed her restrained mood as they inspected various exotic-looking weapons. What's the matter? Are the swords here not to your liking? There are more exciting and exclusive ones when we get closer to the center of the sword graveyard. It's not that. Many of these swords are all respectable in their own way. It's just that they don't quite have what I'm looking for. I sort of expected more given what I've heard from the Heaven's Word Association. The sword masters of the state were truly dedicated to the sword. Kedis thought that translated into taking great care of their weapons. She heard stories of legendary swordsmen trying to develop such a close relationship with their blades that they even carried them into their beds. According to V's teachings, any person was able to inspire some life and develop a bond with a closely cherished object. In practice, it was a lot harder than it sounded to achieve anything significant. This was why she tried to sense whether any of the swords felt comparable to the equipment and mechs made by Ves, but none of them stood out in this manner. After inspecting dozens of personal weapons, Kedis and Angelique finally approached the first sword built for a mech. The massive metal monstrosity cast a tall shadow over the people who came to admire it. The weapon was merely a short sword that was meant to be wielded by a knight mech, but its dimensions in comparison to a human were so imposing that no one thought it was too small. Though the mech sword did not possess any intrinsic life, Kedis nonetheless began to appreciate the weapon from the perspective of a swordsman mech designer. This is a traditionally forged sword, she said in a mildly impressed tone. Every step is made with as much manual effort as possible. I can see all of the personal touches that make this weapon unique. While it was impossible to forge a mech-sized weapon completely with handheld tools, there was a large difference in relying on an automated production line to fabricate a sword and employing a high degree of manual control over specialized forging machines. The latter was not only more cumbersome and time-consuming, but also exhibited a greater chance of failure. If the end product suffered any severe defects, all of the time and effort spent on making it was pretty much wasted. The time of highly skilled craftsmen was very precious. It took a lot of studying, training and practice to forge an entire mech-grade sword in a traditional manner. This meant that even an ordinary artisanal mech weapon was of great value. While Kedis knew the theory and steps behind forging a comparable weapon, she never truly succeeded on her own as of yet. She still didn't feel ready enough to embark on such a great project. Harcourt was different though. As a journeyman from a state that was obsessed with swords, she would never be able to earn respect in her state if she was unable to forge unique weapons for her mechs. There are quite a lot of swords like these in our state, she explained. While custom-forged weapons are not cost-efficient at all, our best sword wielders all prefer to fight with something tailored to their specific styles. Each mech designer or swordsmith that is capable of forging blades like these possess distinct advantages that make their swords stand out from others. What is your unique characteristic? Kedis asked. Angelique responded with a proud grin. My blades are lighter and swifter while not sacrificing any structural integrity. While the differences aren't too big as of yet, I am constantly improving my techniques. The blades I am capable of forging pair exceptionally well with my fencing mechs. How long does it take for you to forge one of your custom swords? It depends on a lot of factors. As long as you are in a good workshop, it typically takes a day to forge a sword that you can be proud of. It might take longer for larger and more complex weapons, but the chance of something going wrong goes up drastically if you need to spend multiple days making your weapon. The pair of women continued to talk about the ins and outs of forging mech-grade swords. Angelique might not excel in this aspect, but she still possessed enough ability to make Kedis look up to the older and more experienced mech designer. Soon enough, they drifted away from the huge short sword. Once they ventured closer to the center of the transformed park, they encountered more valuable and significant weapons. Security was higher around these parts as well. Armed guards constantly patrolled the grounds in order to ensure that no one tried to break the energy screens and take the swords away. While no one was stupid enough to do so, there were always greedy idiots who thought they could outsmart the sophisticated security measures employed by the Heavenswarders. Each time Kedis inspected a different bladed weapon, whether it was a long sword, a saber, or a dagger, she gained a new appreciation for those types of swords. We don't adopt a strict definition of a sword, Angelique said after Kedis asked why knives and daggers were included in the sword graveyard. We love all weapons that share the same characteristics. The approach and handling of these different types of weapons are all similar. This is the criteria we use to judge whether a weapon is a sword or not. It might not be the most precise definition, but it is one that works. Kedis found herself agreeing with her companion's opinion. The concept of a sword is broad enough to include many different forms. It doesn't make sense to toss them all aside. In fact, Kedis became attracted to a knife. She spotted a small crowd forming at a wooded location. The pair of mech designers moved closer and saw that there was some kind of contest in progress. A hopeful-looking teenager took hold of a composite practice sword and chopped it into a large block of jelly-like material. The composite sword possessed a broad edge, which made it very hard to make a small cut mark. The broadness of the blade caused the practice sword to dig a thick groove in the jelly. An old man in the uniform of a mech pilot shook his head. Fail. Your technique is too crude. You need to cleave through the testing substance, not shove through it. Look at how wide and rough these marks look. The so-called testing substance slowly restored itself to its old condition. Once it turned back into a straight and even block of jelly, someone else took over with the practice sword. The result was no better than the last one. Kedis shook her head at the sight. Awful. The blade might not be sharp, but they can still adjust their techniques so that the cut becomes cleaner. If you think you can do better, why not try? Angelique suggested. Alright, but you try as well. I'm curious how good you actually are with wielding a sword. You only told us that you aren't great at swordsmanship. I wasn't lying, Kedis. I'm afraid I'll make you laugh. The two women patiently stood in line. Despite their higher status compared to the other people that had gathered here, neither of them thought about cutting the line. The presence of the old and likely retired mech pilot who administered the test was enough to deter anyone from acting improperly. Even if his personal strength wasn't great, his bearing and attitude made him a little more special. Once the two women finally received their turn, Angelique decided to go first. Unlike the others, she opted to perform a sharp and vigorous stab. From the moment she stepped forward to the moment she retracted the tip of the practice sword, she had momentarily acquired a sharper and more intense demeanor. All of that quickly faded once she stepped back. The hole she managed to pierce through the testing substance was quite impressive. Keddies could see that Angelique possessed enough skill to perform a clean and efficient stab. Fail. You are supposed to chop the testing substance, not poke holes in them. Get out of the way and let the next young lady make her attempt. Despite the old man's rudent remark, Angelique merely shrugged and handed over the weapon. Keddies frowned when she grasped the practice weapon. It was made out of heavy composites, but the feel and weight of it was incomparable to a genuine metal sword. She looked towards the old man. Chop the testing substance while trying to make the cleanest cut possible. I will be evaluating your attempt by looking at the cleanness of the cut, the thickness of the displaced testing substance, the technique you employ, and the ease in which you wield your weapon. What do I get if I score high enough? The old mech pilot grew subdued. I'll allow you to inherit the personal knife of my closest friend and battle comrade. He loved his combat knife. It accompanied him throughout his military service. In his will, he stated his desire to pass it on to a younger warrior who can wield it to its true potential. She grew hopeful. Yet when she shifted her gaze to the knife that was half planted into the soil, her anticipation quickly faded. The personal weapon that the old man's comrade supposedly cherished over many decades was just a high-quality service weapon without any signs of life. It didn't matter if it had acquired numerous marks of age, or if it showed signs of loving and caring maintenance. Without sensing anything that made it special to her, Keddies didn't really care for the weapon. She just wanted to see how sharp of a cut she could make with an imitation weapon. Once she took some deep breaths, Keddies concentrated while lifting the practice blade. In order to prevent her capabilities from leaking to any potential tournament adversaries, Keddies did not draw upon Sharpa's help, much to the living sword Will's disappointment. Instead, she tried to rely on her base superpower, which she considered was sufficient for the job. Cut! The one-handed weapon chopped straight through the top of the testing subject and smoothly descended further. While her cut looked simple, the practice blade seemed to glide through the testing subject. The weapon acquired so much sharpness that it was as if she was wielding a thinner sword. When her practice blade finally reached the table where the testing subject rested upon, the sword finally stopped after colliding against the metal surface. Once Keddies pulled out the sword, the old mech pilot looked astonished when he saw the clear-cut mark on the surface. A weapon as blunt as the one he handed out should have never made such a mark. It was too weak. The old man's eyes suddenly turned fiery. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Keddies' shoulders. You are it. You are it. You are the heir that I am looking for. You are the chosen one who I have been looking for. Only a swordsman or swordwoman who can cut this cleanly is qualified to further the legacy of my sword school. Wait, what? Keddies brushed away the old man's arms and took a few steps back. That's not what you said earlier. I just wanted to cut that funny jelly stuff, that's all. I didn't come here to inherit any legacy. Nonsense. From today onwards, you are my heir. Chapter 2884, Sword Schools. You! Get away from me! Your breath stinks! Keddies complained as the old mech pilot who conducted the test. No! I have spent over 3 decades to find a suitable inheritor for my legacy, and the legacy of my brother. I will not let you go, not after I am close to fulfilling my late brother's wish. I didn't sign up for this nonsense. I just want to win that old knife of yours. Oh, that piece of junk? A cunning smile appeared on the old man's face. That's not really a storied weapon. There is no grand owner or story behind it. I just bought it from a flea market a week ago for the price of a restaurant meal. It's an ordinary surplus blade. There's nothing special about it. I just banged it up a bit before polishing it in a way that makes it look like it has a history. What? The knife was a fake antique? You scammer! Hey, as long as I can reel you in, it's worth it. Do you know how long I've waited to find a swordsman who can make a cut as smooth as yours? The sword maiden mech designer frowned deeper and deeper as the old man kept harassing her. She was quickly reminded of one of V's sayings. Stubborn old people were extremely troublesome. This was especially the case for those with ambition or those who were looking to pass on their legacies. Their desperation, their lack of fear towards their looming death, and their intense desire to leave a mark of their existence behind turned them into some of the most unscrupulous people in the galaxy. According to VS, the best way to handle these people was to either let them talk until they tired themselves out or get away from them as fast as possible. No matter what benefits they offered, they always came with a lot of strings attached. There was no free lunch. I'm not interested. I'm just a visitor here. I already trained in another sword style, and I have no intention of turning my back on it. The fact that you're even suggesting me to change it is a grave insult. Kedis tried to brush away the creepy old man who clung to her arms. Though she possessed more than enough strength to push away the stranger, she was afraid of harming someone and getting into trouble. If she hurt someone and got caught, then she would undoubtedly face sanctions. This was bad because the Heaven's Word Association adopted a zero-tolerance policy for the duration of the Greater Omandari Festival. If any guest committed a crime that was more severe than littering, then they would lose the qualifications to attend or participate in any of the events, including the tournaments. Though Kedis already felt that the man who attempted to solicit her was a trained warrior, his wiry, skinny body belied his age. Even the strongest warriors grew feeble after the ravages of time aged their bodies and worsened their lingering injuries. Therefore, she dared not to exert too much of her prodigious strength. She tried to be as gentle as possible in pushing the insistent man away, but the problem was that he wasn't taking the hint. Fortunately, her bodyguards finally stepped in. Two of them strode forward and gently grabbed the old man by the arms before carefully dragging him back. No! Don't take me away! Just listen to me. You're a great fit for our sword style. Do you know what kind of opportunity you are missing? As long as you accept my appointment, you will immediately take over my position as the interim director of an officially recognized sword school. If you're a sword master, then that's even better. You can become the head of our sword school and evolve our sword style to suit your own tastes. Kedis grew confused. She turned to Angelique. What is this geezer talking about? What's this about sword schools? The journeyman mech designer took on a disgusted expression. It's nothing. You don't need to be concerned about this matter. People like him are merely the remnants of a fallen club. There are many sword schools in the Heaven's Word Association that have risen and fallen over the years. Some of the latter aren't able to recognize reality and try to do anything to scam random people into taking over their troubled schools. It's a massive burden because you will have to take over all of the debt and other problems associated with these troubled organizations. You blasted woman! The old man cursed at Angelique. Our Annihilator Sword School may have fallen on hard times, but it can completely return to its glory as long as the young lady next to you takes it over. While the effect of her swordsmanship is admittedly different from that of our Annihilator sword style, that is not inherently a bad thing as she can put her own mark on it. With the inheritance and accumulation of our majestic style, she can completely become a sword master without comparison. Angelique shook her head as the guards continued to drag the old man away. Let's go. You don't need to get caught up in this kind of business. The two mech designers sped up and walked far away. While they attempted to go back to admiring the different swords planted in the sword graveyard, they weren't in the mood anymore. Throughout the tour, kiddies couldn't help but grow curious at what the old man was about. Why did he insist on picking a foreigner like her to inherit his legacy? I just looked up the Annihilator Sword School on the Galactic Net, Angelique said. Don't let the name fool you. This school is just a shadow of its former self. 40 years ago, it may have been respectable, but after its founder and only sword master died, it all went downhill from there. The man who solicited you is Fred Walensky, the interim director and only remaining registered member of his school. The last disciples and other personnel removed their names from the registry 8 years ago. Once the interim director dies, the Annihilator Sword School will truly become a fallen sword school, which is exactly where it belongs. Kitty's had a feeling that she wasn't comprehending the full story. What are sword schools exactly? I understand the meaning of the words, and I've heard people mention it before, but it sounds like their significance is greater than I initially realized. You're most probably correct, Keddies. Sword schools are the most respected organizations in the Heavensward Association. First, you have to understand what a valid sword style is to Heavenswarders like myself. Do you think that any sword style, even ones that date far before the Age of Mechs, is worth obsessing over? Clearly not. Anyone who has practiced swordsmanship can develop a new style. It's usually a bad idea for most since they don't possess the knowledge, experience, and feel to develop a set of moves that is better than a style that has been developed over centuries. The best that you can do is to adapt the style to suit your own approach and physical properties. Angelique slightly shook her head. While everything that you have said is correct, more or less, it is not what I am driving at. Do you know what makes the seeded competitors in the tournaments better than anyone else? It is not a coincidence that they have dominated the finals since the beginning. What makes them special? They're better at sword fighting than anyone else. That's a simple answer, but it's not the entire story. The truth of the matter is that all of the seeded competitors are swordsmen that have touched upon the true essence of a valid sword style. They are called sword initiates because, unlike other warriors, they can express the true power of a real and valid sword style. What? Let me give you an example, Angelique said and accessed a short clip stored in her comm. Watch carefully. The clip showed two seeded competitors matching up against each other in a different tournament. They postured against each other before the person wielding a fencing blade struck out against someone who wielded twin blades. The twin blade swordsman attempted to parry the incoming stab, but at the moment of contact, a small but forceful explosion erupted that pushed the parrying swords aside. The tip of the fencing sword continued to snake forward and collided against the energy shield that appeared over the protective suit of the twin blade user. However, at the moment of contact, yet another explosion took place. Even if the strange detonation failed to break the powerful energy shield, the victim had undoubtedly lost the match. Keddies tried to figure out what had happened. Those explosions are weird. I doubt that these swordsmen are allowed to bring bombs to their matches. Is the sword responsible for generating those explosions? No. Angelique shook her head. The fencing sword is made out of hard and special materials, but none of the exotics used in its forging are able to generate this effect on their own. It's the wielder of the weapon that is responsible for channeling this destructive effect. Huh! Keddies blinked. Did these swordsmen possess superpowers of their own? I know it looks incredulous, but this is what true sword styles can do. Our Heavensward Association wouldn't exist if swordsmanship was merely about technique and nothing else, Angelique stated. What we care about is the essence of swordsmanship. Every earnest swordsman seeks to attain enlightenment. Practicing a strong and remarkable sword style is the best way to do so. While it is a bit complicated to explain, you can basically say that every sword style that can achieve an effect beyond what is possible in reality is enough to support the establishment of a sword school. So this Annihilator Sword School teaches a powerful sword style? The journeyman laughed. There are good sword schools and bad sword schools. Those that are popular and good at making their disciples stronger are the core institutions of our state. All of the seated competitors come from these top schools. There are only hundreds of good schools in our state. These are the ones that every heavenswarder looks up to. Billions of young and hopeful sword students apply to them every year, but even the biggest schools only accept thousands of them per year. They are extremely selective and only accept the best. That sounded like a big deal to Kedis. What about the other schools? The ones that fall outside this category usually have problems. There are millions of schools like this, many of which have long been forgotten. Perhaps their sword style is weak. Perhaps it is stronger, but difficult to pass on. Perhaps their sole founder and sword master has perished without anyone in the school qualified to step up. This happens to be the case for the Annihilator Sword School. From what I've read on the Galactic Net, the Annihilator Sword style is the real deal, but it is difficult to master. At its strongest, it can reverse a battle, but only one person truly mastered it in the history of the school. Those who were capable of developing a sword style with notable effects were usually expert pilots. Their extraordinary powers easily allowed them to form techniques that conformed to their strong characteristics. What was remarkable about these sword styles was that others could learn them as well. Kedis widened her eyes when she learned of this. Are you telling the truth? Non-expert pilots can channel powers like these as well? That's why they are called swords masters. Angelique responded with a smile. A good sword style not only teaches a set of moves, but also passes on the dogma behind them. As long as swordsmen with talent are compatible with the dogma, they can channel the sword style in a way that allows them to perform moves like the one I showed earlier despite not being expert pilots themselves. There are more ways to become a god besides becoming extremely good at piloting mechs. This is a heritage that predates the Age of Mechs. Before humans aspired to become god pilots, they dreamt of becoming sword gods. Sword gods. This was the first time that Kedis became exposed for this term. Her heart and sword was shook as she tried to wrap her mind around the concept. Chapter 2885 Swordsmanship Tradition. While Kedis heard some fantastical claims about the Heaven's Word Association, she always dismissed them as rumors and exaggerations. Even though she found a way for her to develop her own superpower, she gradually learned she was the exception rather than the rule. Every other mech designer in the design department had never managed to achieve something comparable to her ability to make every blade sharper. Even if her fellow mech designers found a way to make their design philosophies more useful, the effects were very marginal and virtually indistinguishable from that of a regular trained person. Therefore, the stories she heard about heavenswarders being able to shoot wind blades or manipulate gravity never sank in. Whenever she saw footage like the one earlier, she attributed the remarkable effects to the construction of the sword. As a mech designer, she knew quite well that there were lots of unstable exotics in existence that were capable of warping reality in some fashion. Phase water was just one of the more recent and most impactful exotic to do so. Other substances were capable of reducing gravity, negating kinetic force, or amplifying temperatures. Of course, utilizing those materials was very hard. Most of them were fairly fragile and easy to break. Their effects were also inconsistent and easily disrupted. Material scientists like Master Katzenberg dedicated their lives to invent new alloys and composites that were capable of replicating the effects of raw exotics in a stable and usable package. However, according to Angelique, it turned out that the Heaven's Word Association issued these kinds of weapons. Just like how a mech must always remain under the control of its mech pilot, A sword cannot do all of the work on behalf of its wielder. What is the point of becoming a swordsman when any random person on the street can hold a blade that can tear through the fabric of space? Using such blades is considered cheating because it devolves the practice of swordsmanship. The goal of our pursuit is to elevate ourselves, not our weapons. One of the criteria that our state uses to certify a sword master is that he must be able to channel his powers with a plain sword made out of a mundane material like iron. Many swordsmen have never gotten close to this point. Kedis briefly recalled her own experiments on imbuing random fruit knives with her superpower. Did this mean that she was effectively a sword master? Okay, I think I understand why sword masters are a big deal here. It's rather amazing that expert pilots are able to pass on a portion of their powers through teaching. However, not everyone is a mech pilot or expert pilot. Is it really possible for a norm to become a sword master? Angelique proudly nodded. It is. Our state has poured more research and development in this aspect than many other organizations. While we cannot claim to be the absolute best in swordsmanship, in an age where the pursuit of piloting mechs has trumped every traditional fighting practice, we are one of the few people in human space who still aim to preserve our old ways. Though Kedis was obsessed with swordsmanship, she was not a fan of tradition. She was very well aware that most people today didn't think there was anything special about it. Most mech pilots were willing to learn how to wield a sword, but they only invested enough time to acquire a repertoire of moves before focusing their training on other mech piloting aspects. As for norms, the use of swords in personal combat had long ceased to be a fixture in warfare. Outside of duels, ritual combat, and special circumstances, swords were completely irrelevant to soldiers. Rather than waste time on learning how to wield a weapon that was only useful when the enemy was at point-blank range, it was much more efficient to invest all of that practice time in improving marksmanship. Due to uneven scaling, rifles and other ranged weapons were much more effective at the infantry level. It was only when armor became bigger and more massive that it was able to resist ranged weapons long enough for mechs to get close to other mechs. In this scenario, a mech that wielded a sword could easily butcher a rifleman mech. This was why mechs that wielded primitive swords and other melee weapons were not a joke, and why swordsmanship was still a somewhat serious discipline. Yet to take it as far as the Heavenswarders sounded ridiculous even to Kedis. While she was aware that the sword maidens were also obsessive about swordsmanship, this was more of a means to bring sisters closer together while instilling discipline in them. The sword maiden approach towards swordsmanship was very practical and devoid of any extraneous philosophies. Perhaps the style she learned didn't come with any fancy tricks, but it belonged to the sword maidens, and that was enough. She could always compensate for what was missing with her own superpower. Is it possible for mech designers to become sword masters? Kedis curiously asked. It has never been done, her companion replied while sighing in regret. None of us are resigned to this truth. Nearly every mech designer in our state tries to do their best to polish their swordsmanship while keeping up with their work or studies, but we don't have enough to achieve results in both pursuits. We can only choose to excel in one of them. That is the choice I made as well. What do you think about my chances then? You've seen me fight. I also managed to pass that old man's test. Don't get too cocky. You don't understand anything about what it takes to become a genuine sword master. It is already a minor miracle that you have attained a degree of swordsmanship that is enough for you to compete in the tournaments, but sooner or later you will have to make a difficult decision. The amount of time and effort that swordsmen need to put into becoming a sword master is so great that it consumes their entire lives. How can they spare any time to become a good mech designer? Kedis wanted to refute Angelique's skepticism, but she still had some reservations about revealing her superpower. She knew quite well that her design philosophy had more to do with it than her attainments in swordsmanship. Commander Sendra was much more skilled in swordsmanship than her, but the mech pilot was completely unable to evoke any extraordinary effect. From this standpoint, it didn't matter how well Commander Sendra performed in the tournament. The true insiders weren't interested in swordsmen and swordswomen who fought according to mortal means. It was only now that kiddies realized that the tournaments mainly centered around the sword masters who had stepped onto the path of becoming sword gods. Whether they were mech pilots or simple norms, their dedication to their respective sword styles had reached such an extreme that they were easily capable of warping reality while wielding average weapons. These amazing individuals fully deserved to be recognized as sword masters. By the end of their visit to the sword graveyard, kiddies gained a more thorough understanding of the power structure and overall goal of the Heaven's Word Association. Whereas the Life Research Association sought to supplant conventional technology with biotechnology, the Heaven's Word Association primarily existed to elevate swordsmanship to the point of creating sword gods. She suddenly thought about the people at the top. Wait a minute, is the Heaven's Word style the strongest of all styles? You can say that. Angelique nodded. I have heard from some of my teachers that there is a mystique to the Heaven's Word style. It's not an ordinary sword style. For one, the Heaven's Word Saint is always the strongest sword master in our state regardless of his or her prior identity. The style is also rumored to come from the mythical Heaven's Word, which happens to be a mysterious relic in itself. Are you saying that the Heaven's Word predates modern swordsmanship? Who knows? These are all rumors. Even citizens like myself don't know the full story behind the sword that symbolizes our state. All we know is that whoever holds the Heaven's Word and inherits its accompanying style is undoubtedly the closest to becoming a sword god out of every sword master. That is why his or her leadership is always unquestioned. These matters flew way over Ketty's head. While she was curious to learn the truth about the Heaven's Word, she was much more preoccupied with helping the sword maidens recruit good swordswomen and getting back to the main fleet in order to get back to designing mechs. As Ketties and Angelique began touring more sites such as a museum, a luxury shopping center, and a meeting place for mech designers, they began to share deeper insights on how swordsmanship intertwined with mechs. During this tour, Angelique brought up a fascinating theory. Do you know that many Heavensworders believe that the progression of high-ranking mech pilots is originally copied from our swordsmanship tradition? Ketties looked incredulous at the other woman. Do you have any proof? This is an incredible claim. If this is true, why haven't any of us outside this state heard about it? Swordsmanship would become a lot more popular throughout the galaxy if this is the case. Angelique shrugged. I don't know why it is more known. Maybe the MTA deliberately suppresses the truth. You have to be aware of the times we are living in right now. Nothing is allowed to supplant the majesty of mechs. Neither warships, weapons of mass destruction, or unrestricted genetic modification have been able to break through this blockade. How can our swordsmanship tradition possibly do any better? I think this is also one of the reasons why the founders of our state ventured all the way to the galactic rim. They weren't welcome in the core regions of human space anymore. Only in a backwater like the majestic Teal Star sector are we allowed to develop our swordsmanship in peace. What she described was nothing less than a conspiracy. Ketties grew a bit nervous. If the MTA truly plagiarized the progression of sword masters and applied it to mech pilots, then this revelation was damaging enough to affect the prestige of high-ranking mech pilots. The claim basically implied that mechs weren't inherently special. To many people, the emergence of superhumans called star designers and god pilots was one of the strongest reasons why mechs were so dominant in human space. Before mechs arrived on the scene, humans had no way of transcending their mortal existence. Every human was equal more or less. Extensive genetic modification did not make humans closer to God. Instead, as the latter half of the Age of Conquest had already proven, recklessly inserting alien genes into the human genome only turned humans into monsters. If the adoption of mechs didn't provide such a strong and accessible way for certain individuals to become more than human, then it was doubtful that most of human society would abandon the use of destructive warships that quickly. Despite knowing that this claim was likely related to a taboo, Kedis couldn't help but grow curious about it. As someone who loved both mechs and swords, how could she not be interested in a theory that claimed they were much closer related than she initially thought? Do you have any concrete indications that back up what you have just said? Well, just compare how we classified both high-ranking mech pilots and sword masters. To us, expert candidates are equivalent to sword initiates. Expert pilots are equivalent to sword masters. Ace pilots are pretty much sword saints. As for god pilots, I don't think it takes much time for you to be able to link them to sword gods. It's a pity that we have never witnessed the birth of the latter. Our state is incomparable to the rest of human civilization. For now, sword gods are purely a theoretical existence. Perhaps some might have existed in the past, but I don't have access to any information that can prove this assertion. Kedis wasn't aware that so many different ranks of sword masters existed, but now that she knew, she could obviously see the parallels. Yet, she still felt a bit skeptical. Did the MTA really copy your homework? What if it's the other way around? What if sword masters modeled their progression after expert pilots, and so on began to emerge? That's impossible, Kedis. The history of the Heaven's Word Association predates the Age of Mechs. We existed before the arrival of Mechs and the MTA. We already had sword masters back then. We have entire databases of books and footage to prove this. As far as I am concerned, our swordsmanship tradition is the ancestor and original source of modern-day mech piloting tradition. Chapter 2886, Dubious Scheme. Kedis had no way to judge whether Angelique's theories had any basis in reality. A part of her wanted to dismiss the journeyman's fantastical claims as nationalist myths. Having traveled through numerous states, she had already become exposed to different cultures. One of the observations she made was that every state made up stories in order to stand out. It was easier to inspire and unite citizens if they all believed in the same claims that somehow inflated their pride and belonging to the state. Yet the theories that Kedis learned appealed to her as an avid swordswoman and a passionate swordsman mech designer. Some stories just sounded so good to her that she didn't want them to be wrong. Of course, this was not the approach she was supposed to adopt as a mech designer and an engineer. While it was fine to become attached to certain theories, someone who was steeped in the sciences must always try to be as objective as possible. Any person who failed to apply objective criteria to judge any theory was biased at best and a conspiracy theorist at worst. It was due to her background as a mech designer that she was ultimately reluctant to. As she began to think further on what Angelique said, she noticed a small but important incongruity. In one instance, she claimed that the MTA based its mech piloting tradition on swordsmanship tradition. Once the mechers got what they wanted, they suppressed the sword masters and pushed them away from the center of human civilization in order to marginalize the truth. While all of this sounded plausible, Kedis couldn't help but recall that the Heaven's Word Association indeed predated the rise of Mechs and the MTA. How could the Heavenswarders be exiled to the edge of human space when the MTA didn't formally exist as of yet? Even if Mechs already existed before the Age of Mechs, they were still obscure at the time. Before entering the mainstream, the early supporters of Mechs shouldn't have been powerful at all. How could they ever exert enough pressure to kick sword masters out of the galactic center? This strange and obvious inconsistency caused Kedis to grow more cautious about embracing the nice-sounding claims. She had spent enough time with Ves to know that if something sounded too good to be true, it was usually a scam. Kedis began to suspect that the Heavenswarders weren't honest and upright as their public image attested. Perhaps Angelique Harcourt had more in common with the old man than she thought. The Heavenswarders obsessed too much over how special they were compared to other humans. While sword masters sounded like amazing people, Kedys was deeply aware of how irrelevant they were in modern society. So what if sword masters could employ superpowers? Were they capable of defeating a mech? No. If any sword master was foolish enough to challenge even the cheapest mech, the latter could easily end the battle by squashing its foot on the puny human. If a sword master just happened to be powerful enough to pose a threat to a mech, then he or she could still be defeated with ease by getting shot by a mech-grade rifle. Even if Kedys was generous enough to assume that there were some rare individuals who could do the impossible like the Heaven's Word Saint, that still didn't change the point. How many of them were there in the Heaven's Word Association? Probably no more than 10, and that was a generous estimate. Compared to the paltry number of sword masters who were capable of challenging mechs, the amount of mechs and mech pilots was much greater. Any random outfit could easily slay a legendary figure like the Heaven's Word Saint despite the immense disparity in importance and significance between the two. Sword masters were simply too far behind the times to stay relevant. Maybe that is the true reason why the swordsmanship tradition has never been able to rise again, Kedys guessed. It takes a disproportionate amount of time and effort for an entire population to produce a single sword master. If that person is also an expert pilot, then he can at least defeat hundreds of mechs in battle. But if he doesn't possess any genetic aptitude, then there is hardly any point. She was well aware that her own pursuit of swordsmanship could be described in the same light. She had it easier than other people, though. Not only did the candies allow her to retain both of her pursuits without falling behind, her attainments in swordsmanship directly improved her ability as a mech designer. In this context, she believed she successfully distinguished herself from the foolish Heavensworders. Her thinking eventually caused her to voice a declaration. I am a mech designer first and a swordswoman second. From the moment she said those words, she felt that everything was right in the cosmos. For a long time, she tried to be good at both in equal measures. It was only after she began to focus more on the latter that she recognized that this was her true calling. Even though she liked to become good at wielding swords, if she truly had to make a choice, she could live without using her sword in battle ever again. What I can't imagine is never designing another mech in my life. If she was in Angelique Harcourt's position, she would have made the same choice. Becoming a good swordwoman sounded nice, but if she was better at designing mechs, then it was a smarter idea to focus on the latter. It's just like how mech pilots never try to become mech designers and vice versa. No human in the galaxy can possibly be good at both. Even without the hurdle of genetic aptitude, mech designers would still be reluctant to waste too much time in becoming an excellent mech pilot. The most likely outcome was that they would become mediocre and forgettable in both professions. Kedys had always been aware that she was in danger of suffering a similar fate. Though she already affirmed that she would never let her swordsmanship pursuit affect her mech design career, for now her unique circumstances gave her the luxury to have it both ways. That might change once she became a journeyman or senior, and had to devote more time on her mech designs in order to keep up with Ves. She never forgot about her goal of catching up with her mentor. She wanted him to treat her as an equal instead of his student. When Kedys returned to the villa and reunited with her fellow sword maidens, she only hung out with them for a short time before Venerable Dice entered the room and issued a summons. Kedys, please follow me. There is something we need to discuss. A minute later, Kedys entered an office room. 3 people were already present aside from Venerable Dice. While she expected the presence of Commander Syndra and Angelique Harcourt, she was completely flabbergasted by the presence of the last person. It's you! Hello, Miss Kedys. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? The old mech pilot from the sword graveyard greeted. Kedys did not deign to reciprocate the greeting. Instead, she threw a stony look at the other sword maidens in the room. What is the meaning of this? Did you get hoodwinked by this shameless old scammer? Commander Sendra chuckled while Venerable Dice let out an awkward cough. Keddies, please calm down. There's a reason why he is here, and it is not because we fell for his scam. Are you sure about that? Because to me, it seems that you are just about to convince me to fall for his scheme as well. Be serious, Keddies. Venerable Dice flared her force of will. Now sit down and let us explain. Keddies instantly grew meek and sat down on her chair like a good little sore maiden's. Prior to calling you in, Director Fred Wallingsy sought us out in order to make an intriguing offer to us. Commander Sendra began to explain. How the hell did he manage to track me down? Oh, that's easy, the old man casually said. I recorded your appearance and searched for it on the galactic net. It turns out you are taking part in the personal combat tournaments, so I quickly learned your name and your affiliation. After that, it is a simple matter of calling in some favors in order to find where you are staying. Even if our Annihilator Sword School is close to becoming extinct, I still have some means. Keddies glowered at the supposed director of the Sword School. This sounded awfully close to stalking. Shouldn't it be a crime for creepy old men to track down the address of innocent young girls? Commander Sendra remained amused throughout the exchange. Ahem, while I am aware you don't have the greatest impression of Director Wallinsky, he has prepared an offer to us that happens to complement our overall goals. That alone is well worth hearing him out. Will you do so, Keddies? Seeing that she wasn't able to get out of this predicament in any other way, Keddies slumped her shoulders. Fine. What is this all about then? When we initially entered the Heaven's Word Association, we always planned to remain modest. We don't want to follow in the footsteps of our patriarch and cause so much disruption that the locals would paint a target on our backs. That is why even if we have the tools and means to perform better in the tournaments, we still insist on holding back in order to avoid rocking the boat. That is a clever approach. We don't need to perform too well in order to meet our goal, Keddies commented. We can do better, Sendra stated. While we didn't have this option before, Director Wallingsy's cooperation has given us an alternative. Keddies had a feeling that she wouldn't like what she was about to hear. Does that have anything to do with the Annihilator Sword School? The old man grinned. That's right, young lady. I am offering it to you with no strings attached. As long as you formally consent to taking it over, you will not only become the owner of an authentic Heaven's Word institution, but also gain access to the library of techniques and dogma that underpin my brother's Annihilator sword style. Whether you choose to change your sword style or use what you have learned to augment your existing style, the gap between you and the seated competitors will definitely narrow. What is the point of that? I don't want to be bothered by all of this irrelevant stuff. That is where you are wrong, Miss Keddies. You see, as long as you officially become the new head of the Annihilator Sword School, you will automatically gain the identity that matches it. In concrete terms, it means that you will effectively become a citizen of the Heaven's Word Association. It would be even better if you managed to get recognized as a sword master after the tournament. In that case, you won't just become the interim director, but become the absolute head of your new sword school, which will allow you to make any changes you want to it. You can even change our Annihilator sword style if you wish. While Keddies wondered why she even needed all of that, Commander Sendra directly got to the point. Keddies, if you become the head of his sword school, you'll effectively become an insider to the Heaven's Word Association. The people here don't care if you were just a foreigner until recently. They care much more about your attainments in swordsmanship than stuff like that. As long as you show you have the potential to become a sword master, the Heavensworders won't mind if you go further in the tournament. In fact, they'll cheer you on as much as they do with any native participant. The woman in question still remained dubious about this plan. All of this sounds nice and well, but I have seen some of the skill employed by those who can make it this far. They are extremely good swordsmen, and I don't have the confidence to perform well at this level. You are being too modest. Have you forgotten about the Annihilator sword style? I'm sure that it can teach you a thing or two if you go over its scriptures. Even so, with your special great sword and your battle-tested skills, it is not impossible for you to reach the later stages of the tournament. As long as you get in the top 100, you'll not only be able to attract more recruits for us, but also raise the quality of applicants, which will help us make the Sword Maidens stronger on a much shorter timeline. You don't understand the attraction of a successful sword school yet, the old man said with a taunting smile. As long as you perform well and defeat a couple of seeded competitors, you will undoubtedly be able to signal the rejuvenation of our Annihilator Sword School. While I don't expect your performance to attract billions of applicants like the top sword schools, it should not be a problem to convince 10,000 or so swordsmen to approach our sword school. Think about how the Larkinson clan would react if we came back with thousands of swordsmen, mech pilots, and elite infantry soldiers. Wouldn't that be a sight? We would instantly turn from the weakest mech force to the strongest one in the clan, Sendra exclaimed. What an ambitious dream! So this was why Venerable Dice and Commander Sendra supported this dubious scheme. While Kedis could understand the logic behind the plan, it sounded way too shaky to her. All this nonsense about taking over a derelict sword school and performing well in the tournament might actually help the Sword Maidens to become great again. Chapter 2887, Kedis the Skeptic. The proposal that Fred Walensky put on the table offered a lot of potential benefits to the Sword Maidens. Currently, Kedis and the rest of her sisters were merely foreign participants in the tournaments organized under the umbrella of the Greater Omandari Festival. This was a low identity. Regardless of their accomplishments in other battles such as the highly notable Battle of Reckoning, the Heavenswarders hardly heard of it. They were much more preoccupied with domestic matters and only cared about news that was directly related to swordsmen and swordmasters. Only a small proportion of the domestic audience knew there was more to the Sword Maidens than other foreign participants. The Heavenswarders and tourists that applied to join their ranks were always those that had done their research or knew of the Larkinson clan beforehand. The numbers were too paltry. Even though hundreds of women had already sent in their applications, their overall quality fell short of what Commander Sendra was looking for. Her plan called for attracting a huge crowd of aspiring recruits, employing harsh criteria to filter out the elite among the hopeful women before putting them in a hellish bootcamp that would quickly mold them into proto-sword maidens. It didn't matter if few of them were accustomed to wielding great swords. Commander Sendra felt it was okay to diversify a bit, and begin to field swordsman mechs that wielded lighter and more flexible blades in order to cover different roles. For example, the Sword Maidens were very lacking in terms of defense. It might be helpful if they could field knight mechs that also happened to be decent at leading charges. Light mechs also paired badly with large, two-handed weapons. It would be handy if the Sword Maidens acquired some mech pilots that specialized in wielding shorter blades. It was an extremely bad idea to equip great swords to slender mechs that tried to maximize their speed and acceleration. While diversification was definitely on the agenda, Commander Sendra never lost sight of the core identity of the Sword Maidens. All of these extra additions should never come at the cost of losing their main purpose as an assault mech force. They were the sword of the Larkinson clan. All of these women had to come from somewhere, though. The most important requirements for this recruitment plan to work was to raise the quantity and quality of applicants. The more women applied, the greater the probability of encountering compatible warriors. The greater the average qualifications of the crowd, the easier it was to meet their quotas. Kedis thought that the approach that Venerable Dice and Commander Sendra adopted before would have been sufficient. They could have done better, but their shaky foundations and lack of backing in the Heaven's Word Association caused the leaders to err on the side of caution. Yet the ambitious new direction that Commander Sendra just presented increased the risk factor by at least 10 times. I can't believe this, Kedis uttered with a shocked expression. Are you mad? Not even VS is this crazy. We are only capable of fielding a single mech company at this time. How can we possibly digest thousands of Heavenswarders and other foreigners at a time? Our stomachs will burst apart from overeating. Don't undersell yourselves. While I have only come into touch with you sword maidens for less than a day, your rustic martial tradition is quite solid. With an expert pilot presiding over your organization, no Heavenswarder will dare to act too presumptuously. The old man reassured. Kedis frowned deeper. Why don't you put Venerable Dice in charge of your crappy sword school, then? She's a much more impressive swordswoman than I. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the last person who should be put in charge. It won't work. Sandra shook her head. Fully realized expert pilots and sword masters aren't allowed to compete in the tournaments. The events are held in order to put the focus on the younger generations of swordsmen who have the most to prove. Fred Walensky nodded in agreement. It's not that wise for sword masters to show off too much. Also, I have briefly experienced Venerable Dice's swordsmanship. While her martial prowess is truly comparable to some of the sword masters that I know, her style is not a good fit with the Annihilator sword style. I vowed to my dying brother that I would seek an inheritor that can further his legacy, and throughout my 3-decade-long search, you are the only swordswoman that has ever come this close to matching our style. I already have a sword style. It's the same one that every sword maiden trained in. I will not give up the teachings I grew up with in order to adopt something completely different. Kedis. Venerable Dice gently spoke up. While I appreciate your loyalty to our sword style, you don't have to be so possessive about it. It is a standard style that is plain and distilled to a repertoire of essential moves. You can do far more with a sword than what we have taught. Every sword maiden expands her initial repertoire with additional techniques that suit their own physiques and preferred approach. You don't have to abandon the sword maiden sword style to adopt another one. Who said that swordsmen and swordswomen are only allowed to practice a single style? My brother's wish is for his style and teachings to be passed on to the younger generations, Walensky said. While I would prefer it if the Annihilator sword style is able to continue in its purest form, after waiting so long for a successor, I can live with a future where you incorporate the most useful essence of my brother's sword style in your own fighting style. As long as his legacy continues to be passed on in some form or another, his existence and hard effort is not wasted. Kedis still did not feel comfortable with the situation. Both her leaders and the old man were putting a lot of pressure and responsibility on her shoulders. She had never participated in an undertaking as massive as this. How could she possibly bear all of this weight on her shoulders? I'm not a full-time swordswoman. I'm a mech designer. That doesn't matter to me. The old man shook his head. According to Miss Harcourt here, you are a rare multi-talented individual. With the talent and ability that you have already shown, I am sure you can learn the essence of the Annihilator sword style in a short amount of time. I can't run an entire sword school. I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I suck at management. Many swordsmen are bad at management, Walensky easily replied. That is why you leave most of the work to others. No sword master spends the majority of his time on administrative work. There are deputy directors and elders who can take care of the actual business of running a sword school. I can effectively take care of this as long as you take over my original position. I don't want to stay in the Heavensward Association. The Sword Maidens and I are part of the Larkinson clan, and we have already embarked on an expedition to the Red Ocean. We'll be traveling hundreds of thousands of light years away from this state. This time, Walensky looked a bit troubled. Yes, I have heard that from your leaders. This is an inconvenient condition, but not an unworkable one to me. As long as you retain at least a part of the structure of our sword school in your fleet, it will be all right. I think it is quite helpful if your sword maidens begin to incorporate multiple separate sword styles. Not every swordsman or swordswoman is suitable to wield a great sword. Dice and Sendra both agreed with this statement. They already presented their vision of a larger and more diversified mech force. The amount of objections grew less and less. As Kedis continued to voice her doubts, the supporters of the new plan continually shot her down. There was one glaring issue left. Fine. Kedis sighed in resignation. I can see that the many ways in which this can go wrong hasn't deterred you at all. I'm curious, though. You and your brother are obviously men. How can we possibly integrate you and your stupid sword school in the Sword Maidens? Commander Sendra smirked. That's not a big deal. We can set up the school under the Larkinson clan instead of the Sword Maidens. That way, both men and women can become its teachers and students. We'll essentially offload all basic and fundamental swordsmanship training to this new branch organization. Any promising women that stand out during sword training will receive an invitation to join our sisterhood. As for the men, they can pick from any of the other mech forces in the clan. Essentially, the Annihilator Sword School would become a division under the Larkinson clan's education department instead of the Sword Maidens. All of this went way over Kedis' head. It was clear that Commander Sendra already set up an elaborate new scheme after plotting with Fred Walensky. They had already thought over every single angle. She sighed. Will all of this even work? I mean, I get what you are trying to achieve, but I seriously doubt taking over a sword school and performing well enough in the tournaments will actually win over 10,000 mech pilots and swordswomen. You are underestimating the prestige of sword masters to those who are steeped in our culture. Angelique Harcourt spoke up for the first time. Any strong swordsman who understands just a tiny portion of the essence of swordsmanship is already worthy of respect. Their ability to teach others on how to embody this essence is even more desirable. Still, all of this is dependent on your ability to defeat other seeded competitors in the tournaments. If you can't beat any of the future sword masters of more prestigious and successful sword schools, my fellow Heavenswarders won't find you so attractive anymore. How strong are these seeded competitors exactly? They are strong. Very strong. Fred Walensky admitted. They are equipped with top-notch swords that are not only tailored to their fighting style, but also enjoy some of the best training facilities and instruction in our state. Each of them is a sword initiate, which means that they are already close to mastering a true sword style. As long as they keep accumulating and pass the most difficult steps, they will undergo a thorough transformation that will turn them into true sword masters. Of course, the latter aren't allowed to compete in the tournament. Anyone who breaks through in mid-battle will earn supreme glory, but must also retire from the arena. According to the theory that Angelique had mentioned earlier, the transformation that Walensky mentioned was essentially the swordsman equivalent of apotheosis. How much these two processes matched was an interesting question. Kedis grew a little more at ease now that she confirmed she wasn't expected to win against swordmasters. Through her frequent practice spars against venerable dice, she knew she had no chance against their ilk. While she was more than capable of kicking venerable Joshua's butt in a practice bout, her boyfriend wasn't a dedicated swordsman to begin with. Even then, he steadily closed the gap as they kept training and sparring whenever they were together. Against Heavenswarders who lived and breathed swordsmanship since they were born, even their so-called sword initiates were formidable opponents in her eyes. Venerable Dice smiled. You can do it, Kedis. I have confidence in your swordsmanship. No matter where you take it, always remember that your sword style has to suit yourself instead of the other way around. From what Walensky has told me, the Annihilator sword style can offer several new possibilities to you that can help you close the gap against these sword initiates. Are the techniques of the Annihilator sword style that good? Perhaps. Many of them are difficult to learn in a short amount of time. Also, don't just look at their power and potential. Try and figure out which parts harmonize with your own fighting style and integrate whatever you like. Find your own sword style. Neither the Sword Maiden sword style or the Annihilator sword style can take you to a higher level of swordsmanship by themselves. Only the style that fits you best is the key to attaining true mastery. Maybe Venerable Dice was right. Maybe Kedis should be moving beyond any single existing style in order to push her swordsmanship to a higher level. While she never intended to abandon her pursuit as a mech designer, that did not mean she wanted to stagnate as a swordswoman. Is it possible to become both a journeyman mech designer and a sword master at the same time? She quietly wondered. Chapter 2888 Annihilator Sword School. A shuttle landed in the outskirts of Scabbard City. Amongst shabby white-walled homes and various cheap and affordable workshop buildings, a single neglected campus stood out from the rest. Aside from occupying a bit more space than the other lots, the site also featured a large, 3-story structure that was notable for its state of disrepair. The peeled coating, the obvious signs of corrosion, and even the partially collapsed sections all showed that whoever owned this building did not invest any money in maintaining it over the years. So this is the prestigious location of the Great Annihilator Sword School, Kedis mildly said. How quaint! Commander Sandra, Angelique Harcourt, and a number of other sword maidens exited the shuttle and beheld the urban decay. When Fred Walensky exited the shuttle last, he did not exhibit any shame. This isn't the original campus of our sword school. When my brother became an expert pilot, he initially founded his school in one of the more central and desirable districts of Scabbard City. This is one of the privileges that the Heaven's Word Association bestows to expert pilots and sword masters. Back then, we didn't worry about money issues at all. As long as our demands weren't too excessive, we could obtain sword coins from many willing sources. At their level, it was impossible for expert pilots to get broke. Their amazing skill and strength made them incredibly useful in multiple different capacities. They could even earn entire mechs as long as they tutored a group of mech pilots. The group strode forward and stopped in front of a statue that depicted a heroic-looking man. While the bronze-like metal statue was well-made and resistant to corrosion, that did not stop birds from soiling it, and weeds from growing over its surface. This is my older brother, Fred sighed as he looked at the face of the statue. Their features bore a close resemblance to each other. Venerable Trey Walensky was a powerful expert pilot and a dear relative of mine. He always worked harder than me. It was no wonder that he managed to undergo apotheosis while I had to train decades more just to push myself to the level of a pseudo-sword initiate. I have no chance of ever catching up to my late brother in my lifetime, let alone revive our school by myself. From the way the sculptor depicted Venerable Trey, Kedis could see that the expert pilot oozed confidence. The deceased expert pilot was a much greater man than his shameless and unsuccessful sibling. Venerable Dice stepped forward and bowed in a formal fashion. She showed her respect from one expert pilot to another. While her movements might not conform to local etiquette, Fred appreciated the gesture. My brother would have loved to exchange his views on swordsmanship with you. It's a shame he isn't able to do so now that his body is buried in a grave. How did he die? Kedis wondered. From what you have told me so far, Venerable Trey ought to be in his prime of his life before your school lost its head. Did he perish on the battlefield? Fred grew glum. I would have preferred that, but no. The Heaven's Word Association sometimes gets embroiled in border skirmishes, but we haven't entered into any major conflicts for quite some time. My brother suffered from a disease that has taken his life. That was an awful fate for an expert pilot who still had a bright future ahead of him. Even in the Age of Mechs, humanity was still unable to cure every affliction. Yet technology had advanced so far that people had access to many different treatments. Common injuries and diseases no longer threatened the lives of ordinary people. Did your state do anything in its power to save your brother? What about bringing him to the Life Research Association? The doctors over here are some of the best in the star cluster. Do you think we haven't tried? My brother developed a brain disease. It's a very rare condition that is slightly more prevalent in people with his genes. Out of all of the possibilities, he had to be the one to contract it. Our school would have been in a completely different state if I was the one who contracted the disease instead. Obviously, Fred was burdened by a lot of misplaced guilt. The Sword Maidens gave him some time to regain his composure. As much as they empathized with the loss, Venerable Trey had already died a long time ago. The time for condolences was already over. Let's head inside, he softly said. While the school structure looked like it was a few steps away from collapsing, it was still in working condition. The electronic lock straightforwardly accepted the interim director's code before opening the double doors. The group entered a foyer room of some sorts where dust and other signs of neglect marked the barren interior. The large hall should have featured some furniture, but the state of the school was so poor that Fred had sold these assets a long time ago. There was barely anything of value left in this decrepit structure. Ketty scrunched her nose as she looked back. Their footsteps left obvious marks on the carpet of dust. Couldn't you have acquired a cleaner bot or something? Even the cheapest ones can keep the dust away. I can't. The school organization is burdened by a lot of debt. I have tried to keep the Annihilator Sword School aloft for 3 decades without its sword master, and I could have never kept it going if I was any looser with spending what little money I can gather. I can't even power most of this building. The only working power lines make sure that the security system is up and running. I can't allow anyone to burgle the life's work of my brother, though I doubt that any thief is courageous enough to despoil the teachings of a sword master. Not even the cruelest thief in the Heaven's Word Association dared to steal the belongings of a sword master. The status of the latter was too high among the locals. After passing through some empty and unused rooms and corridors, they finally reached a traditional-looking hall that should have exhibited the splendor of the Annihilator Sword School. As it is, Fred had already sold or gotten rid of the banners, the sword racks, the ornaments, and any other useless possessions. A sword school was nothing without its sword master. As long as the founder or only competent practitioner of a sword style was gone, the remaining structure of a sword school was on a timeline. If the dormant sword school could not find or train another sword master, it would eventually have to cease its operations. This already happened a lot of times in the Heaven's Word Association. The number of sword schools who fell and became history was at least 100 times greater than the number of active and prospering sword schools. Some of them grew big. These big schools were easily able to maintain an uninterrupted legacy because they brought up multiple sword masters. Even if one of them died, others still remained. Smaller schools were less able to retain multiple sword masters. They also had less students, and whoever they managed to enroll were usually less talented and capable as well. This significantly reduced the chance of training new sword masters. The training of sword masters is incredibly difficult. Fred Walensky spoke from personal experience. At our prime, we enrolled thousands of disciples. While many of them were more casual students, we intensely trained a couple of hundred swordsmen who were very determined to inherit the Annihilator sword style. It failed? Kedys asked. We had too little time. My brother died too early while our school was just beginning to ramp up. If we had an extra decade, we might have been able to foster a sword initiate or two, but as it is, the attraction of our sword style quickly faded once we lost our only expert pilot and sword master. The Annihilator Sword School did not empty out instantly. The casuals left in the first couple of years. Some even quit as soon as word got out that Venerable Trey was hospitalized. The more dedicated disciples stuck around longer. After all, they invested years into training this specific style. It was not that easy for them to switch to another, especially when they were still young. Time was precious to them, so the sunk cost fallacy had kept them hanging for 1 or 2 decades. Yet, without the guidance of a sword master, these hopeful students lacked instruction on how to touch the essence of the Annihilator sword style. No matter how much documentation Venerable Trey left behind, those words were dead and static. Even I haven't been able to master the Annihilator sword style, and I received the most instruction. Fred sighed yet again as he approached a single vault at the end of the hall. I only managed to gain an inkling of understanding by continuing to push myself. The fact that I only became a pseudo-sword initiate through my efforts is a clear sign that I don't have the talent to become a sword master. Kedis wondered what a sword initiate was supposed to be in relation to mech pilots. According to her speculative guess, a sword initiate was analogous to an expert candidate, but a rank below that didn't exist in the mech piloting community. Fred spent a minute to unlock the old but sturdy vault. Once he managed to disarm all of the security features, he withdrew a couple of items and placed it on a simple table. First, he put down a couple of handwritten books. Second, he unsheathed a one-handed saber and carefully placed it on the table along with its scabbard. Third, he carefully put down a number of old but sturdy-looking data chips. Lastly, he put down some official-looking documents. This is our entire inheritance. This is everything you need to take over our school and continue our sword style. Will you accept this inheritance, Miss Kedis? She didn't answer immediately. She first took in the different objects. The traditional-looking books had to be Venerable Trey's personal writings on his sword style. The fact that he took the trouble to write his thoughts was a sign that his books were truly significant. The saber attracted her next. She didn't recognize the alloy of the blade, but she could tell it was a good quality one, comparable to her Briar alloy weapons. The shape of the saber was shaped in a way that facilitated the process of cutting through annihilation. Kedis couldn't guess what was in the data chips, but she probably figured it contained all of the administration and other boring stuff of the sword school. Perhaps it also contained additional writings on the sword style. As for the pile of documents, their value was largely symbolic. Taking possession of them was a part of the tedious process of becoming the owner of the sword school and granted her the qualifications to become a citizen of the Heaven's Word Association. Right now, none of these objects interested her. She didn't even care about Venerable Trey's writings on his self-invented sword style. Instead, she became intrigued by the late swordmaster's weapon. She reverently reached out to pick up the saber. She brought it close to her face and examined the flat of the blade. Good weapon. I see you've still taken care of it over the years. It only needs a bit of polishing to shine again. The saber is called Shiva. It is my brother's trusty companion. I am aware that you already possess a weapon of your own, but I hope you don't put Shiva in a closet. Please fulfill the wishes of my brother and keep it at your side. It longs to be used in battle. Shiva, huh? Good name. Kedis muttered as she tried to sense whether it contained any life. Swish, swish. Surprisingly enough, Sharpe felt there was more to the relic. Without asking Kedis for permission, he jumped outside her mind and entered into Shiva's body. Chapter 2889, Invalid Physics. Kedis almost wanted to scream out. What was Sharpe doing? Shiva felt a little warmer to the hand. Kedis sensed that Sharpe had found something interesting inside the weapon. Apparently, the attraction was so great that her sword intent simply moved over on its own accord without asking her whether it was okay for it to move. The only reason why she didn't panic was because her intuition and other senses didn't signal any danger. If the situation was any different, she would have tried to pull Sharpe out of the blade. Of all of the people in the room, no one sensed that anything had happened. They all thought that Kedis was having some private moment with Venerable Trey Walensky's personal weapon. Only Venerable Dice furrowed her brows for a moment. Perhaps she sensed something odd with the help of her force of will. Perception wasn't its strong suit, though. As the seconds went by, Kedis felt that Sharpa became happier and happier for some reason. She also sensed that her sword intent felt a bit different over time. Was it changing? That wasn't supposed to happen. Her sword intent should reflect her swordsmanship. Even if Ves made it alive for some reason, shouldn't be a reason for it to change without her input. Fortunately, Sharpa soon ended its little jaunt. It jumped back into her mind with a satisfied feeling. Kedis grew suspicious. She attempted to probe her sentient sword intent, but it largely felt the same aside from some indescribable differences. What had happened? What had changed? Even though Kedis tried really hard to express her puzzlement at Sharpa, her darn sword intent acted as if nothing was wrong. She gave up on questioning her insubordinate sword will and turned her attention back to Shiva. The saber did not look any different from before, but as she stared into its surface, she felt a bit different about it than before. A moment ago, Shiva was just a curious weapon to Kedis. She did not feel any intimacy with the weapon because she knew it used to belong to someone else. Furthermore, it wasn't a great sword, which seriously reduced her interest in owning it. She even hesitated whether she should refuse to carry it on her person despite Fred Walensky's wishes. Her upgraded CFA greatsword was her true weapon of choice. Even though it was rather inconvenient to bring it everywhere, she didn't want to part with it. She had fought so many battles with it and spilled so much blood. Even after enhancing it with unending alloy, she completely felt as if it was an extension of her body. When Kedis initially picked up Shiva, she completely lacked that sense of closeness and ownership. Yet after Sharpa rummaged through its interior, some of that changed. While she still felt a lack of intimacy, she somehow had the impression that the saber belonged to her now. This was confusing to her. Whatever Sharpa had done caused Shiva to recognize Kedis as its rightful owner and wielder. At the same time, Kedis also felt as if the weapon belonged to her hand. While her sense of ownership of Shiva wasn't as strong as her CFA greatsword, it was still remarkable how comfortable it felt in her hand. Strange. She did not recklessly swing the weapon or do anything fancy with it. All of that could wait. She carefully put Shiva back onto the table and directed her attention to the pile of books. These books contain the unfiltered and unedited thoughts and ideas of my late brother. Fred Walensky noticed where she directed her gaze. The words inside can be a bit disorganized, but as long as you spend some effort into deciphering them, you will be able to learn the theory behind the Annihilator sword style. Of course, that is just the first step to mastering it. I cannot count the amount of times that I have read my brother's scriptures. His recorded thoughts are too profound for me even after decades of study and experimentation. Kedis grew intimidated by what she heard. I won't necessarily be able to do any better, you know. If the contents of these books don't click with me, I seriously doubt whether it is useful for me to dedicate my time to puzzle out the ramblings of an expert pilot. One of the lessons that Ves had taught to her was that expert pilots were only good at fighting and little else. These brutes were geniuses on the battlefield but dunces everywhere else. She had no expectations about how the former head of the sword school structured his writings. Even so, she still picked up the book at the top. Once she flipped it open, she quickly realized that it was specifically written to introduce newcomers to the Annihilator sword style. At least that was good. The opening quote immediately captured her imagination. Swords exist to kill. We exist to destroy. Although Venerable Trey Walensky wasn't creative enough to come up with a more dramatic phrase, the motto he invented for his sword school was quite bold. Kedis kind of liked it. The words were simple and direct. Do you know why this saying represents our sword style? Fred asked. Please explain. As you undoubtedly know, swords can inflict damage in a number of ways. Due to their propensity for slashing, the most ubiquitous form of damage they deal comes in the form of cuts. Certain swords can also be thrust onto a target, thereby leaving a nasty puncture behind. In rare and special occasions, you can also use the flat or the pommel of a bladed weapon in order to bash a surface. I already know all of that. Every sword style tries to find a good way to deliver as many of these wounds to the target as possible. Swords exist to kill, and they rely on these different types of damage to do their jobs. Fred nodded in approval. Good. You have a good grasp on the true nature of a sword. I'm glad you aren't one of those delusional idiots who think that swords exist to create peace or that they are meant to protect. Swords are killing implements and nothing else. Now, what if you could make them even better at killing? Is this the part where you explain to me what Annihilator stands for? Kedys interrupted the pattern of the conversation. The old man gave her a wry smile. Well, since you are a mech designer, you probably know what the word stands for. In short, my brother was really good at destroying things. So good, in fact, that he even used it as the basis for successful advancement to expert pilot. To him, the sharpness and sturdiness of the sword didn't matter too much for him. Whereas other swordsmen seek to rely on those two properties to cut or pierce into a target as deeply as possible, my brother sought to inflict damage in a different manner: annihilation. This was where Kedys grew skeptical again. Are you serious? You know what annihilation means, do you? I may be the only remaining member of this sword school, but I know the basics. In physics, annihilation is a reaction where a particle and its antiparticle collide. For some reason, pushing them together causes them to disappear. In their place, the energy that is equivalent to their mass gets released. This was indeed a short but succinct description of annihilation. When described in this fashion, the reaction sounded innocuous. In truth, annihilation was much greater than anyone who heard about it realized. It was not only an essential component in how the cosmos took on its current shape, but also served as the core of many powerful and destructive processes. From lighting up enormous balls of gases into stars to allowing humans to destroy entire continents and planets, the power of annihilation was one of the most destructive natural phenomena that both nature and civilization wielded. To claim that someone trained in a single sword style could harness this destructive power sounded extremely absurd to someone as well versed in the sciences as Kedys. I wouldn't be surprised if you pair annihilation with a positron beam weapon. After all, that's how these weapons pretty much work. Yet I can't imagine how you can possibly apply it to a sword of all objects, especially plain ones like Shiva. Seeing that Kedys remained unconvinced, Fred knew he had to show her that the Annihilator sword style wasn't an exaggeration. May I demonstrate our sword style with Shiva? Be my guest. I mean, the weapon used to be yours. Fred reverently picked up the saber from the table and held it in a comfortable grip. He looked around and approached a solid wooden pillar, one of many that spruced up the ceremonial hall. The pillar was as thick as a cow. Kedys had no doubt that the wood material was extra solid as well. Perhaps with a sword as sharp as her CFA grade sword, she might be able to cut deep into it, but she doubted she possessed the strength to make her blade go all the way through. Once Fred entered into range, he took a few calming breaths before adopting a serious stance. His eyes turned sharp and his expression became serious. The vibe he exuded had clearly changed from a harmless old man to a swordsman who possessed a little bite. Kedys briefly turned to Venerable Dice. The expert pilot looked at Fred with some respect. He's a swordsman, all right. He hasn't wasted all these years. Even Kedys had the impression that Fred could give her a run for her money if he was still in his prime. Sadly, he was 50 years too old. His body had already aged to such an extent that his current display was merely an echo. Fred did not seem to pay any notice, though. After making some sufficient mental preparations, he finally lashed out with Shiva. For a moment, Kedis had the illusion that an explosion of darkness had struck the pillar. This faint impression disappeared in an instant, though. Immediately, she realized that something was missing. There's hardly any sound. A sword, regardless of its properties, should have elicited some sounds when it was cut into a solid wooden pillar. The fact that Kedis didn't hear anything was very disturbing to her. Outside of vacuum environments, this shouldn't happen. She soon directed her attention to the aftermath of the attack. A wooden pillar exhibited a thin, precise cut that went a quarter of the way through its width. While this did not sound like much at first, Kedis was deeply impressed. Even if Fred was a trained swordsman, someone in his physical condition should have never been able to drive a saber like Shiva this deep through such a large and solid object. She soon gazed deeper into the cut. She saw that it looked abnormally smooth. Not only that, the surface of the cut sides was briefly covered by some strange black shadows before they dispersed. Obviously, something amazing had just happened. If her guess was correct, Fred's swing somehow managed to annihilate the wooden matter in front of the blade for a brief moment of time. This isn't possible. Kedis became increasingly shocked. This can't happen. How can someone who isn't an expert pilot and doesn't rely on any high-tech equipment be able to perform so many abnormal annihilation reactions without releasing enough energy to blow up the entire city? Fred Walensky easily pulled out the saber from the pillar and smiled. I have learned that it is best not to think too deeply about the science behind our techniques. Simply do your best to will your blade to annihilate everything before it, and it will happen, one way or another. It's a pity that most people are incapable of performing even a fraction of what I just did. However, I think you will be able to fare better. Would you like to try and perform this technique as well? Huh! Kedis was still trying to process what she had just witnessed. I don't know anything about this technique. I haven't even read through the introductory book of your sword style yet. You can't expect me to replicate your trick. But I believe you will be able to achieve a much greater process due to your talent. Please, satisfy my curiosity and prove my judgment right. Just go over the introductory book once and try and see if you can make use of what you have just read. Fred looked at Kedis as if she was the chosen one. At this point, he had invested so much faith in her that he was already convinced that she exceed his result in the first day. Chapter 2890. Swish swish. It made no sense. That was what Kedis thought after reading and skimming through Venerable Trey Walensky's scriptures. Obviously, the deceased Heavenswerder expert pilot was not a scientist. Yet every decent mech pilot had to study at least some level of physics in order to gain an essential understanding on how mechs actually worked and how to fight in various environments. Mech pilots who understood not just how, but why mechs that moved faster always consumed more energy faster would always be able to manage their energy reserves better. Mech pilots who understood the basics of orbital mechanics and knew the difference between acceleration and velocity would be able to maneuver much more skillfully in space. Mech pilots who understood the concept of heat capacity and knew how rapidly a mech dispersed its heat in vacuum, air and water environments would be able to keep their mechs cooler. In short, learning just a little bit of scientific knowledge could comprehensively improve the judgment, and subsequently the performance of any mech pilot. Therefore, Kedis expected that a prosperous and well-run second-rate rate like the Heavensward Association would surely emphasize the basic sciences. While it was too much to ask for mech pilots to learn as much as mech designers, they should at least be able to master high school level physics. Yet when Kedis read through Venerable Trey's chaotic and unedited ramblings, she sensed the man had probably forgotten at least 80% of what he learned. Sure, the late expert pilot and sword master showed some indication of understanding. Venerable Trey readily referred to the concept of potential energy and kinetic energy. However, that was where the science part ended. Just as Kedys thought that Venerable Trey's writing would make actual sense, the scriptures went into a completely different direction. For example, the books constantly emphasized the accumulation of energy, only to unleash it in a manner that completely defied conventional science. According to the expert pilot's own words, the essence of the Annihilator sword style laid in destroying every obstacle in the path of the sword. At its peak, the scriptures claimed that the sword style should even be able to cut through neutron stars, one of the densest and hardest objects in the galaxy. Kedys almost fainted when she read this claim. What a shameless boast! Any mech that came close to such a dense and heavy star would probably fall apart due to the enormous gravitational stresses affecting its frame. It's like I have to turn my brain off in order to appreciate these scriptures. The problem was that she couldn't. She was a mech designer. She learned enough science and engineering to know how reality was put together by a myriad of physical laws and phenomena. Even though humanity still possessed a shallow and incomplete understanding of reality worked, she was quite sure that a layman like Venerable Trey was absolutely wrong on many matters. She listed a couple of glaring impossibilities. First, where did all of the potential energy come from? Merely holding the sword did not magically charge it up with enough energy to generate antiparticles in an environment that was filled with conventional matter. Second, how could a swordsman possibly generate antiparticles without any advanced technology? By wishing it into existence? Third, how come those antiparticles didn't annihilate with the material of the blade or the molecules in the air and release a massive amount of energy, thereby causing an explosion that was violent enough to destroy an entire city? Fourth, how could a swordsman ensure those antiparticles only annihilated the matter immediately in front of the blade and prevent the release of so much energy? These were just a fraction of the many inconsistencies and impossibilities that Kedys stumbled upon. She grew increasingly more convinced that Venerable Trey didn't even know what he was talking about. It can't be antiparticles. It's impossible. His sword style must be doing something else. Yet try as she might, she couldn't even begin to guess at the truth of the Annihilator sword style. The best guess she could come up with was that Venerable Trey was able to form some kind of mystical force field that had the effect of erasing matter from existence. This also matched with what she observed from Fred Walensky's impressive demonstration. It made no sense for him to create antimatter out of thin air. Generating an energy field was much easier, though still questionable considering the lack of advanced equipment. However, the reason why she preferred this alternate theory was because she had already managed to accomplish this herself. Only superpowers were able to defy physics, and Kedys had successfully demonstrated this ability many times. Even though the effects were different, the process was roughly the same. Kedys obsessed over sharpness while Venerable Trey focused on a more direct form of destruction. There were differences, though. As a mech designer, her thorough understanding of the sciences granted her a very realistic outlook on what sharpness meant and how it could be achieved. At most, she chose to invest herself in a couple of improvement assumptions that could be made real as long as she furthered her research over the course of her mech design career. Mech designers wished to prove their assumptions real. In contrast, expert pilots like Venerable Trey Walensky didn't see reality this way. They instead made bold claims that had no basis in reality and essentially utilized their transcendental strength to make it happen anyway. This basically sounded like expert pilots possessed superpowers, but this sounded weird because mech designers also possessed superpowers. Are we more similar to each other than we thought? She wondered. Ves had never taught her much about his own secrets, so Kedys lacked the knowledge to rationalize this question. She vaguely felt that mech pilots and mech designers might actually be two sides of a coin rather than two completely separate entities. If this is so, can I drill a hole in the coin and connect the two sides? She shook her head. This was a stupid metaphor. High-ranking mech pilots and mech designers were much more complicated than she could possibly figure out at the moment. After turning her attention back to the Annihilator sword style, she eventually concluded that she lacked the mindset to accept it. So many assumptions were so objectively untrue that she couldn't put it in herself to believe them at face value. I'm a mech designer, not an idiot. Mech pilots didn't necessarily know any better. Their shallow education in the sciences caused them to lack the background and critical thinking that was necessary to know what was plausible. However, it was exactly because mech pilots didn't know the limitations that they were able to surpass the limitations of the laws of physics and develop superpowers for some reason. Kitty's grew increasingly more doubtful and confused. She knew that Ves had a hobby in figuring out the nature of expert pilots and how to facilitate their breakthroughs, but she had never touched upon this subject until recently. It helped that she already knew a thing or two about expert pilots. Her regular interaction with Venerable Joshua allowed her to learn how he regarded his own abilities. Joshua told me that he simply saw reality in a different way than others. He constantly viewed everything in the perspective of life. He also believed that everything had the potential to become alive, and that he could resonate with them if that was the case. To be honest, Kitty's thought that Joshua was kind of silly a lot of times, but somehow he made all of it work. His absolute confidence and conviction in his own views grew stronger when his superpower affirmed his flawed theories. Do I have to do the same? She had a feeling that this was how every expert pilot and sword master worked. They all developed silly notions that somehow came true because they turned into superpowers. The problem she had was that this was a completely opposite approach from that of a mech designer. One based their superpowers on science while the other based their superpowers on fantasy. If Ketty's was just an ignorant sword maiden, then she would have been able to accept the scriptures. Yet because of her abundant knowledge and sound logic, she struggled to accept even the most basic assumption. Everything that's written in these books breaks the law of conservation of energy. This is impossible. Not even my sharpness superpower can do that. She looked around. After Fred Walensky challenged her to learn the Annihilator sword style, she chose to study the books in private. The office used to be filled with dust, but opening the window and sweeping the barren floor quickly took care of that. It did not do much to spruce up the faded and decaying wall decorations. Right now, she had already spent 2 hours on this endeavor. Due to her augmented cognitive functions, it didn't actually take long to read through all of the books. She instead spent the majority of the time trying to reconcile all of the inconsistencies she noticed. She failed. She knew that she was at an impasse. Unlike her lovable boyfriend, Kitty's felt it was impossible for her to deliberate make herself stupid enough to believe in the fantasies espoused by Venerable Trey. Reality simply didn't work this way. After feeling that there was no use in going over the books, she closed them all and set them aside. There was no point in rereading them. She already knew the theories they espoused by heart. The problem was accepting them. Her mind simply could not do that. Should I take a mind-altering drug or something? She seriously considered this option because she saw no other way to dumb herself down and alter her judgment. Yet she was afraid she might have to inject herself with the strong stuff in order to sufficiently suppress her intelligence. This was not a viable solution. Her eyes shifted over to Shiva, the Destroyer. The relic of the Annihilator Sword School strangely felt like it belonged to her after Sharpet paid a visit to it. Now that she had studied the Annihilator Sword style, she understood why the saber was forged this way. It's a good blade to channel the power of destruction. While Kedis completely failed to comprehend the mechanics behind the Annihilator sword style, she had no problem figuring out its other aspects. Its sword techniques, its overall approach, and the recommended tactics that Venerable Trey had formulated all made sense. The sword style demanded an explosive and intensive approach. Anyone who adopted this style had to finish their opponents as quickly and decisively as possible, because each attempt at performing annihilation imposed a huge burden on the wielder. Though the costs were great, the results were even greater. At its best, a sword empowered by the Annihilator sword style had the potential to cut through any physical barrier. No matter if it was a protective suit, mech armor plating, or even ship hulls, anything composed of matter could not pose any hindrance because the materials in front of the blades simply disappeared from existence. Of course, the Annihilator sword style was not omnipotent in its ability to cut everything. It fared less well against non-physical barriers such as energy shields. Dodging or preventing the attack from landing were also effective ways to counter this sword style. If the sword never reached its target, then its power became invalid. That did not take too much away from the potential of the Annihilator sword style. Kedis grew somewhat attracted to it despite the fact she already possessed a sword style and focus of her own. I don't want to give up like this. Perhaps all of this thinking and theorizing was pointless. Maybe I should just try it out, Shiva called to her. Kedis could not resist the temptation and picked the weapon up. She did not feel that much different from the first time she held the saber. She adopted a serious expression and tried to go through the tenets of the Annihilator sword style. Swords exist to kill. We exist to destroy. She swung the saber, but nothing happened. The slash was utterly normal and devoid of any extraordinary characteristics. Her cheeks reddened a bit. She felt like a fool at the moment. How the hell can I fix this? She suddenly recalled what happened before. An interesting idea came to mind. Sharpa, can you help me out? I just want to channel the new sword style I learned. Swish, swish, swish. Kedis didn't expect much at first, but her living sword intent became quite enthusiastic all of a sudden. A moment later, she felt as if some kind of switch had flipped. Sharpa no longer felt as sharp as before. Instead, it exuded a different vibe. Her mentality changed in a subtle and unknown way that crept her out. Extra thoughts entered her mind that were never there before. Even though she felt incredibly disturbed at the uncontrolled changes in her mind, her intuition signaled that nothing was wrong. She spontaneously followed an impulse and approached a wall. She lifted Shiva over her head and began to concentrate a bit. After several seconds of accumulation, she swung it down in a strong and unwavering chop. Shiva cut completely through the wall as if it wasn't there. When the blade passed through the solid stone material off the wall, not a single sound reached her ears. Instead, the strange black glow that surrounded the blade had silently annihilated any material in its path. It took a moment for Kedis to snap out of her concentrated mood. Her eyes widened as she beheld Shiva and the impossible cut she left behind. Sharpa, what did you do? Swish, swish. Chapter 2891, Out of the Shadows. Kedis suddenly realized that there was more to her living sword intent than she initially realized. The pet that Ves created in her mind was not just a personification of her sword intent. She already knew that its nature was beyond her understanding, but she always figured its purpose was relatively simple. Aside from keeping her company, Sharpa also assisted her in performing her superpower and deepening her insights into sharpness. Its presence constantly inundated her mind with sharpness, allowing her to develop a more profound feel for the concept. In turn, as her comprehension of sharpness continued to rise, Sharpa grew even sharper. In essence, Kedis formed a mild positive feedback loop with Sharpe. Their symbiotic relationship meant they constantly stimulated each other. She was well aware that she was probably the only mech designer who possessed this unique advantage. The gift that Ves had given to her was such a splendid boon that she would have never been able to progress her nascent design philosophy so much without its assistance. Kedis conveniently ignored the fact that Ves treated her like a test subject. Ever since she obtained Sharpe, she always assumed that her sword intent only came in a single form. Yet today, she discovered that this assumption was wrong. Sharpe was capable of shifting its focus from sharpness to annihilation. It was as if her intangible pet had exchanged one coat for another. The effect this had on her mentality and superpower was groundbreaking. This is impossible. Even though she had only come in touch with the local swordsmanship tradition for a short amount of time, she knew it took years or decades for even the most devoted swordsman to achieve this effect. She was well aware that even the best prodigies had to master a sword style step by step in order to dig out its full potential. Many other swordsmen invested an even greater amount of time, only to come away with nothing. Interim director Fred Walensky was a little luckier than most people by being able to drag himself to the level of a pseudo-sword initiate. It took at least half a century of constant training and practice for him to be able to reach this point. Compared to Fred, the progress that Kedis made was so ludicrous that she couldn't even begin to explain. She only read and contemplated the scriptures for a couple of hours. Throughout all that time, she hadn't been able to accept their concepts. Logically speaking, that should have prevented her from channeling the power of annihilation. Yet the abnormally smooth and straight cut through a solid stone wall proved otherwise. She looked blankly at Shiva, the weapon that had once again become a vessel that had brought the Annihilator sword style to life. Everything that had happened just now had an undeniable connection to Sharpe. Though a part of her felt terror at the unfathomable and uncontrollable nature of an entity that occupied a part of her mind, Sharpe quickly took off its annihilation coat and put on its familiar sharpness coat again. Her sword intent felt much more familiar to her again. Her suspicions faded away. A smile appeared on her face. No matter what you'll always help me, right? Swish. That was enough for her. Sharpe was still a part of her, and she was a part of Sharpe. Neither of them could exist without the other. We're two sides of the same coin. A day later, the Sword Maidens returned to the arena. While their participation in the mech combat tournaments were close to ending, they still had some fight left in the personal combat tournaments. Kedis was scheduled to fight in 2 different matches. In the morning, she would be entering the arena by herself. In the afternoon, she had to win a group match. The Sword Maidens planned to debut her new identity through these 2 matches. You are not just Ves Larkinson, the Sword Maiden and Mech Designer anymore. Your battle garb should reflect that, Fred Walensky said as he tapped the protective suit issued by the arena and caused it to project an image over the chest area. The emblem depicted a planet that had been cleaved apart by an enormous sword. Kedis stared dazedly at the symbol that represented the Annihilator Sword School. She had only seen projected emblems like these on the protective suits of other seated competitors. Hey, don't be nervous. You are the interim director of the Annihilator Sword School and a citizen of the Heaven's Word Association. I called in every single favor I had left in order to rush the applications. Everything is official and final now. While I haven't been able to convince the government that you're qualified to be a sword initiate, you can take care of that yourself by showing off your power in the arena. The public will decide. Commander Sendra came close and patted Kedis on the shoulder. Don't forget our plan. You're the star now, so act like it. People won't take you seriously if you don't have the swagger to back up your new identity. I will try my best, The transition was too abrupt. Kedis didn't have enough time to process all of the rapid changes. For so long, Kedis always viewed herself as a background character. Compared to more brilliant personalities such as Ves and Gloriana, she was merely the mech designer obsessed with swords. Now that she was asked to step into the spotlight, she felt the light was unbearable. She wasn't used to facing the galaxy by her own merits. "This isn't me," she said. Her nerves were already starting to get to her. "I'm not cut out to be famous. I'd rather just be one sword maiden among many." "Hey!" Sendra pulled her in a bear hug. "There's nothing to be afraid about. You're a fighter, not a coward. You wouldn't have become a sister of ours if you only knew how to hide behind others. Didn't you kill dozens if not hundreds of enemies with your sword? You never showed any fear back when you fought against pirates and other dangerous scum." "That's different. I trained for that. This is different. I never thought I would become a public personality." "Well, tough luck, Kedis, because you can't avoid this battle. Do you want to hide behind the Patriarch's shadow forever? Grow up, girl. You'll become a journeyman soon. Do you think you can continue to stay unnoticed forever when you have gained enough qualifications to design mechs alongside the lead designers of the Larkinson clan? We need you to stand your ground if you want to secure more benefits for our fellow sisters." She snapped out of her daze. She realized she bore more responsibility now that she had accepted the inheritance of the Annihilator Sword School. While she still held many questions about the Sword School and her ability to channel its distinctive sword style, she knew that there were more important priorities to worry about. Everything that happened to her was only a means to an end. The goal had always been to empower the Sword Maidens. As long as she did her best to follow the new plan, she could single-handedly reverse their sorry condition and make them stronger than ever before. Just thinking about meeting Commander Sendra's ambitious goal of recruiting 10,000 high-quality swordswomen caused her heart to pump faster. She wanted to make this dream come true. She wanted every sword maiden to grow less lonely and rid themselves of the trauma they still suffered from after losing hundreds of sisters over the years. With the infusion of so many enthusiastic women, Kedis could definitely foresee a future where the Sword Maidens became a strong and indispensable part of the Larkinson clan. No longer would Ves treat her sisters like endangered animals that needed to be coddled. With thousands of mech pilots, the Sword Maidens would be fully qualified to fight on the front lines. All of this was contingent on her upcoming performances. Having witnessed Ves stepping up and becoming greater than life in public, she attempted to channel some of his swagger, as Sendra called it earlier. "I'm a big girl. I can do this." Her mentality shifted. Suddenly, she didn't feel so nervous anymore. She possessed enough courage to charge a group of soldiers and hack them apart with her sword. Why should she fear standing out and attracting more attention to her? No matter what all of those people thought about her, she was much stronger than nearly all of them. None of them would last a second in front of her blade. Commander Sendra closely paid attention to Kedis' demeanor and smirked. She liked what she saw. "You're truly ready to step out of the shadows now. Now go show them what you can do now that you have mastered a new sword style." Her turn soon came up. After receiving the encouragement of her fellow sword maidens, she walked out into the arena ground while armed with two very different swords. Her unending greatsword was holstered and attached to her back while Shiva hung from her waist. While it was unusual for competitors to bring multiple primary weapons into the arena, the rules did not disallow it. There were plenty of dual wielders and swordsmen who wanted to bring in backup weapons to the field. The only reason why his phenomenon was fairly rare was that carrying extra weapons was cumbersome enough to affect someone's battle performance. Even though Kedis knew that she was making it harder for herself by carrying a massive greatsword on her back, she did not wish to part with her favorite weapon. She wanted to make the audience accustomed to seeing her with her great sword. This way, it wouldn't be a surprise when she finally pulled out her best sword. For now, she had different plans in mind. Once she reached her assigned starting position, she straightened her back and adopted a confident posture while slowly pulling Shiva out of its sheath. "Now this is a surprise," one of the announcers spoke. "My producers have just informed me that Ves Larkinson of the Sword Maidens has just taken over the previously dormant Annihilator Sword School. Now that she bears the emblem of one of our sword schools, how will she fare in her matches? If her previous performance is indicative of how she will fight in the future, she will not be able to restore her sword school. On the other hand, if she is able to display a new sword style, then we might witness the emergence of a new sword initiate." Sword initiate. The public, who had only paid a modest amount of attention to ordinary matches, suddenly became energized. The status of sword initiates were much greater than average swordsmen. While their strength and prestige were incomparable to that of sword masters, they still represented the future of swordsmanship in the state. Since this woman managed to take over a sword school, she should definitely be able to back up her new identity. The swordswoman standing opposite to Ves happened to be a foreigner. She did not care too much about the implications of fighting the leader of a sword school. An average Heavensworder would have been much more cautious about facing someone like Ves. Commence the match. Ves stood her ground while her opponents stormed forward. This time, the enemy wielded an ordinary longsword. Despite that, the older and taller woman held in such an adept manner that it was clear that she possessed an abundant amount of skill. When the two swordswomen were about to clash, Ves closed her eyes for a moment and began to concentrate. Shiva's grew a little darker. Once her opponent came close enough to launch an attack, Ves opened her eyes and swung her saber, heedless of the fact that there was a long sword in the way. Swish. Empowered by her expanded superpower, Shiva's blade passed right through the solid structure of the long sword and continued on to impact an energy shield. Although the Annihilator sword style fared less well against non-physical barriers, Shiva was empowered to such an extent that the shield could no longer hold the weapon back. The saber cut through the energy shield and sank into the tough but flexible protective suit. This time, the weapon experienced no hindrance at all. The blade continued to cut right through the suit materials before passing through the shoulder of Ves' opponents. Ayaha! Even before Shiva amputated the woman's entire arm, the victim had already lost battle effectiveness. Two separate thumps sounded across the arena. An arm and the body it used to be attached to had both collapsed less than half a minute after the match had begun. This was a domineering result. What did I just see? That woman, she's actually a sword initiate. Wait, that cut was way too strong. Isn't she a sword master? I don't think so. Someone would have disqualified her if this was the case. The audience became incredibly fascinated by Ves' overpowering display of might. Even among the strongest sword initiates, the technique she displayed could make all of them nervous. A new champion contender had entered the stage. Chapter 2892, Sword Devil. From the moment she cut off the first arm despite all the safety precautions in place, Ves knew she was doomed to become a famous personality in the Heavensward Association. Every swordsman or swordswoman who was capable of performing feats comparable to her ability to annihilate solid barriers were already known celebrities in the state. Their sword schools proudly promoted the strength and valor of these strong and powerful sword initiates. While not all of them were guaranteed to trigger the transformation that could turn them into sword masters, they were still eminently stronger than practically every other citizen of the Heavensward Association. The entire society of this sword-obsessed state revolved around exceptional swordsmen. From the media to cultural perception, the Heavenswarders always paid a lot of attention whenever a new sword initiate emerged among the ranks of swordsmen. "Ves Larkinson!" A reporter followed by a recorder bot tried to squeeze past the barrier of sword maidens just outside the arena building. "As the new head of the Annihilator Sword School, what is your ambition? Will you seek to revive it to its former glory?" Kedis tried to maintain a cool and impassive expression as she briefly turned to face the journalist. She quickly recalled the pre-canned answer that she had drilled into her mind. "The Annihilator Sword School has sunk to its lowest point in its history, but has always managed to endure. With my leadership, the school shall rise to greater heights. By the time the Greater Omandry Festival has ended, I aim to expand the ranks of my school with 10,000 students and instructors." 10,000 members. What a shocking goal. While Kedis had certainly proven her strength in battle, she was not a real sword master as of yet. If she possessed a level of strength that was comparable to an expert pilot, her claim wouldn't draw too much attention. The original Annihilator Sword School never took in more than 1,000 students. This was because the sword style it taught was very difficult to learn. Since no one else aside from Venerable Trey Walensky was able to display his sword style, it took a lot of courage for sword students to invest years of training before they even had hope of touching upon the essence of annihilation. The founder of the sword school was also selective about the students he enrolled into his school. While more members typically conveyed greater prestige, it was not always good to take responsibility for so many people at once. The fact that Kedis signaled that she intended to defy this common sense was enough to get tongues wagging. Though she continued to present a specific image to the news media, inwardly she began to feel amused. Was this what Ves always felt when he addressed the public? It was so easy to generate attention. As long as she said anything that was shocking or unexpected, she was sure she could leave a memorable impression in the minds of her audience. She had to clamp herself down and restrain herself in order to avoid going off script. No matter what, the plan to revive and empower the sword maidens mattered much more than any vanity she gained out of this circus. Ves continually served as a role model and example for her. Even if she couldn't learn all of his methods, she could still imitate them. It was fine as long as her performance was convincing enough. Another journalist tried to squeeze closer. "Ves Larkinson! While our state has officially recognized you as a Heavenswarder, you have also insisted on maintaining your allegiance to the Larkinson clan. Where do your loyalties lie? Will you leave the Heavensward Association as soon as the festival is over?" This was also a question she expected to face. She did not lie when she filled in the forms that allowed her to acquire her new citizenship. Swordsmen and swordswomen disdained lies and hated it when they were misled. She would certainly not make the mistake of pretending to be a committed Heavenswarder. "I am loyal to the values and ideals of both the Larkinson clan and the Heavensward Association," she calmly replied. "To me, loyalty is not exclusive. You can be loyal to your family, your colleagues, your boss, and your state at the same time. It is never the case that someone must choose to be loyal to one of them at the exclusion of others. So, frankly speaking, I am proud to be both a Larkinson and a Heavenswarder. As long as my clan and my new state do not have any contradictions or competing interests, there is no reason to pick one over the other." Isn't that a duplicitous answer? Tell us the truth. The fact that you haven't ended your association with the Larkinson clan means you still prize it over your new citizenship. Just admit that you just want to use the Heavensward Association for your own ends. Kedis continued to keep her cool. She merely exhibited a modest smile. "As the leader of the Annihilator Sword School, I aim to make it great and spread its sword style across the stars. Compared to staying in the majestic Teal Star sector, I believe I can do much more for our local swordsmanship tradition if I bring a portion of our heritage to the Red Ocean. The Larkinson clan will not hinder us from reaching our goal. In fact, it's the opposite. Since the clan is an avid user of swordsman mechs, it will welcome the rise of lots of strong swordsman mech pilots. A third journalist shoved aside a rival and asked his own question. Aren't you just a lackey of the Larkinson clan? You just want to poach more talented swordsmen from our state in order to fill the ranks of your true masters. You're no heavensworder. Kedis tried to repress her anger. She would usually lash out at this point, but the importance of her current role couldn't be overstated. Please do not impinge on my honor, sir. I am a swordswoman. Please give me the same level of regard you show to other swordsmen and swordswomen. I fought honorably against many pirates in the Nixian Gap, so please don't slander my name. If you wish to question my integrity, then please back your statements with proof. Fred Walensky quickly interceded before more journalists tried to irritate Kedis. All right. Interim Director Larkinson will no longer be available to answer your questions. Please direct your inquiries to me. As the former head of the Annihilator Sword School, I am happy to clear your doubts. Once Kedis entered the shuttle, she sighed and slumped in her chair. How exhausting! You'll get better, Kedis, Commander Sendra said. Do this a couple more times and you'll become a natural like Patriarch Ves. Kedis gave her a wry smile. I'm not sure whether that will happen as soon as you think. I'm not a natural speaker. Well, if you don't like to talk, then fight. As long as you continue to cut down your opponents in the arena, those pesky journalists won't be able to affect you anymore. The locals love a winner. She took those words in mind as she competed the following days. As more and more challenging competitors squared off against her, she became more determined to win as decisively and domineeringly as possible in order to silence all doubts about her intentions. During a group match, Kedis, Commander Sendra and 3 other sisters faced a close-knit team of heavensworders from a small sword school. Even though none of the disciples of the so-called Windblade Sword School were sword initiates, they were still inner disciples, which meant that they were highly trained and had the potential to become greater at any time. According to the previous experiences of the sword maidens in the arena, these inner disciples were usually tough opponents. While they lacked actual battlefield experience, their sword drills were so sophisticated that they had an answer for anything. Yet now that Kedis and the rest of her team took their places, the stances of their opponents became more and more defensive. The Windblade disciples were very wary towards the inheritor of the Annihilator sword style. Kedis smirked behind her protective helmet. She smoothly unsheathed Shiva while Sharpa entered annihilation mode. The change in focus caused her to drop some of her sharp focus in order to make way for a desire to unleash destruction. Let's follow the usual plan, sisters. Once the match commenced, the sword maidens boldly charged forward. Despite carrying 2 weapons at once, Kedis did not slow in her advance. For their part, the Windblade disciples weren't willing to let their opponents bowl them over. They managed to regain enough of their wits to execute a pre-planned strategy. They're splitting up. 3 of the Windblade disciples moved to the left while 2 moved to the right. This put the sword maidens in a slightly difficult spot. If Kedis decided to split up their team as well, then their opponents might be able to stall her, thereby preventing her from aiding other sword maidens. If the sword maiden team decided to stick together and pursue just one of the enemy pincers, then the other pincer would undoubtedly attack their flanks. However, Kedis possessed enough confidence in her fellow sisters to be able to hold their ground regardless of the clever maneuvering of her opponents. The sword maidens were not fragile vases that collapsed at the first blow. Since these Windblade disciples have taken the liberty to line themselves up, let's gobble them up piece by piece. Attack the right pincer! The team of 5 sword maidens openly changed direction and charged faster towards the pair of Windblade disciples that had split up from their comrades. Damn! There was no way that the 2 swordsmen would dare to clash head-on against 5 opponents. The pair continued to run away in order to delay the moment of contact as long as possible. Meanwhile, the left pincer had already turned around in order to close in on the rear of the sword maiden formation. Right now, the match looked a bit silly to the spectators. The multi-level chase did not lead to any immediate excitement, so the crowd was quite upset. Stop running! The enemy is in the other direction. Chickens! I didn't sign up to watch this farce. Several minutes passed while the distance continued to narrow. This was because the circular arena did not allow anyone to run in a straight line forever. As the 3 separate groups of people grew closer, it appeared as if the Windblade disciples were about to sandwich the sword maidens from 2 opposite directions. Yet just when people thought that a chaotic melee would ensue, Ketty stopped running forward and began to charge in the opposite direction by herself. Ah! It's the sword devil! Don't tangle against her by yourself! The reputation that Ketty's had acquired was so notorious that the 3 Windblade disciples did not dare to parry any of her attacks. Instead, they spread out and prepared to evade as many attacks as possible. Everyone already knew that blocking her attacks was an exercise in futility. The only way for them to avoid losing their limbs was to not get hit in the first place. Ketty's grinned. She already anticipated this response. She chased after them for a couple more seconds before turning around to intercept the other 2 Windblade disciples. She tricked us! What a devil! Go after her! Don't let the sword maidens gang up on our brothers! It was too late. The 2 pincer strategy was of no use as long as the sword maidens pried them apart from each other. Due to her positioning, Ketty's was able to approach her new targets from another angle and corner her 2 disciples. Seeing that they were about to be sandwiched themselves, the desperate Windblade disciples concluded that their tournament run would probably end unless they took out Ketty's. Attack the sword devil! As long as the fight is 2-1, we still stand a chance. As Ketty's was about to clash against the 2 oncoming opponents, her grin had grown wide. Even as her opponents spread out a bit and launched a simultaneous attack from 2 sides, she whirled her body and cut both incoming swords in half. As the upper halves of the blades clattered to the ground, Ketty's fearlessly stepped into one of the disciples and made a low cut that sent a leg flying. Ah! Even as the other disciple attempted to run away, Ketty's ran after him like a shark that smelled blood. She drew more on her augmented body, allowing her to close in remarkably quickly. Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, the remaining disciple boldly turned around in order to make a last-ditch effort at defeating the intimidating sword initiate. Don't underestimate the Windblade Sword School! The disciple's damaged sword began to flicker a bit. An almost imperceptible bright blue glow briefly covered the shortened edge. Yet before it could do anything more, a saber that oozed darkness brutally cut through the pathetic display and went on to slice off an arm below the elbow. The sword devil has harvested yet another limb. Ketty's twitched when she heard that. She hated that name. Chapter 2893, Cloudstrider Sword School. As her brutal and vicious fighting approach continued to reappear in the tournaments, the press and public increasingly insisted on calling her by her new moniker. The Sword Devil has spilled more blood! Does the Sword Devil's bloodthirst know no bounds? Just admit defeat in front of her. It's not worth losing your limbs. Each time she entered the arena, she always took every opponent a bit seriously. Even if they were clearly outmatched or mentally defeated, she was always wary of being fooled. Underestimating a weak opponent might work 99 times out of 100, but if Kedis happened to encounter a deceitful snake with a venomous bite, then she might suffer a preventable defeat. This could never happen. The future of the Sword Maidens rested on her shoulders. She could not afford to make any mistake, especially when the press had a penchant of amplifying every single mistake. The losers in the Heaven's Word Association were either forgotten or lampooned. This was because the competition between swordsmen and sword schools was especially fierce. Since it was illegal to duel to the death in this state, many powerful sword masters and their networks focused instead on trying to pull down their rivals in other ways. Being called a sword devil was just one of those tricks. It wasn't even an inventive name. Whoever came up with it clearly looked at the name of her mentor and made a lazy adjustment. "Don't let the media pressure get to you, Miss Kedis," Fred Walensky told her as she tried to recover back at Angelique's villa. "They all want to get in your mind and disturb your confidence. The moment you start to doubt yourself, they've already achieved your goal. Just focus on winning. Nothing else. That is the only way you can prove the critics wrong." While VS might be able to brush off bad press like it was nothing, Kedis was less experienced in these kinds of situations. While she could live with being vilified, she constantly worried whether the Sword Maidens could bear the consequences. "I thought it would be different. I haven't made any enemies as far as I know. I've been careful not to do or say anything that will implicate the Sword Maidens." Fred smirked and crossed his arms. "Your battle prowess and your newly acquired status is also threatening enough to rile up the more sensitive sword schools. Before, you were just a foreign swordswoman who didn't show enough strength to make it into the top 1,000. Now that you have not only inherited the Annihilator sword style, but shown that you mastered it to a surprising extent, it's different. They see a competitor in you that can potentially squeeze into the top 100. The entry of another person into the top 100 inevitably meant that someone else must be pushed out. This was quite frightening, especially since Kedis showed up from nowhere. Compared to known entities like the seeded competitors, no one knew how far she could go and how many people she could pull from their pedestals. This made so many sword schools concerned that their stance towards the new head of the Annihilator Sword School was universally negative. "How is the recruitment going lately? Is our intake being affected by the surge of bad press?" The former leader of the sword school sighed. "I won't lie. Our school used to get thousands of inquiries when you first exhibited your sword style. However, once our rival sword schools started their counterattack, those inquiries dwindled even as you continued to steamroll your way through your opponents. Yesterday, we only received less than 100 inquiries, and most of them are merely exploratory in nature." Kedis pinned Fred with a glare. "I thought you said that everything would go better if I keep winning. Why are we going backwards?" "I did not lie. I just want to tell you that it will take some time for the trees we've planted to bear fruit. I don't predict our situation will turn around until you have defeated your first seeded competitor and reached the top 1,000. You're still too new to the scene, and your ability to contend against the best disciples of a sword school is still a mystery. You've merely been bullying the weak all of time. That's not actually that impressive." Although Kedis did not feel confident in her current approach, Fred somehow managed to earn the trust of Sandra and Dice. Even though his identity in his home state was kind of embarrassing, he was a consummate insider and had a lot of old connections. Together with the new staff he hired, Fred took care of a lot of background stuff so that Kedis could concentrate entirely on winning the next matches. When Kedis met with Angelique Harcourt in order to get a second opinion, the journeyman did not see any cause for alarm. "You are an amazing swordswoman and mech designer. I am sure you will get the recognition you deserve as long as you persist in your current course. I have kept an eye on what your deputy director is doing. So far, he hasn't done anything that seems detrimental towards you. He's doing his best to lift the school from a rock-bottom position. That is never easy. Perhaps Kedis was too hard on Fred. The man might have behaved a bit improperly at first, but his motives were easy to understand. He just wanted to revive the Annihilator Sword School and make sure that his brother's legacy was not forgotten. That was a noble goal that didn't conflict with the goals of the Sword Maidens. She was sure that Ves would have been able to obtain greater advantages if he was in her place. Yet he wasn't here this time, and she needed to learn to solve her problems. Though the pressure constantly made her want to stop and crawl back in her hole, she did not give in to it. She simply couldn't for the reasons she already mentioned. She needed to step up. She needed to do more than just fight in the arena. Do you have any advice on what I can do to help my situation out? Kedis earnestly asked. Oh, Kedis. Angelique approached and embraced her in a hug. You should stop doubting yourself. No one is aware of it yet, but you're making history. There has never been a mech designer who is simultaneously a sword master in our state. The progress you have made since you have arrived is astounding. I have never seen a swordswoman learn a true sword style and become a sword initiate so quickly. The fact that you are also capable of designing complete swordsman mechs while accomplishing all of this is incredible. Kedis didn't feel so special. While she took pride in the hard work she put into improving her mech design capabilities, she never really felt as if she deserved to master the Annihilator sword style to this extent. Sharpa did all of the heavy lifting. Kedis still didn't buy into Venerable Trey Walensky's writings to this day, even as she faithfully executed all of his empowered techniques in the arena. This was a contradiction that increasingly bothered her. How could she act as if she had fully embodied the Annihilator sword style when she essentially cheated? While it was addicting for her to break every barrier and become an unstoppable fighting machine, each victory grew increasingly more hollow. It was too easy. She didn't work for it. She was a fraud. As she continued to struggle with her doubts, she finally progressed far enough to face her first true challenge in the group tournament. However, the opponent she had been matched with happened to be one of the top seeds of the tournament. Kedis, Fred, Dice, and Sandra immediately gathered together in an office once the organizers announced the latest series of matches. Everyone's face grew serious as Fred activated a projection that displayed their next opponent. I don't know if our luck is bad or if someone exerted a lot of influence to tamper with the random matching procedure, but we are about to face one of the favorites to win the tournaments. The team of 5 men and women all stood proudly in their light blue uniforms. Random cloud patterns adorned their clothes as the sword disciples all looked light enough to step into the air. A sinking feeling emerged in Kedis' stomach. Each of our next opponents hail from the Cloud Strider Sword School. As you might have guessed, this school teaches a sword style that is heavily slanted towards mobility. The Cloud Strider Sword School only recruits the most swiftest and agile young talents and molds them into even faster warriors. How good are they, exactly? Kedis asked. 4 out of the 5 Cloud Striders ought to be inner disciples. They are only there to make up the numbers. Fred pointed at the white-haired man at the center. The real threat is this fellow. Ivan Reed is not only the head disciple of his school, but also a formidable and mature sword initiate in his own right. Ivan Reed was 39 years old, but possessed a body that was considerably slimmer and shorter than that of the average male swordsman. In fact, even Kedis exceeded his height and body weight. That did not cause her to look down on him, though. In fact, it was the opposite. Someone who was that light and short must have deliberately altered his growth pattern this way in order to increase his fit with his sword style. Fred showed some footage of Ivan in action. While the matches he fought took place more than a year ago, it was still a good way to see what they could expect. All 3 sword maidens in the room grew grave when they saw Ivan Reed in action. The man stepped across the dueling ring as if his body weighed almost nothing. His opponent could never keep up and simply decided to stand in place in order to attack on approach. While this was the correct decision to make, Ivan was simply too fast and elusive to get hit by any of the incoming strikes. The head disciple slowly turned the match into a farce by performing constant hit-and-run attacks. His thin fencing sword rained down constant hits onto the opponent that steadily accumulated him points. No matter what counterattack he faced, he was always able to step to the side and evade. What astounded Kedis was that despite how much Ivan was running, he never seemed to tire. "You're all swordswomen, so I am sure you can figure out why Mr. Reed is so formidable. The Cloud Strider sword style is one of the most trending mobility-oriented styles at the moment. While the style is not known for its explosive power, its elusiveness is incredibly frustrating to fight against. This goes double for power-oriented styles such as your own one. The odds are already against your favor even if you leave out Mr. Reed." Neither the Sword Maiden sword style nor the Annihilator sword style would fare well against someone who excelled at dodging power attacks. While both styles incorporated a number of solutions against flighty opponents, it did not change the fact that the Sword Maidens were about to face their natural counter. "What do we do?" Kedis asked. "We can't just roll over and let the Cloud Striders eliminate our best team from the group tournament." Even though the Sword Maidens knew their chances in the following match weren't high, they were not resigned. Venerable Dice was deep in thought for a while. "I haven't been idling around since I got here. I have been exchanging frequently with the local expert pilots. The tips I've received and the matches that I've witnessed have given me a lot of new ideas. Compared to the so-called true sword styles that have something special about them, our Sword Maiden sword style is too plain. I've been working for several weeks to correct that, and I think it is time for you to learn some new moves. Our match against the Cloud Striders begins a couple of days from now." Kedis grew concerned. "Learning a powerful new move sounds great, but if they are as difficult as that of the other sword styles, we need months if not years to master it. We have way too little time." The expert pilot sighed. "You're right, but not completely. While I believe that your other sisters will probably have to struggle for years, you are different. You're a sword initiate, and one that has shown a remarkable penchant for learning new moves. If any sword maiden can master my new technique, it's you, Kedis." For some reason, Venerable Dice was convinced that Kedis would be able to master her newly invented empowered technique. Chapter 2894 Sword Maiden Roots. While the Sword Maidens existed for decades, their sword style never evolved that much. Part of it was because it was unnecessary. Most of the opponents they faced were frontier pirates, who rarely put up a great resistance when attacked up close. Another part of it was because of the limited learning capacities of the Sword Maidens. Even if Commander Lydia set up a brutal training regime to forge desperate young girls into fearless Sword Maidens, she could not change the fact that they were not particularly smart or clever. The third reason why the Sword Maiden sword style was kept simple was because the third-class swordsman mechs they piloted for most of their history did not allow for more. Myra had to design mechs under all kinds of limitations. The mech industry in the frontier was so barren and primitive that the mechs that emerged from this region were quite simplistic. In short, the Sword Maidens adopted a sword style that allowed them to become more formidable by endlessly drilling the same set of basic techniques. There was no need for them to do anything fancy. As long as they mastered the essentials, they could already outduel most enemy swordsmen or swordsman mechs in their way. All of this changed once the Sword Maidens joined the Larkinson clan. The previous circumstances no longer applied. The Larkinson clan's greatest threats were no longer shabby pirates and thugs. The Larkinsons had already fought a ruinous battle against an allied military force. Anyone with the courage to go after the clan would certainly dispatch something stronger. The Sword Maidens had also implemented drastic improvements to their training programs. Their ample budget allowed them to invest in cranial implants and gene mod templates that increased the learning capabilities of the sword maidens. They also spent a lot of money on better and more sophisticated training facilities that allowed them to do more with their recruits. Their mech pilots also had access to drastically better mechs. The difference between a third-class swordsman mech and its second-class equivalent was a huge jump. They had access to a lot more possibilities after they started to pilot the Bright Warrior version Bs, and they were waiting for Kedis to become a journeyman so she could deliver an even better swordsman mech model. All of these changing factors gradually caused the Sword Maiden's sword style to look more and more inadequate. While the Sword Maidens didn't suddenly become weak due to their basic style, it became increasingly clear that it did not convey them any strong advantages. Venerable Dice took it upon herself to take the sword style taught by the late Commander Lydia and upgrade it. This was not an easy endeavor and required much thought and experimentation in order to formulate an expanded set of moves along with revising the ideology behind the sword style. Although she initially invested her time in expanding the sword style's repertoire of ordinary techniques, her exposure to the empowered sword styles of the Heaven's Word Association caused her to change her direction. The expert pilot had become extremely impressed at how people such as Kedis and Fred were able to annihilate everything their sword was cutting by performing an empowered technique. The Sword Maiden's sword style had to reach this level as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't do their sisters justice. In order to put something special together, Venerable Dice not only consulted with local expert pilots and sword masters, but also read through the scriptures of the Annihilator sword style. Even though Venerable Trey's swordsmanship did not fit her at all, she only needed to learn the model of a true sword style in order to get her bearings. "This is all new to us," the expert pilot said as she pulled Kedis to a training room. "Visiting the Heaven's Word Association has been the best decision that we have ever made. The unique traditions we became exposed to has revealed that there is much more depth to swordsmanship than we have ever realized." Kedis nodded. "From what I have seen and experienced myself, I'm becoming more convinced that the mech piloting tradition is definitely related to the local swordsmanship tradition. The parallels are too great, and the fact that expert pilots like you are equivalent to sword masters is conclusive evidence." "I wouldn't say that, Kedis. Expert pilots aren't necessarily sword masters and vice versa. There are still differences between the two. In fact, I cannot claim to be a sword master myself." "Is it because of the shortcomings of our sword style?" Venerable Dice nodded. "The difference between an ordinary sword style and a true sword style is that the latter can put its practitioners on the path of becoming a sword god. It is not enough for it to include a few loosely related empowered moves or two. There has to be an ideology that ties it all together." "Have you made any progress?" "Some," the expert pilot modestly said. "I'm far from transforming our current method into a true sword style that is not any weaker than those from the Heaven's Word Association, but I have figured out a couple of useful aspects. Before I teach them to you, first you need to know the intent behind them. What is the purpose of our sword style?" "To help us survive and overcome our adversaries," Kedis answered from her heart. "To defeat our opponents by overwhelming them with might and ferocity. By going on the attack so that we will never have to be put on the defensive." "Those are good words. Never forget our roots. We struggled against adversity and sought to carve a place for ourselves in a region where any possible enemy could wipe us out. Showing weakness of any kind could be fatal. Although our circumstances have changed, our fighting approach must never become soft." "While I appreciate the reminder, what does this have to do with your new moves?" "Desperation has always pushed us further, Kedis. I believe that the essence of our Sword Maiden's sword style lies in this quality. We are not stronger, faster, or more exquisite than other swordsmen. There are many sword schools in the Heaven's Word Association that frankly teach more superior sword styles. However, what styles such as the Annihilator sword style lack is the unique background that has caused us to develop our ferocious fighting approach. This is our roots, and this is the basis in which I hope that sword gods will one day emerge from our gathering. Keddies automatically disregarded the latter. What Venerable Dice was talking about went way over their heads. Not even expert pilots dared to say that they would be able to become god pilots. The difficulty of attaining this level of strength was unimaginable. Still, she appreciated Venerable Dice's sentiment. While the Annihilator sword style possessed a lot of attractive features to the sword maidens, none of them wanted to abandon their current teachings. The context and purpose of the two styles were substantially different. One was born from the frontier and did not enjoy any external support. The other emerged in a state that was steepled with a rich swordsmanship tradition. All of the original veteran sword maidens still had enough of the frontier in their bones to feel more at home with the former rather than the latter. Keddies was a little different, though. Her focus on sharpness and her first-hand exposure to the Annihilator sword style had caused her to diverge from her fellow sisters. She was glad to receive the opportunity to increase her connection with her first sword style. Are you ready to learn what I have developed? To be honest, they are not particularly refined, so they have some very major flaws. Please teach me. I will try to do my best to work around their shortcomings. They didn't have enough time for Keddies to master the new moves, but with the help of Sharpie, she managed to make some accomplishments. The time of the dreaded group match soon arrived. This was a big day for many people. This would not only be the first time that the so-called Sword Devil faced another sword initiate, but would also suffer her first defeat. That Sword Devil has mutilated our boys and girls long enough. It's time for this she-devil to get her comeuppance. Ivan Reed is so handsome. He will dance circles around that cruel woman. I wonder how far the Sword Devil can push Mr. Reed. He's championship material all right, but there are other sword initiates that can handle him. He'll have to win convincingly today for me to place my bets on his name. Driven by the narratives espoused by the press, a lot of Heavenswarders paid attention to the upcoming group match. The cruel and evil outsider-turned-citizen was about to receive her first lesson from a dashing and heroic Heavenswarder. Along with all of this attention came wagers. The betting agencies were some of the most accurate predictors of the strengths of different tournament participants. Despite the myriad of sword styles and the individual quirks of every swordsman, their rates often reflected the reality of every match. Right now, someone who bet on the Sword Maiden team winning would be able to earn 8 times their initial wager if their prediction came true. Those are awful odds, a Sword Maiden indignantly cried. We're facing a top team, after all. You should see the odds for the other teams that fought against the Cloud Striders. You could earn 1,000 times the money you put in if the amateurs managed to win. Keddies, Sendra and the remaining 3 Sword Maidens had all suited up and inspected their weapons. Each of them looked eager but also grave. They knew their opponents this time were far more formidable than anything they faced before. Yet rather than cowering from it, they embraced the challenge. An anticipatory grin appeared on Sendra's face. We never tested our mettle against the best swordsman of a second-rate state. Let's push our limits and see how far we can close the gap. This wasn't even a fight to the death, so the Sword Maidens did not have much reservations about this match. When they finally stepped out into the arena, they were greeted by a lot of boos. The audience, having been inundated with critical stories on Keddies and her fellow Sword Maidens, did not have much sympathy for the underdogs this time. The Sword Maidens smiled wryly as they readied their swords and waited for the start signal. A team of smaller and shorter swordsmen did the same on the opposite side. Despite their slender statures, the Sword Maidens knew better than to look down on their opponents. Miss Keddies! Ivan Reed called. What is it? she growled. "I won't let you chop a single limb again," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. "You have butchered our citizens long enough. I will do my best to beat you down so hard that you won't be able to recover to fight your next individual match, just like you did to all of those swordsmen who needed too much time to recover from their crippling injuries. Your reign of terror will end." Although she knew her opponent was trying to affect her mental balance, Kedis couldn't help but get angry. Ivan didn't just want to win the match. He wanted to end her participation in every tournament. The Sword Maidens were far from reaching their ambitious recruiting goals, so this wouldn't happen. "Shut your mouth," she growled. "If you think I'm a devil, then I will show you why. I've cut off a lot of big and strong limbs. It will be a nice change of pace to amputate those skinny legs of yours." Ivan merely smiled in response. "Do you know the greatest flaw of your Sword Maidens? You brutish women are incapable of showing finesse. You hack and slash those big sharp slabs of yours, but waste an enormous amount of energy in the process. Your previous opponents may have lacked the skill to handle your aggression, but your string of victory ends today." As if. Neither of them exchanged any more words. Both sides watched the countdown carefully. Commence the match. Both sides exploded into action. Just as the Sword Maidens began to form a circular formation that guarded against attacks from every direction, the Cloud Striders had already made the first move. "HH!" Commander Sendra suddenly cried out. "Watch out!" Kedis just turned around to see something she had never expected. Ivan had already reached the Sword Maiden's formation. He not only closed the distance with prodigious speed, but also managed to disarm Commander Sendra and pushed her to her knees. His swift fencing sword hacked against Commander Sendra's neck. Although his attack wasn't strong enough to overcome the protective energy shield, the arena systems already registered it as a fatal attack. "Commander Sendra has been taken out!" The match had barely even started, but the Sword Maiden team had already lost one of its pillars. Chapter 2895, Ivan Reed. Ivan Reed was strong. Although Kedis and the other Sword Maidens had already developed an expectation based on previous battle footage, the head disciple of the Cloud Strider Sword School was much faster than they anticipated. The huge amount of progress he made since last year was immense. The speed he exhibited at the start was so astounding that it was certain that he had not just refined his sprinting technique, but also undergone substantial augmentation. After eliminating Commander Sendra from the competition right off the bat, Ivan did stop his stride. He exuded absolute confidence as he neatly stepped back from the furious counter-attacks of adjacent Sword Maidens. Kedis did not make the mistake of tunnel visioning on Ivan. This was still a group match, so she had to maintain constant awareness of what Ivan's teammates were doing. However, when she observed the other 4 Cloud Striders, she saw to her utter disbelief that they sat down on the arena floor while letting go of their slender swords. They were mocking the Sword Maidens. They were openly saying that Ivan alone was enough to defeat an entire team. "This is too much." Previous encounters between teams that boasted a strong individual swordsman was that the generals would fight against generals while the soldiers squared off against their own kind. In essence, neither side bothered to employ any brilliant maneuvers or clever tactics. They tacitly turned the group matches from a contest of teamwork into a contest of individual prowess. While part of this had to do with the desire of strong swordsmen to test their mettle against their rivals, the main reason was that the main combatants were simply too strong. If both of them were sword initiates, then they could easily butcher each other's rank-and-file teammates with ease. Rather than waste time on cleaning up each other's grunts, it was much more preferable for the sword initiates to seek each other out right away. Since the match commenced, Kedis had already adopted a defensive stance in order to await Ivan's first move. The fact that he completely disregarded her and came after Commander Sendra took everyone by surprise. However, the audience quickly cheered for Ivan even if he blatantly broke the unspoken rules. "Go ahead, Cloud Strider! Clean up the trash before you beat up the Sword Devil!" I knew these Sword Maidens were pathetic, but I didn't expect them to fold this quickly. "Leave the Sword Devil for last and make it hurt!" Kedis ignored the ramblings of the crowd and tried to focus on capturing Ivan's movement. The Sword Initiate had rapidly faded back after completing his frontal assassination. The remaining 4 Sword Maidens had become utterly serious. The fact that none of them had been able to react in time to stop Ivan meant that they faced a greater horror than they ever imagined. "Steady, sisters!" Kedis tried to take over from Commander Sendra. "Ivan is fast, but not to the point where we can't react. Now that we know what he's capable of, we won't get caught off guard again." What she said was technically true, but it was still a question whether the Sword Maidens could react in time. The most astounding part of all of this was that all 5 Sword Maidens in the team had eaten a lot of candy beforehand. Their strength, endurance, and other physical parameters had reached an insanely high level. However, for all of the advantages bestowed by the candies that Ves had given out, they were not particularly focused or coherent. One candy straightforwardly increased someone's strength. Another candy directly made someone tougher. While the increase in basic attributes was useful, there was no way to exert more control over the direction of the physical improvement. Another obvious shortcoming was that the Sword Maidens didn't receive any candy that directly increased their speed. Sure, one candy was able to increase their dexterity, but only a couple of people like Kedis got it. While it helped a bit with increasing her reaction time, it ultimately did not provide a boost to her mobility. Even though the Sword Maidens were not burdened by the need to guard against the other 4 Cloud Strider disciples, they still didn't relax. Ivan Reed was already fast and skilled enough to threaten all of them at once. After leisurely circling around a bit, Ivan abruptly turned inwards and charged forth yet again. "He's coming! Get ready!" Although Ivan approached just as fast as before, the Sword Maidens were mentally prepared this time. They not only formed a solid formation, but also began to swing their great swords in time to cover every dangerous approach. Even Kedis swung her saber in a wide sweep that would certainly pose a serious threat to Ivan if he strayed in her direction. However, Ivan did not wish to tangle with her at first. He approached the opposite side and somehow managed to evade every great sword coming in his way before rapidly moving away. "I'm out!" Kedis barely caught how Ivan slammed the tip of his fencing sword against the chest of another Sword Maiden. Although the Cloud Striders weren't known for their power moves, speed was a powerful amplifier. Against opponents who weren't able to block his charge attacks, one hit was enough to eliminate an opponent from the tournament. In the next minute, the remaining Sword Maidens tried their best to land a hit on Ivan, but the Sword Initiative contemptuously mocked their failed attempts as he used his prodigious momentum to eliminate them one by one. "Ha!" Ivan tauntingly laughed. "Do you see the difference between rabble like you and refined swordsmen like us? You can forget about touching me. I have made greater attainments in my breeze stride than ever before. Only the sword masters that I look up to are faster." Kedis had witnessed enough attack passes from Ivan to understand that there was some sort of pattern behind his stride. The fact that it had a special name only confirmed her suspicion. The problem she had was that it shouldn't make sense. As a mech designer, Kedis was well versed in the optimal ways that humans and humanoid mechs were able to move. The mech industry had long developed several sets of movement patterns that were optimized for walking, jogging, sprinting, evasion, and other movement actions. Although she didn't study too deeply into this field, she was pretty sure that there were lots of inefficient aspects about Ivan's specific stride. However, these oddities didn't seem to affect Ivan. His considerable physical augmentation and shorter than average stature helped a lot, but that shouldn't be the entire story. She slightly shook her head. There was no point in trying to decipher Ivan's illogical movement technique. She just needed to take it into account and prepare to fend him off next. Sharpe, please help me out. Swish, swish. Her living sword intent knew that the situation was quite bad this time. It vibrated in her mind while changing to annihilation mode. Once Sharpe changed its coat, Kedis began to feel the urge to chase after Ivan and annihilate his precious legs. She wanted to see how this Cloud Strider could still outpace her after he had lost the basis of his speed. Kedis snarled. She couldn't listen to this stupid impulse. Mindless destruction wouldn't avail her in this match, especially when Ivan was more than agile enough to evade her empowered attacks with ease. The only way she even had a chance of touching him was to let him take the initiative to attack. Only when he did the opposite of avoiding him would she be able to reverse this situation. Ivan wasn't in a hurry to attack, though. He smirked and deliberately relaxed his posture. In any case, he was distant enough that Kedis had no way of landing a hit on him before he could respond. Your teammates are weaker than I expected. While I can respect their decision to take great swords into the field, they are idiots if they think that large and heavy weapons will take them further in this tournament. Pursuing power to its extreme never works. You need to achieve balance. Most sword styles advocate this, as the only way you can defeat any opponent is to combine both power and finesse. Kedis was getting tired of this fellow's frequent insults. How we fight is none of your business. We train to fight against monsters and mechs, not take part in duels where killing isn't allowed. No one talks as much as you on an actual battlefield. If you have spilled blood and fought against hordes of enemies who wish to spill your blood in return, you would know better than to turn a fight into a game. She keenly sensed that Ivan Reed and the rest of the Cloud Striders weren't blooded warriors. To be sure, that did not make them weak. They drilled so much and mastered the Cloud Strider sword style to such an impressive extent that they could outfight pretty much every veteran. What Kedis was actually aiming for was trying to poke at one of his psychological weaknesses. A true swordsman always dreamt of achieving glory in battle. The fact that Kedis had several battles to her name, while the majority of sword initiates in the Peaceful Heavens Word Association never fought a battle to the death, was a glaring discrepancy. Ivan no longer had a playful smile on his face. Oh, you've angered me, woman. I was willing to be somewhat merciful with you on account of your ignorance, but I will not allow you to impinge on my honor. Before Kedis could make a snarky response, Ivan utilized his breeze steps to dart forward at a slightly oblique angle. The confusing steps, the slightly off-center angle, and the unexpected timing of his approach caught Kedis slightly off guard. Still, Shiva already began to swing in order to block Ivan's approach. She had managed to respond fast enough to ensure that her new saber would likely be able to cut through Ivan's fencing sword if the man insisted on pressing his attack. She expected him to back off. The Cloud Strider sword style was known for its hit-and-run attacks. Its practitioners possessed plenty of endurance, and could keep gnawing at their opponents for a long time. Yet to her utter surprise, Ivan did not stop or alter his trajectory in any way. His fencing sword swiped forward at rapid speed as if it was about to offer itself up to be chopped by Kedis' annihilation blade. Clang! Sparks flew and a small explosion of different lights briefly spread from the sword collision. Kedis widened her eyes. Ivan managed to block her unstoppable attack. My wind slice can fend off all of your attacks no matter how much you empower it. Your annihilation trick can't work if it goes against the wind. He ran around and began to charge at Kedis again. When Shiva got blocked by Ivan's sword yet again, she knew that her greatest reliance was much more constrained this time. There was no way for her to cut her opponent's weapon unless she banked on tiring him out. While it wasn't impossible for her to win this confrontation, she could no longer rely on a lazy solution. She needed to outfight Ivan the old-fashioned way. Yet as Ivan made his fifth attack run against her, Shiva didn't encounter the physical resistance that she expected. Alarms immediately rang inside her head. Not good! It turned out that Ivan had swung his empowered sword a moment earlier. Even though his weapon didn't come close to hitting her, the strange blue corona that surrounded his blade traveled on and passed through her guard. She awkwardly threw herself to the ground in order to evade the strange energy attack, but a part of it nonetheless clipped her side. Although the arena's energy shield managed to block the swift attack, she nonetheless saw that her opponent gained more points. When attacks weren't deemed fatal, they awarded points. If the match took long enough for both sides to remain standing, then the winner would inevitably be the one who scored the highest. Somehow, Kitties didn't think that Ivan would let this match run out of time. It's a pity the arena strengthened its energy shields in response to your frequent butchery. No matter. If a breeze can't defeat you, then a hurricane will. Different from last time, Ivan charged head-on this time. The momentum he picked up was so ferocious that the air around him grew violent. Clang! Shiva slipped from Ketty's grasp and flew into the air. Chapter 2896, Foil. The Cloud Strider Sword School was a sword school founded by an expert pilot who excelled at piloting light mechs. Unlike many other sword styles, the Cloud Strider sword style did not center around the manner of attack. Instead, its starting point was mobility. In other words, the usage of the sword came secondary to how to move on the battlefield. The breeze steps that Ivan Reed had consistently demonstrated up until now could be performed without ever swinging the sword. Through some unknown means, Ivan's will surrounded his body and began to distort his body and the immediate environment in a way that allowed him to run faster without the aid of any special equipment. This was incredible. Keddies and the Sword Maidens completely didn't expect that sword initiates were capable of channeling so much power. They were completely unlike expert candidates, who merely became a lot more skilled at piloting mechs but weren't capable of doing anything extraordinary. As the hurricane rush swept over Keddies, her suited body stepped back again and again in order to bleed off the kinetic energy that had collided against her. She completely didn't expect that a light and airy sword style could deliver such a solid impact. A clattering sound echoed in the air as Shiva disgracefully landed on the arena floor. Keddies failed to maintain her hold over her weapon. Such a loss was not only shameful, but also a sign that she was outmatched. It was not easy to wrench a sword away from its wielder, but Ivan did so in an overpowering fashion. After losing her weapon, Keddies panicked a bit. She was keenly aware that the loss of her weapon left her open to follow-up attacks. Even if Ivan needed to recover from his great exertion, his speed was beyond her capability to defend against. Fortunately, she possessed another weapon. She never chose to leave her upgraded CFA greatsword behind even as she became more accustomed to wielding Shiva. The latter may be a powerful tool, but the former was always the weapon that accompanied her life. Since she received it as a reward from the Starlight Megalodon, she had already fallen in love with it. The large weapon built with outdated first-class materials and design principles might not seem much to an organization as powerful as the Common Fleet Alliance, but to a small figure like her, it was like the weapon of a god. Through several different battles, its blade had tasted the blood of pirates and other scum. With each fight, she grew more intimate with the weapon. A major change happened when Ves incorporated the great sword with a layer of unending alloy. The mass, balance, and dimensions of her weapon had changed. It couldn't be helped as Ves and Kedis didn't possess enough high-end equipment to make a more thorough modification of the weapon. Even so, such a problem did not deter Kedis. She patiently relearned how to fight with her transformed weapon. Soon enough, she was able to wield the larger blade with as much proficiency as before. In fact, with the help of all of the candy she digested recently, her stronger physique allowed her to wield the heavy weapon with greater ease and fluency than before. As soon as she finished drawing out her CFA greatsword, she felt as if she had finally returned home after enjoying a long vacation. The exotic Shiva and its accompanying Annihilator sword style may have given her the power to annihilate anything, but she never felt she was meant to fight this way. The greatsword had always been the sword maiden weapon of choice. Kedis was no different in this regard. The greater heft and reach of her favorite weapon quickly grounded her, allowing her to clamp down her panic and regain her composure. No matter what, a sword maiden should never lose control. Negative emotions such as fear, panic, or confusion only made her muddle-headed. They should never be allowed to dominate her decision-making. Seeing that an imminent attack wasn't coming, Kedis forcefully calmed herself down and kept an eye on her opponent. The man's attention wasn't even on her anymore. He had distanced himself from her just so he could raise his arms to greet the well wishes of the crowd. "You go, Ivan! Teach her a lesson! Take away her other sword before you force her to kneel! Cloud Strider! Cloud Strider! Cloud Strider!" Ivan's dazzling performance not only caused the audience to cheer him on, but also served as a great advertisement for the Cloud Strider Sword School. Just like Kedis, Ivan not only fought for himself, but also his organization. His actions confirmed with his goal of promoting his school. This was why he foolishly did not seek to eliminate his opponent straight away, but sought to draw out the uneven duel in order to milk its publicity value to the greatest extent. Kedis had a hard time repressing her anger as she realized how much her current foe looked down on her. In Ivan's eyes, she was not a qualified opponent at all. The disparity in strength was so great that her only use for him was to serve as his foil in front of the citizens of the Heaven's Word Association. Even though this kind of approach was foolish to the extreme in an actual battle, Kedis had to admit that the Cloud Strider head disciple had the luxury to treat her with contempt. "Have you understood the might of the Cloud Strider sword style?" Ivan teasingly asked. Although he ostensibly posed this question to Kedis, his words were actually directed towards the audience in the arena and those watching at home. Trillions of Heavensworders had just witnessed a dazzling spectacle. Up until this point, the seeded competitors never encountered an opponent that was strong enough to merit so much effort. They were only scheduled to meet each other in the later stages of the tournaments, so it was quite hard for them to stand out before that time. Ivan actually felt fortunate that he was able to bump into a dark horse as strong as Kedis so early. With the timing advantage of this match, he became assured that he would become the first sword initiate to truly stand out from his rivals. Though Kedis felt contemptuous at Ivan's approach, his strength could not be denied. As a swordswoman, she did not wish to lie even if doing so would play into her opponent's intentions. "Your sword style is considerably more comprehensive than I realized. Our Cloud Strider Sword School is an institution that has existed for over a century." Ivan grinned with satisfaction. 3 generations of expert pilots and sword masters have successfully mastered our sword style. Not only that, each of them has expanded it with their own insights and techniques. Kedis was glad that Ivan chose to hold an exposition instead of finishing her off. With each second that passed, she was able to recover from her earlier ordeal. She knew she had to center herself and enter into a more focused state in order to pose a challenge against the sword initiate. "The founder of our school excelled at mobility. He created our sword style and quickly brought it to prominence due to his novel movement techniques. Our second sword master sought to combine the strengths of the Cloud Strider sword style with defense. He introduced several useful techniques that combined defense with evasion. Our third sword master saw that our style lacked offense, so she created several offensive techniques that leveraged momentum. That sounds messy. If different sword masters keep focusing on different aspects, won't the Cloud Strider sword style turn into a bloated and mediocre method? Ivan barked a laugh. Ha ha! We are not novices who play at wielding swords. We have some of the best and most insightful sword masters in our school. They are more than wise and restrained enough to respect the original form of our style. While our Cloud Strider sword style is not the fastest, sturdiest, or deadliest available in our state, it is definitely one of the most comprehensive fighting methods that you can learn. Among all of the agility-oriented sword in our state, only ours is compatible with most swordsmen. There is always something for everyone, so the risk of making the wrong choice is also the lowest. This was one of the most important reasons why the Cloud Strider sword school had become one of the most popular ones in recent decades. As long as any mech pilot or swordsman emphasized mobility, their fit with the sword style would always be sufficient. Other sword styles that pursued the extreme of speed or evasion were different. Someone might be good at sprinting but relatively bad at making agile movements. If such an individual joined a sword school that mainly sought to enhance evasion, then the swordsman would have a very bad time. No swordsman wanted to waste years or decades of his life on training the wrong sword style. A bad fit could easily delay their progression to the point where the path to becoming a sword initiate or sword master would be closed. Therefore, even if the Cloud Strider sword style was surpassed by many other sword styles in specific areas, its comprehensiveness attracted lots of different swordsmen who did not exactly know their area of excellence and were too afraid to take a gamble. With all of this positive development, the Cloud Strider sword school's situation was completely different from that of the Annihilator sword school. The former had multiple sword masters who could each continue to build upon what their predecessors had accomplished. A sword style didn't have to be static. They changed depending on different circumstances. Just like how Venerable Dice sought to enrich the Sword Maiden sword style, every other strong practitioner yearned to expand on the legacy they learned so that their contributions would also be passed on to the generation. Kedis recognized the ambitious glint in Ivan's eye. She still needed time to regulate her body and sort out her messy mind, so she decided to keep playing her expected role. I guess you wish to become the fourth sword master to expand upon the Cloud Strider sword style. Exactly. I have trained patiently since my youth. I have trained in every move to a satisfactory level of proficiency. Even though I have yet to master any of my sword style's techniques, there is no one in my school who can make use of all of the possibilities. Only by doing this will I be qualified to expand on my sword style. What do you hope to add to the Cloud Strider sword style? Ivan smirked. That is a question that I shall answer at another time. Have you enjoyed the reprieve that I have given you? Did I give you enough time to regain your composure? I don't want you to collapse too easily. It would be so boring for me to take advantage of your weakness and send you packing from this festival so soon. The audience laughed. They did not think that there was anything wrong with his behavior. Instead, they approved of it. They were fully accustomed to theatrical performances in the arena. All of this made Kedis more contemptuous of the Heavensworders. They all claimed to embody true swordsmanship, but their obsession with holding so many tournaments had long put them on a crooked path. Still, her views weren't necessarily correct. Without the strength to back up her assertions, there was no point in feeling smug about her superiority. She gripped her greatsword tighter. She had always wanted to fight against a true opponent with her personal weapon. She had never fought with it after its latest upgrade. Her battle intent rose and her affinity with her weapon rose. Sharpe had turned back into its original form, so Kedis felt more attuned than ever with the sharpness of her long and deadly blade. Compared to a second-class weapon like Shiva, her CFA great sword was vastly superior. Ivan sensed something different in Kedis. He became a bit serious. "Do you know what the motto of our sword school is?" he asked as he started to step forward with light but swift steps. "No." "Then let me illuminate your ignorant mind." The breeze around him turned into a hurricane as he replicated his earlier charge. Kedis immediately felt the threat. Even if she wielded a larger weapon this time, she could not guarantee she would be able to fend off the incoming attack. As light as a cloud, as heavy as a storm. Chapter 2897, Disorienting Storm. Ivan Reed fully embodied the meaning of the motto of his sword school. As light as a cloud, as heavy as a storm. The Cloud Strider sword style may possess an abundance of techniques that caused its practitioner to become elusive and light, but the innovations of subsequent sword masters caused it to gain a different approach. When some of the methods of the original sword style were reversed, its practitioners became capable of borrowing the power of the storm to strengthen their attacks. Their steps became heavier, and their energy depletion grew more serious, but the reward for all of this was power. Kedis had already been caught off guard by Ivan's initial manifestation of the storm. Now that she knew what to expect, she did not lose her sword a second time. Clang! 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 She maintained a solid, two-handed grip of her great sword as she used the flat of its extensive blade to block the forceful strikes. She frequently turned around in order to meet the incoming attack runs. She also stepped back after every collision in order to absorb and bleed off the kinetic energy transferred to her body. Different from his swift and light breeze steps, the movement technique that Ivan employed at this moment did not seek to evade at all. It actively sought out a confrontation. The air shook around her as Ivan's constant attack runs whipped up the surroundings and caused an echo of his power to linger after his passage. The pressure he exerted and the will he radiated caused Kedis to feel as if she was a boat in a storm. The waves pushed her up and down and threatened to capsize her entirely. The surrounding became blurry to her as the storm around her grew stronger and more violent. A normal swordsman would have succumbed at this point. If they weren't able to block the repeated charge attacks, the disorienting storm around them constantly gnawed at their focus and attention span. The storm was incredibly distracting. Kedis struggled to keep her mind straight as Ivan's repeated movements fed the storm. From a top-down perspective, Ivan's straight-line charges slowly turned like a wheel. It became clear that he did not wish to leave any area around her opponent untouched. Kedis already sensed that something worse was on the horizon. Once the storm became strong enough, she feared that Ivan would leverage its power to unleash his killer move. Although she wasn't stupid enough to stay inside the trap, there was no way for her to escape the cage. Clang! 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 Ivan's forceful attack runs weren't about hitting her anymore. Instead, he utilized the force of his charges to push Kedis back to the middle and keep her in place. Damn bastard! The seated competitor continued to treat her like a demonstration prop for his sword school. He wanted to end this battle in the most spectacular and visually stimulating manner possible. Her participation was essential for him to pull off his show, so he ruthlessly suppressed her until he finished his preparations. How can I break this storm? Breaking her opponent's arrangements was her highest priority, but Ivan's frequent attacks constantly put her on the defense. She could hardly keep herself afloat by blocking the incoming attack. How could she have any opportunity to launch a counterattack? This couldn't go on. She needed to do something quickly or get completely overtaken by Ivan. Though the storm around her constantly pounded her mind with disorienting effects, Kedys was no slouch when it came to her mental fortitude. As an apprentice mech designer who was close to becoming a journeyman, she had already condensed the beginnings of a design philosophy. Her core obsession and research focus kept a part of her mind stable and in control. She relied on it to remain sober so that she could figure out a countermeasure to her current predicament. What the hell is this storm? How come someone running around can induce such a drastic change in this environment? The storm wasn't literal. It was impossible for a single human to stir up the wind to such an extent that they become strong and chaotic. It simply did not conform to science. The reason why Kedys felt so pressured and burdened was because there was a mental component to the storm. She only had to look at Ivan when he was charging to recognize the source of this phenomenon. His body exuded a sensation that felt very familiar to Kedys. Having spent a lot of time in close proximity with Joshua, she recognized that Ivan had somehow managed to strengthen and empower his will in a way that allowed him to leverage it in a concrete fashion. Just this realization alone was enough to upend her views about sword initiates. While they weren't necessarily capable of piloting mechs, their personal combat prowess was much greater than that of expert candidates, and even expert pilots. With just a small amount of willpower, they managed to develop several sophisticated means to channel it in a way that allowed them to alter reality in an inexplicable means. These guys are much further ahead than me when it comes to developing and expressing their superpowers. Compared to her original superpower, Kedys was too far behind. She was like a novice who started off from scratch while Heavenswarders like Ivan benefited from a comprehensive inheritance. Although it felt a bit depressing to her to recognize this disparity, she couldn't afford to lose her focus. She did not look at Ivan just to get demoralized. Instead, she sought to grasp some clues that would allow her to break his game. Seeing that much of her current predicament had to do with the willpower that Ivan actualized, Kedys rapidly started to think how she could use this knowledge to come up with a countermeasure. She recalled her interactions and sparring sessions with Venerable Dice and Venerable Joshua. She dug up some of the lessons she learned from Ves. She thought back on her prior encounters against unfathomable opponents such as the Grey Watcher. Different from other mech designers or swordswomen, Kedys had already become exposed to the more extraordinary side of reality. She even fought against an avatar of a dark god. Willpower is the key to their battle prowess. Every expert pilot and every sword master is very determined when it comes to their own purpose. The only true way to contend against Ivan was to leverage her own willpower. However, there was one major problem. Her will wasn't as powerful and condensed as that of Ivan. In fact, her willpower was only moderately stronger than the average soldier. Every veteran sword maiden possessed similar wills. While they were very determined in their own way, there was nothing special about it compared to true transcendence. She already knew the reason why she was unable to evolve her will in the same way as an expert candidate. I'm a mech designer. It was common sense that mech designers couldn't simultaneously be mech pilots, and vice versa. This was especially true at the higher ranks. While the explanations for this were rather vague, she already learned enough to know that they were two mutually exclusive progression paths. As far as she was aware of, no one in the galaxy had successfully become both an expert pilot and a journeyman mech designer. Logically speaking, the same rules applied to swordsmanship as well. As an apprentice mech designer, she had already progressed far enough as a mech designer that she simply couldn't adopt the mindset of a strong-minded battle maniac. Just thinking back on the factually wrong ramblings of Venerable Trey Walensky already showed her why expert pilots were never suitable to become mech designers. That put her in a difficult situation. A sword initiate, especially a potential tournament winner like Ivan, possessed so many advantages that kiddies could not resist by solely relying on the will of a mortal person. Was she destined to lose this match? Would this be the end of her attempt to revitalize the Sword Maidens? No! I can't give up! Even if I'm a mech designer, I'm also a swordswoman. I don't believe I can't exceed Ivan. She became more bullheaded than ever as she focused on struggling against Ivan's will. Even though her will still lost out by a huge margin, the more she focused on resisting the storm, the more she was able to clear her mind. This was not normal. Kedis clearly felt her will hadn't grown firmer. It was still as normal as ever. Yet somehow, she managed to gain ground and regain more clarity. How? Then, she felt it. Sharpe, her living sword intent, had become increasingly simulated by her determination to resist. Against the constant pressure exerted by Ivan, Sharpe did not remain oppressed, but instead became more indignant. As a spiritual construct that encapsulated Kedi's strongest attributes, it did not incorporate the concept of defeat. Swish! Swish! The more Ivan tried to press Sharpe down, the more it pushed back. Her sword intent slowly grew sharper and more defined as it finally faced its first true challenge. Kedis briefly recalled something that Venerable Dice had said. The Sword Maidens resisted adversity. They did not cower against stronger opponents. Instead, they pushed back incredibly hard in order to show that they meant business. The Sword Maiden sword style was geared towards fighting against opponents that were larger, stronger, and tougher than the Sword Maidens themselves. She realized she should never stay in such a passive position. Standing still and letting Ivan weave his trap without interruption was not the Sword Maiden way. Sharpe! Help me! Channel my will and show everyone that a Sword Maiden will never bend! Swish! Sharpe acted like it had been waiting for her declaration. It began to swell and express more power than ever before. Several unexplainable changes happened in her mind. While Kedis was ignorant of what was going on, she clearly felt the effects. Somehow, the fusion between Sharpe and her own willpower caused Kedis to become a lot more stable than before. The disorientations and the distractions whipped up by the storm suddenly became a lot more bearable. Ivan sensed the change. Have you finally become serious? You certainly took your time. He misunderstood her condition. To him, Kedis exuded a vibe that was similar to that of a sword initiate. Different from the rivals that Ivan Reed truly worried about, the will that empowered Kedis was not as nearly as strong and stable. She wasn't a true sword initiate, after all. Even if Sharpe somehow allowed her to become someone she wasn't, she had not gone through the grueling training and effort that enabled the most dedicated swordsmen to advance to sword initiates. However, her personal life experiences weren't any less difficult, and Sharpe was still an intrinsic part of her mind, if abnormal. It was that last property that was the most important. Even if it was an artificial construct, Sharpe's strength was also her own strength, which meant that there were no compatibility problems. The only reason why Sharpe's empowered will was not that stable was because this was the first time that Kedis and her sword intent did something like this. They were not familiar with channeling the power of a sword initiate, while Ivan was already a sword initiate for many years. Ha! The storm has arrived! Ivan suddenly boasted as Kedis kept condensing her will. His fencing sword began to shake as a violent vortex formed around its blade. Our Cloud Strider sword style contains several powerful finishing moves. Sword Devil, you have the honor of receiving the attack that I am most proud of. Your journey in the Greater Omandari Festival ends here. Accept this defeat and go back to the moving homeless camp where you originally came from. Our Heaven's Word Association does not accept your evil swordsmanship. Keddies and Sharper were still in the process of getting accustomed to the latest changes. They still needed time to figure out how to make use of their new strength. Unfortunately, Ivan wasn't willing to give them any more time. As some kind of tornado surrounded his fencing sword, he lifted it up and began to charge straight at Keddies with the force of a natural disaster. Eye of the Storm. Chapter 2898 Unyielding. Ivan's final charge completely leveraged the power of the storm. And this was not just in a figural sense. As his body surged forward with indomitable speed and momentum, the chaotic storm that he had condensed with his will began to return to the source. The winds changed direction. They flowed towards Ivan Reed. Instead of slowing his march, his steps continued to accelerate. The vortex around his potent-looking sword grew stronger and more violent as it continued to absorb the power of the storm. What Ivan managed to achieve at the moment would not be a strange sight if it centered around an expert mech, but the fact that a single sword initiate was able to summon so much power with his will alone was incredible. If not for the fact that it was difficult to observe all of the details from an outside perspective, the audience would have become more amazed at what Ivan was able to accomplish. This was the power of a sword initiate. Different from an expert candidate, a sword initiate was already able to affect reality to a significant degree. While the latter did not have the assistance of a mech, the scale of the battle was a lot smaller. If an expert candidate tried to whip up a storm when piloting a mech, then it would hardly surpass the girth of the machine. The scale of mech battles was too large to allow expert candidates to affect the outcome with their willpower alone. Rather than waste time and effort on accomplishing something that would only have a minor influence in a mech battle, it was better for expert candidates to focus on improving their piloting skills and polishing their will. This might also be the reason why expert pilots were more prevalent than sword masters. Sword initiates allocated a lot more time on mastering difficult and opaque techniques. Yet right now, Keddies couldn't say that their decisions were wrong. The power that Ivan was able to demonstrate in a personal combat match was beyond anything she had ever faced. It was so easy for her to give up and accept the loss. As long as she lowered her weapon and signaled her surrender, she could end this nightmare in an instant. She might even be able to avoid suffering a crippling injury that would prevent her from continuing her run in the solo tournament. Yet giving in never registered in her mind. As a sword maiden, she had her own pride. Sword maidens never back down when challenged. That wasn't strictly true. In practice, back when they were pirates, Lydia's sword maidens often turned around and took detours if they strayed near a powerful or dangerous rival pirate group. Even if the sword maidens got entangled in battle against a superior foe, they were still willing to disengage if the odds weren't on their side. If the sword maidens didn't do so, they would have been wiped out decades ago. The true meaning of their determination to stand rather than bend was that they realized that running wasn't always the solution. Constantly showing weakness was a good way for a pirate gang to turn itself into a juicy target. In order to earn the respect of fellow pirates and deter anyone who possessed ill intentions, the sword maidens had to show their strength and fight a battle even if the cost was ruinous. The history of the sword maidens recorded many instances where they had to fight against stronger and more numerous opponents. While their prospects weren't good, the sword maidens always managed to achieve a victory. How? By fighting harder, more recklessly and more ferociously than the opponent. By fighting to the death without any regard for escape, the sword maidens turned themselves into rabid warriors. They already exhibited this determination to fight rather than surrender on the surface of Aeon Corona 7. Of course, the reason why sword maidens never considered surrender in the first place was that their end would not be good if they fell into enemy hands. Rather than suffer death or humiliation, it was always better to fight to the end. While the circumstances were vastly different this time, Kitty felt that she was drawing upon the bitter determination of the Sword Maidens. A beast woke up in her heart. A determination to cut her adversary surged from her spirit. Her confidence surged as Sharpa continued to condense her will. Even as Ivan absorbed so much energy from the storm that his fencing sword was surrounded by a violent tornado, she no longer felt oppressed by his prowess. Instead, she became swept by the urge to resist. No matter how much more power Ivan was able to leverage, she could not allow herself to get defeated without launching a counterattack. "We are unyielding!" There wasn't much time for her to think, let alone make a move. She recalled one of the new techniques that Venerable Dice attempted to teach her. The tutoring session did not go well as Ketty's hadn't been able to pull off the moves. Yet now that Sharpa augmented her will, she instinctively felt that this time might be different. She no longer stayed in place. The storm no longer restrained her, and Ivan had already absorbed the storm in order to empower his killer move. Rather than stand around and attempt a futile defense, she committed to an attack of her own. She quickly gained speed and charged forth, her muscles straining to close in on her opponent. Ivan did not take much notice of her actions. While it was beyond his expectations that she was able to bring herself to put up a fight, he did not believe that the Sword Devil was capable of aborting his fully charged finishing move. Yet even as his abnormal and impossible tornado blade began to thrust at Ketty's incoming body, his opponent began to resonate with her great sword. Ketty's actively tried to execute the first empowered technique of the Sword Maiden sword style. An essential step to doing so was to resonate with the weapon. When Venerable Dice taught and demonstrated the move to Ketty's, the expert pilot's unending great sword sang with determination. Ketty's possessed an unending greatsword of her own. Once Sharpa directed her condensed will into her weapon, the mysterious alloy that covered it easily absorbed the input. Her upgraded CFA greatsword not only became an extension of her body, but also turned into an extension of her will. If she was a mech pilot, then her sword became her mech. They were two halves of a single whole, united by a common will that transcended mortal limitations. Ketty's had never experienced anything like it before. It was so tempting to get lost in the rush of power and new sensations. Just her ability to resonate with her sword as if she was an authentic sword initiate was a complete revolution to her. For the first time in her life, she felt her CFA great sword agreeing with her determination. It was alive. The time she spent on nurturing and taking care of her personal weapon was not in vain. Through constant love and diligence, the attention she poured upon her weapon had produced a result. Even if the results were not that impressive, the fact that it possessed life at all was incredibly heartening to her. Her blade sang in unison with her will and purpose. Without realizing, Ketty's essentially replicated the relationships that made LMC Mechs and particularly Prime Mech so special. The resonance that formed between her great sword, Sharpa, and herself roughly equated to that of a mech, a design spirit, and a mech pilot. All of these coincidences enabled her to execute her move with remarkable speed and fluency. A shining white corona formed around her CFA greatsword. It appeared in an instant, and quickly expanded to triple the size and length of the weapon. This also caused the tip of the manifested energy blade to be a lot closer to Ivan than the physical blade. Sword of Lydia! Yes. Ketty's executed a smaller, and more simplified version of the impressive battle formations of the Sword Maidens. Once displayed by a company of Sword Maiden Mechs, now Ketty's was materializing the attack that defeated Venerable Foster on an infantry scale. Yet even if it was vastly reduced in size, reach, power, and cohesion, it was still beyond anything that she had unleashed before. Ivan widened his eyes. The energy blade appeared too abruptly. He hastily adjusted his sword and put his violent tornado blade in the path of the sharp and solid energy blade projected by the sword devil. My storm shall sweep everything away! Yet even as the powerful tornado blade that had been fed by an entire storm came into contact with Ketty's condensed energy blade, the latter cut through the former like a hot knife through butter. What? That's impossible! Ivan spent minutes accumulating power in order to maximize the power of his finishing move. He expended so much energy to perform continuous hurricane charges just so that he could finish this match in the most dramatic and visually impressive fashion possible. When his eye of the storm had reached this point, a swordsman or sword initiate shouldn't have been able to shake his attack, not even his fellow seated competitors. At the very least, his adversaries would never be able to break his strongest move if they did not put in the same amount of effort. Therefore, the already solid energy blade that cut right through the tornado blade and forcibly dispersed all of his wind energy should never be able to do this in the first place. It didn't make any sense to Ivan. Yet to Ketty's, it made complete sense. Even if the energy manifestation was very rough and unstable, there was an additional factor that strengthened it even further. Her spirit lent its strength to the attack. Her design philosophy, which not only centered around swordsman mechs, but also emphasized the concept of sharpness. Her design philosophy was incredibly compatible with Sharpe, so her sentient sword intent did not hesitate to borrow from her professional obsession as well. This extra influence caused the sword of Lydia to gain a surprisingly sharp edge. The tornado blade might have been able to resist the cutting power if it was more condensed, but the nature of wind was that it was always loose and dispersed. Death! The sword of Lydia not only cut the eye of the storm apart, but also went on to slice through Ivan's sword arm. Blood spurted into the wind as the seated competitor's arm along with the fencing sword in its grip dropped to the arena floor. Ah! Despite Ivan's will and fortitude, he could not suppress the pain of losing a limb. His final charge fell apart as pain overwhelmed his senses. He tripped and skidded across the surface as the momentum of his body caused him to continue to slide for 10 more meters. At the same time, the sword of Lydia finally dissipated as Ketty slowed and stuttered to a stop. Her hand still kept an iron hold of her great sword, but the rest of her body was completely drained of strength. Sharpe had exhausted itself to such an extent that it had turned dormant. Ketty's felt as if she squeezed the limits of her potential, until there was nothing left. I still got your arm, bastard! She was no longer able to hold on to her consciousness. She closed her eyes and dropped to the arena floor, still holding her weapon as if it was her greatest possession. The audience had long turned silent at this time. Every single spectator was completely gobsmacked at the dramatic sights that they had witnessed. The sword devil cut down Ivan Reed's ambitions. Even if reattaching a smoothly cut arm was not a difficult procedure, the recovery and rehabilitation process took at least a month even if the Heavens Word Association utilized its best means. Perhaps the Life Research Association had even better treatment options available, but as it was, Ivan Reed basically lost his ability to rely on his primary weapon arm to fight his subsequent matches. Victory goes to the Cloud Striders. Although Ketty's managed to take out the strongest Cloud Strider, there were 4 more disciples who sat out the remaining fight. Even though they looked completely lost at what had happened, the fact was that they were still battle effective while all of the Sword Maidens were no longer able to put up a fight. Yet even as the audience reluctantly acknowledged that the Cloud Striders had won this match, they still felt that Ketty's and the Sword Maidens were the true victors today. Chapter 2899, Reversed. When Kedis woke up the next morning, she noticed she was not lying in a bed. Instead, the liquid around her told her that she was immersed in a healing pod. Warm liquid immersed her from every direction, soothing her muscle aches in order to restore them as quickly as possible. It worked, but not effectively enough for her liking. She still felt as if her body had gone through a singularity. Her limbs ached and her body signaled that it was weary. Augmented by lots of candy or not, the ordeal that she had just gone through was arduous on a whole other level. Not just her body, but also her mind felt weary. A persistent strain affected her mind and spirit, causing her to feel as if she had exercised way too hard. Even though she felt as if her mind and mentality had expanded somehow, the extreme stretching and exertion also caused to feel as if she had been on the verge of breaking her mind. It had been close. As the hazy memories of her final attack came to her attention, she vaguely realized how much she risked in order to defeat Ivan Reed. It was stupid. She shouldn't have risked so much to pull off something unprecedented. She came too close to breaking. Only her unyielding will kept her mind firm enough to successfully channel the sword of Lydia. Swish. Sharpa slightly perked up after she woke, but her sword intent was pretty much in the same awful condition as herself. Even though its presence had become a lot larger and more substantial than before, Kedis clearly sensed it was in constant pain. Just like her, Sharpa performed something so unprecedented in its existence that it irrevocably changed from the experience. Swish, swish, swish. Still, either of them had regrets. Every ambitious person had to push their limits and go beyond their existing capabilities in order to achieve success. Risk always came with reward, and Kedis had a feeling that as long as Sharpa and her recovered, their expansion would stay behind. After the doctors in the employ of the Infinity Guards pulled her out of the healing pod and gave her a thorough checkup, she was allowed to go free. In fact, you are far from recovering, but it can't be helped. Venerable Dice spoke as she accompanied Kedis on a slow walk through the garden of Angelique's villa. Your participation in the group tournament may have come to an end yesterday, but you still have a chance to go further in the solo tournament. I don't want to make a decision on your behalf. You should be the one to decide how you wish to go forward. On one hand, the condition of her body was bad. The endurance candies along with her other physical augmentations may have helped a lot, but any other person would have been bedridden for months if they hadn't outright died already. As it was, she was already straining her physical body to the limits by going on a walk. Each step sent another jolt of pain through her body. Her breathing grew heavier and it became more difficult to keep herself upright. She had been pulled out of her treatment program too early. If she had a few more days to recover, her enhanced physique would have made enough progress for her to run without causing her body collapse right afterwards. Her next match was scheduled to begin in just a couple of hours, but the deadline to inform her willingness to make an appearance was only 10 minutes away. Kedis looked down on her body. She had to make a choice. It's not cowardice to admit your weakness. Venerable Dice softly spoke as her force of will, which was normally aggressive and firm, took on a softer and more harmonizing feel. No one is immortal and no one is invincible. You have already done the improbable and defeated the heir of the Cloud Strider Sword School. The entire Heaven's Word Association is abuzz about your stellar performance against one of the best sword initiates in the state. Even if you have technically lost the group match, the Heavensworders all acknowledge you now. There can be no other outcome. The Heavensworders were steeped in a culture that worshipped strong swordsmen. Although they were more strict about the moral character of their warriors, as long as someone showed off enough strength to surpass the vast majority of swordsmen in the state, that person automatically became an idol to the people. Kedis didn't care too much about this. The press and public vilified her so much that she never developed an affection for them. Why should she welcome their praise? The only reason why she didn't intend to insult them at the first opportunity was because this development was favorable to the Sword Maidens and the Annihilator Sword School. Venerable Dice smiled. Our organizations are doing very well now. You not only fought splendidly, but truly debuted as a new sword initiate who truly possesses the strength to fight against the potential champions of the tournament. Many swordsmen and swordswomen have become enchanted by the unyielding spirit you have shown. Many more wish to be able to manifest the sword of Lydia and cut through everything. She spoke those last words in jest. Both Dice and Kedys knew that it was practically impossible for other sword maidens to replicate such an attack. Sword initiates and swords masters were very rare in the Heaven's Word Association for a reason. Too many people simply lacked the talent to become anything more than a regular swordsman. Only the most persevering among them might be able to push themselves to a pseudo-sword initiate by force, but that took decades of training. At least Fred Walensky was lucky enough to achieve some results while he still had some years left in his lifespan. Even though it was rather deceptive to dangle the hope of being able to fight like Kedys when the odds were so small, many swordsmen nonetheless wished to try. Even if they ultimately fell short in the end, they still benefited from the journey. How many people did we scam this time? Kedys asked with a wry smile. You can't imagine how many Heavenswarders and foreigners have observed your match. We have already been flooded with hundreds of thousands of inquiries. While the vast majority of them are not serious, we estimate that we can absorb at least several hundred high-quality mech pilots and 1,000 more swordswomen. Of course, each of them will need to undergo at least a few months of intensive training to convert them into sword maidens. This was quite a lot of progress. The Sword Maidens mech pilot roster only consisted of a single mech company, so the immediate addition of hundreds of female mech pilots who met Venerable Dice's standard was a crucial injection of strength. Since the Heaven's Word Association was a second-rate state, its mech pilots were extremely well-trained and could easily pilot any second-class swordsman mech in battle. What about the Annihilator Sword School? Kedys asked. As the supposed head of this school, she had a responsibility to revive it. Even if she wasn't obliged to do so in order to fulfill her promise to Fred Walensky, her honor and sense of duty did not allow her to neglect this responsibility. Your sword school is much more popular than our mech force. Not everyone is a mech pilot, after all, and the Heavenswarders are much more familiar with the structure and benefits of sword schools. While you're not a sword master, the strength that you have shown has already indicated that you are qualified to teach the styles you know. There are thousands of swordsmen who are interested in learning how to annihilate obstacles. I'm not fully up to date with the numbers, and I don't determine how strict the threshold should be. You should talk to Fred to know the details, but last I met him, he was bursting with joy. Those poor sods. Fred is about to hoodwink all of them. Of all of those thousands eager swordsmen and swordswomen, maybe one of them will actually be able to become a sword initiate. The rest. Venerable Dice looked down on a pond where a school of fish was leisurely swimming below the surface. I don't feel bad about dangling this hope in front of people. What we are doing is no different from any other sword school in the state. We offer something more than just transcendence. Anyone who joins our sisterhood will gain comrades, undergo intensive training, and travel to exciting new locations. The men and women who opted to join the Annihilator Sword School will be able to take on a fruitful career in the Larkinson clan. It was just like the mech piloting career. Few, if any, mech pilots would ever be able to become an expert pilot, but that did not stop an uncountable amount of hopeful people from stepping onto this path. This realization allowed Kedys to feel less guilty about recruiting optimistic fools. As long as they knew what they signed up for, she would be happy to welcome them into her ranks. She slightly shook her head. How her thoughts had changed. Responsibility was still too foreign to her. She never considered herself to be a leader like Ves. Yet now that the situation had forced her to step up, she was not willing to give up without giving it a serious try. Keddies. The expert pilot turned and faced the younger woman. The reason why I'm telling you all of this is that you have essentially fulfilled our requirement. We are no longer short of recruits, and the praises that people have showered on you will not fade quickly. Even if you don't show up in the arena anymore, we still have confidence we can bring back at least 1,000 battle-ready swordsman mech pilots. We can do better, though. Dice carefully placed her hand on Keddy's shoulder. We can, but the question is whether it is wise to do so. Your body is still in a recovery phase. Every heavy exertion you make will delay your recovery or exacerbate your wounds. There is also the possibility of suffering permanent ailments, particularly if you put excessive strain on your brain. Mech pilots are especially prone to suffering neural damage, but the doctors say that you are at risk of suffering similar damage. Time was running out. Keddies had to make a decision quickly. She looked down at her hands and tried to imagine swinging a sword again. The illusion evoked both pain and anticipation in her. Her hand clenched into a fist. I can't stop like this. I still have some fight left in me. I want to challenge more Heavenswarders. I want to beat more powerful swordsmen like Ivan Reed. I won't be able to return to this state after we have ended our visit, so this is the only opportunity one have to push myself against lots of diverse and well-trained swordsmen. The unyielding spirit that she had embodied previously welled up in her mind again. Even though the pressure induced more pain in her, she was willing to bear it if it meant she could continue to fight. Her will radiated from her body as she voiced her determination. Venerable Dice easily perceived this and gave Keddies a look of approval. If this is your choice, then I will inform the tournament operators that you will participate in the following match. You're lucky that your next opponent in the solo tournament is just a regular swordsman. While he's not a pushover in your current state, I hope you can quickly solve him in order to reduce the strain on your body and mind as much as possible. Keddies nodded. Understood. The solo tournament schedule was not kind to those who suffered severe injuries. Even if she was able to defeat today's opponent, she would have to fight another one tomorrow and the day after. Failure was only one stumble away. Chapter 2900, Horvus Tryon. There was no time to undergo physical therapy or undergo any serious treatment. Keddies and the Sword Maidens had to board their shuttle and move to the arena in order to prepare for the next match. At this point, there were still a few Sword Maidens left in the tournaments, but the average caliber of opponents that made it this far was quite formidable. Even if some of the Sword Maidens had been lucky enough to draw weaker opponents, their luck would eventually run out, just like what happened yesterday. The chance of bumping into strong swordsmen like the seeded competitors had become a lot bigger. There were dozens more sword initiates like Ivan Reed in contention, and hundreds more who were not that much weaker. Even if notable veteran sword maidens such as Commander Sendra were very skilled at swordsmanship, their shallow heritage and tradition eventually lost out against the richer traditions of the sword schools. The sword maidens weren't fighting against single swordsmen. They instead had to struggle against the entire swordsmanship tradition of the Heavensward Association. Entire institutions along with a strong reinforcing culture pushed up the level of swordsmanship in the state to an amazing height. The sword maidens could only look up to that in awe. In fact, the model of the Heavensward Association already gave their leader a lot of inspiration. Commander Sendra and some other sword maiden officers were constantly taking notes in their mind. When we go back, we should definitely foster a similar environment in the Larkinson clan, Keddies muttered as she reluctantly suited up and got ready for her next appearance. This was the first time she wanted to enact a large and substantial change in the clan. Previously, she was too preoccupied with progressing her mech design capabilities to care about any of that boring political stuff. Yet now that she had become aware of how far the Sword Maidens was behind compared to a fantastic state like the Heavensward Association, she yearned to bring a part of it back to the Larkinsons. While she did not expect Ves to convert his entire clan into a sword cult just because she asked nicely, she at least wanted to carve out a place for her fellow swordsmen. The ambitious and hopeful glints in the eyes of the other sword maidens indicated that she was not the only person to hold these thoughts. The sword maidens were previously content to stay in their own corner in the Larkinson clan. They already knew they were too different to blend in with other Larkinsons. Now, they were no longer satisfied with remaining isolated. Having tasted some of the benefits of living in a large society of sword fanatics, how could they not try to recreate their own little kingdom when they returned home? Every single sword maiden that took part in this visit was willing to stand up and become politically active in order to achieve this new dream. Fred Walensky walked up to her. "You're up soon, Keddies. Have you studied the details about your next opponent?" "I already watched some footage of Ves Larkinson in action. While I wasn't able to catch everything, I have a good idea how he fights. He's a solid swordsman, but not a particularly inspiring one. I should be able to handle him if he fights in the same way as before." "Don't look down on him too much. Ves managed to make it this far without losing, so that counts for something. It is also possible that he has been hiding his strength up until now. You need to end this battle fast enough to minimize the damage to your body, but you also have to be careful enough to prevent falling into any traps." This was a difficult balance to achieve. It all depended on how much force she was willing to utilize and how much resistance Ves Larkinson put up. If Keddies wasn't able to finish the battle in time, she might have to end her tournament run with a whimper. "I can't fold now." She was fighting for more than just the sword maidens now. Within her heart, her unyielding will pushed her onwards. She wanted to push herself forward and make it as far as she could go. Even if her body screamed at her to take a rest, she did not wish to end this rare and unique opportunity to temper her swordsmanship. "Let's go, Sharpe!" Swish. When she stepped onto the arena, she was greeted by more welcoming cheers. It was a drastic change from the jeers and insults she received before. "The Sword Devil is back! I knew she would get up again! Ivan Reed is trash compared to her. No one has been able to display two separate sword styles as proficiently as her. She's a true genius! Where is your big sword?" Different from before, Keddies opted to bring a single weapon this time. Her current condition was so awful that every single gram of equipment counted. While she couldn't do anything about the weight of her protective suit, she had made the hard decision to forego her favorite CFA grade sword. Unending alloy may be unimaginably tough, but its mass and density were not low by any means. "I'll be relying on you this time, Shiva." She slowly unsheathed her weapon and held it point downwards with both her hands. The weight of the saber was bearable to her for now, but she knew that could easily change as long as the fight dragged out. She estimated that she wouldn't be able to maintain her combat effectiveness after just 2 or 3 minutes of intensive fighting. Her opponent eventually showed up. Her eyes widened as she saw that Ves Larkinson broke his pattern. In his previous matches, Ves wielded a typical longsword. He fought with a balanced sword style that emphasized both power and finesse in equal measure. However, the Mandair sword school he belonged to did not just teach how to fight with a longsword. The school specialized in teaching basic but solid sword styles to mech pilots. This not only included swordsman mech pilots, but also knight mech pilots. "Damn!" Keddies softly cursed. Ves Larkinson came well prepared. Instead of bringing just a longsword, he also brought a tower shield. While it was rare for swordsmen to bring physical shields into the arena, it was allowed in the rules. It was obvious that Mr. Larkinson took full advantage of this provision that was originally meant to ensure that knight mech specialists weren't excluded. Ves carefully kept his body behind his thick and massive shield. The tall and curved metal slab was so heavy that he couldn't help but rest it on the arena floor when stationary. The man heroically pointed his sword forward even as he only revealed a sliver of his head from the side of his protective barrier. "Sword devil! You may have vanquished Ivan Reed, but today you shall fall before my blade. Let I, Ves Larkinson, bring glory to the Mandair Sword School and be the first swordsman today to fell a sword initiate. Will you make the clever choice and admit defeat, or shall I have to teach you how you never stood a chance in the first place?" The audience was speechless for a moment. "Shameless! Get lost, Horvist! You're no sword initiate! Don't be proud of picking up a bargain! You're just reaping Ivan's hard work." Even though Ves Larkinson's approach to this match was absolutely shameless, Kedis had to applaud his ingenuity. Instead of choosing to fight like a typical brainless swordsman, Horvist made an accurate prediction of her physical condition and altered his loadout as a result. There was nothing wrong about exploiting someone's weakness. It happened all the time in real battles. Kedis just felt a bit sour because she was on the receiving end of this treatment this time. When confronted with such a massive tower shield, Kedis knew that the best way to overcome this challenge was to outmaneuver her opponent and attack his unprotected sides. This was why no one brought any tower shields in the single personal combat tournament up until now. While it had some tactical use in group combat, in a solo duel it was too easy for enemies to outflank its carrier. Yet this time, Kedis did not have the ability to circle around Horvist's guard. She couldn't even run with all of the weight pressing down on her injured and overstrained body. The only way for her to overcome her opponent was to attack him head-on, which also happened to be exactly what Horvist intended. She looked at Shiva and tried to figure out whether she could evoke the power of annihilation. Just thinking about it made her head hurt. "Can you do it, Sharpa?" Swish, swish. Her sword intent behaved like a deflated balloon. Even though it played a major role in allowing her to fight like a true sword initiate yesterday, it had clearly overdrafted its capabilities. Her confidence flagged. Her weariness constantly increased with each second that passed while she was carrying all of her equipment. The combination of physical and mental weariness constantly depleted her condition and continually sapped her will to fight. Commenced the match. No one moved. Kedis blinked for a time before she realized that she was in the rare position of being the lighter of the two combatants. Previously, every opponent she faced beforehand carried lighter equipment than her. This time, her weight-saving measures along with Horvist's choice of equipment caused her to be the one who had to take the initiative this time. Despite Horvist's wild boasts, he treated Kedis extremely seriously this time. Even if he gambled on her lack of recovery, he did not wish to make a move and bear more risks. If Kedis kept standing, then she would forfeit the match by default. She had no choice but to approach. Her steps were slow and hesitant. The more she looked at the shield, the more she felt as if she was tasked with accomplishing an impossible mission. How the hell was she supposed to overcome this wall when she only retained a fraction of her combat power? She knew that as long as she exposed her weakness, Horvist would definitely pounce and finish her off once her body started to droop. "No! I can't think like this! A true sword maiden never folds this easily!" She wasn't willing to accept defeat so quickly. She still had some fight left in her. As her determination surged, so did her will. As her will started to revive, Sharpa became a bit more energetic. "So it's like this." Even as Kedis resisted the impulses that persuaded her to give up, she carefully sensed the changes in her mind. Even though she was unable to perceive as much as Ves, she still noticed that her willpower had a very strong effect on her condition. Even the most desperate weaklings could unleash a surprising degree of strength when their willpower peaked. Willpower also played a central role in enabling expert pilots to channel so much strength. My flesh may be weak, but my will is unyielding. Kitty's purposefully aroused the same feelings and emotion as yesterday. Whatever she was doing was working. Her body felt a bit less weary than before, and she felt as if she could put up an actual fight this time. Swish, swish, swish. Even Sharpa became a bit more energetic than before. However, even as she drew upon her willpower, Kedis felt she couldn't sustain this state for long. Nothing came for free. Even willpower had a price. As her steps accelerated a bit, she looked down on Shiva yet again. She winced. Maybe I brought the wrong weapon. Right now, her unyielding will was most compatible with the sword maiden's sword style and her obsession for sharpness. That meant she was in the right state to empower her great sword. Shiva was different. Due to Venerable Trey Walensky's influence, the heirloom weapon was only supposed to channel the Annihilator sword style. Damn it! How will I solve this problem?